Hello chaps, we're doing a little bit of a pre-show show for those who are watching on YouTube. Just a little bit of explanation as to what's going on right now at FUJI Speedway. We have the Z Challenge Cup practice going on, but you can't see that on the pictures. That's what you're seeing whizzing past the camera time to time. It's not thrilling because there's not particularly a large amount of them, but we'll come back to that later on. We'll be cutting away through this on the stream through to the view you've got now, and maybe sometimes if you're really unfortunate, a picture of me, but hopefully not too much of that. That is because on the Japanese stream, they've got ad breaks on it, but we're running live and uninterrupted all the way through the entire of the Nismo Festival. So when we go fully live in about 5-6 minutes time, I'll run through the full schedule, what we're going to be looking at. There's going to be some great guests, so stay tuned. We're going to be going through all your comments at the moment, because I see a few of you are here already. And so it should be really good. Questions coming in already, and some of them I can turn around and answer. Why is it not HD? We knew that one was coming. There you go. You did, David, you did meet me at the NEC in Birmingham, that's right. We've got all sorts of people around the world tuning in. So as I say, this is a pre-show show, and I'll be going off air in a little bit. So I just came on to say hello, really, and have a bit of a chat. So hello, David. Just said hello. And we'll be having a bit more of a chat through the day, and we'll get some various people. It is 720p. It should be 720p. That's right, isn't it? Yep. 720p is what we've got. We could go higher, and then the stream would probably break, because we are off in the mountains in the middle of, well, it's not the middle of nowhere. We're just outside a place called Gotemba, and we're literally right next to Mount Fuji. I can not quite see the summit of Mount Fuji currently because there's a cloud over it. But it is just after, well, it's just coming up to 8:30 in the morning here in Japan. And I don't know what the time is where you are, in Indiana, in New Zealand. Mike Burrows there in New Zealand. And Florida, Sean Toole in Florida. Long Islander. Is Long Island in Florida?
Long Island is an iced tea.
That's what I thought it was as well, yeah. We got Periscope guys come to join us.
Hello. As well as Sam on the main desk. I'll be out and about. I don't know, where's the camera? I'll be out and about doing a circuit safari, which is where the bus goes on the track with all the race cars.
I don't like buses. I usually take a taxi if I have to.
And there's an Uber option, but
yeah, I think I might be doing it. I might take that. Yeah.
But they didn't allow Priuses at Nismo Fest.
No. I'll just take a Premier or something.
It's not many there are. So I'll be there with the Periscope cam and the Facebook Live cam.
There's some really good content we've had on that already. There's some great stuff you've got coming up. So if you're expecting, basically expect the unexpected in this. It's going to be really exciting. There's some really good content here, isn't there?
Should be excellent.
I
hope you've all subscribed.
Yeah, you need to hit subscribe, because...
And what's our subscriber count at the moment? We're on...
I don't know.
No, it says it just there. It's
95,765.
95,765. I reckon if we can get to 97... No, let's make it a bit higher. If we can get to 98,000 subscribers... 98,000 subscribers by the end of today, we will give away a GT-R G-Shock watch.
Look at
to one of our subscribers as a little thanks, because we're always saying subscribe.
I was wondering what you were going to say after GT-R. I was like,
give away GT-R.
It's going to be a GT-R.
Keyring.
What about the camping lantern?
Camping lantern.
Nismo camping lantern.
It exists.
It does. It's a thing.
It exists. I mean, I don't know how many people are into camping who are.
There's a Nismo 10. Nismo 10.
There's a Nismo 10.
Nismo 10.
Nismo Kagul.
Yes, there is the Nismo. We might get some. We could get a Nismo Kagul out there, couldn't we? We could definitely get the Nismo Kaguls.
Yeah, very good.
It gets 100,000. I'm going to say this. You get a Nismo Kagul. Somebody gets a Nismo Kagul. We're going to give someone a Nismo Kagul.
100,000. We've got some GT-R sunglasses.
Wow. Are they Nismo?
They are Nismo sunglasses.
Are they model year 2017?
Don't know. But I got them in 2016, so
probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah.
As in I got them yesterday.
Oh, well, they might be model year 2017.
Could be
exactly.
Let's see.
Yeah. Have they got the the N pack?
Don't know. They've got the lens pack.
Have they got the lens pack?
They've
got the lens pack.
We have a number of guests dropping in. We've got drivers. We have Nismo VIPs.
We've got the boss.
We've got the biggest bosses at Nismo, like boss level.
Mr. Nismo.
Mr.
Nismo himself.
On the streaming front, we have Nismo Aid, who is He's on his tech desk over there.
Behind
don't
us.
know if we can move. Can't move the camera. We'll ruin it. If we
Yeah, it's all very.
Aid he'll throw some sort of.
He'll go all Midlands on you.
He'll go all something on us. So yeah, hopefully Aid will also be here. I think he'll be covering commentary. Oh, here we go. Nismo Aid covering commentary. If you've got any complaints about the feed, the sound, the fact that it's not 1080 HD, the fact it's not 4K, it's Aid's fault.
It's him. Actually, and Will Parkinson, if you have any complaints, direct them probably to Will Parkinson because he needs to sleep and has a wedding to go to. Will
is in the UK at the moment, which means it is 11:30 p.m. for him.
Well, you've got plenty of time to get a beer in and watch some more stuff.
So Will is. I've seen him in the chat room. He's already there.
Yeah. What time's the wedding, Will? Because you probably get up in time to watch the Nismo Grand Prix.
I think I'm going to Scarpa because it looks like we're at the 8:30 start.
So we might actually be the sensible start.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you. We've got a long old show, 8 hours.
Yes.
So I'll see you on Periscope, Facebook Live, and here.
Yeah.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2016 Nismo Fest, live from FUJI Speedway. And we are live throughout the entire day here on Nismo TV. And as you can see on the screen, there may be a few trip-ups as you go along. What's going on right now are racing drivers being amusing. Anyway, this is all of the drivers you are going to see in the day who have been announced so far, and I was going to talk through some of them. There's Sasaki-san just strolling onto screen, I think that was. I didn't catch him quite quickly enough. It was Takaboshi there, and then some others, Japanese drivers all coming on. I'll just read through the full list of drivers that we've had announced so far. We have Sunako-san, one of the legend drivers from back in the day. Moto Kitano, Haruto Yanagida, not the Yanagida that races in Super GT currently, by the way. Takawa Wada, Toshio Suzuki will be seen. And as we can see, the drivers having quite a bit of fun there. Toshiyaku Tanaka, Yukuto Suzuki, Kyoshi Hoshino, Masahiko Kondo, Toshomi Oeki, Masahiro Hasimi, he's a bit of a legend as we know. I don't know why he's not in the legend driver section actually. Sugo Matsuda, we don't know. Ronnie Quintarelli, Hironobu Yasuda, JP Oliveira, Daiki Sasaki, Matsutaka Yanagida, the real Yanagida that we're more used to, Satoshi Motoyama, Katsumashi Chiyo, Kazuki Hoshino, Yana Modern Boro, I'm not sure who that is, Mitsunori Takaboshi, Tetsuya Tanaka, Masama Kakayama, Tomonobu, Fuji, Kunihiko Kakimoto, and of course, another guy who probably should be in the legend driver section. We haven't seen him come out on stage to see if he's going to fall over. It's Michael Crum. We'll see him behind the wheel of some cars today. And I can't remember the last time we saw Michael Crum behind the wheel of the cars. Now, what's going on, as you see on the stage at the moment? Here come some of those legend drivers. And old drivers, younger drivers, they're all being introduced to the fans. This is all going on behind the main grandstand at FUJI Speedway, a massive grandstand. There's Chio, the Australian driver. Not many of the Australian representatives, so I guess Chio is there to represent the whole Australian contingent here at FUJI Speedway. And there are a few Australians who've made the trip out. This is a great event. There were fans queued up. JP Oliveira there. And fans queued up last night as we left the circuit at 5 or 6 p.m. It was dark, freezing cold. I mean, it was sub-zero at that point, leaving the track after we set our setup. And there were fans sleeping in their cars, and some of them were in Nissan Micras as well as GT-Rs, sleeping, queuing up. Probably, I don't know, I'm looking around, probably how much age, probably, I don't know, 40, 50 cars?
There's at least 50 cars.
Yeah, 40, 50 cars sitting outside the gate, waiting for this morning to be allowed in to get the best, the best parking slot. And you're going to see some of these great modified and tuned Nissan cars and Nismo cars on the track later on. I think it's 150 cars from across Japan. All these guys from across Japan have entered a ballot, and the best 150 or the lucky 150 have been selected, and they're going to be out doing laps later on in the day. And a little bit of a run through of what we've got coming up for you today. We have the first race of the day will be the Z Challenge exhibition race, and that's a Japanese championship for any car as long as it's a Z car. So it's a 350 or a 370 Zs, and they're all in different specifications. I think there's about 3 different classes. I'm still trying to get my head around the technical regulations. Here's all the drivers you're going to see. I think they might all be about to speak. Sugo Matsuda is about to... He's either going to sing the national anthem or he's going to introduce what's going on. I'm just going to talk over him because my Japanese isn't good enough. Before that, though, we're actually going to have the parade of cars at 9 o'clock. So that's going to be the first thing you see. Following that, you've got Circuit Safari, when the buses go out, and it's a free practice session for the GT500 cars, the GT300 cars, and some of the extra Z cars, all going out on track together. And we might get some very special extra cars in that session. So I'll leave you to work out what they might be later on, but I tell you what, that is going to be seriously worth watching. I'm not going to be on air for that bit because I've got to go and get a taxi somewhere to come back, but we will have coverage. You might get Nismo Aid on the microphone at that point. And I've just been past very good point. I've been past a very interesting point. There will be some moments where we cut away from this main feed. The reason for that is quite simple. The Japanese host broadcaster has advertising breaks, commercial breaks in the show, and we don't. We're live, uninterrupted all the way through. So we will cut away. Sometimes you'll just see a pit lane static camera, but we will come back. It's not the feed's gone down. It's just that there's an ad break going on, and we're not looking at it. And I've got a schedule of when those ad breaks are coming up, so you will see those coming up. But to be honest, I think we'll have lots of interviews and things to talk about all the way through, so don't worry about that. But then following up, this Circuit Safari section is going to be fantastic to watch, and there's some really, really special stuff happening in that. Then we have the Z Challenge exhibition race. That will be coming up at about 11:40 local time. Followed by 12:30-ish local time. The times are a little bit flexible because it is a live race meeting. There's a fantastic historic race, and when I say historic race, it's not like Goodwood, where all the cars from the same era are lumped in together. This is a whole history of Nismo all in one race, and I've seen the cars down in the pit lane in the paddock. There is some seriously special metal in that, and we will be live and full for that one. Then following that, there's the Nissan Motorsports Heritage Run. That is stuff that's come straight out of the museum, and we're going to see those absolute legendary cars, some old Le Mans cars with some Super GT cars. They'll all be running up and down the pit straight and doing some laps with some great drivers. Jan Mardenborough, we've already seen, is in a Group C car. That was a sight to behold. And the Group C car actually had a technical failure, and he ended up with 1,000 brake horsepower. We'll wait and see if it does it again today. No one's quite sure if that car's going to work properly, and if it doesn't, he's going to have a full 3-bar boost, 1,000 brake horsepower in that old Group C Nissan. So that is going to be worth watching. Following that, there'll be a bit of a delay from the studio because they will be gridding up the special event, the main event of the day, the Nismo Grand Prix. That is a race purely for Nissan International 2016 specification Nissan race cars. So all the GT500 cars are taking part. All the GT300 cars are taking part, but taking them on are cars from the Blancpain Endurance Series, Chinese GT Championship, and all the series across the world of Nismo. It's going to be fantastic. Even the GT3 car from Australia has come over to take part in that. So the Nismo Grand Prix will be live and full. And then just at the very end of the day, there'll be another session like you're seeing on here, but it'll be taking part on the start-finish line. That's the Nismo finale. And there's something very special just at the end of that as well. So basically, there's 8 hours of this-ish, maybe a bit more, and stay tuned for the whole lot of it. It's going to be great. And it's not going to be me all the way through. There's going to be lots of people in there. And please fire your comments in. We've got those going on at the moment. So we had a comment just come in from, it just popped up on my screen actually, is this a ticket-only event? Yes, but you can buy a ticket for about 3,000 yen. It's not a sellout. I think there's about 30 or 40,000 people here. Fuji Speedway holds up to about 100,000. So there are tickets if you're in the Gotemba area. Get over it. You've still got plenty of time to get up here and see some really special stuff. I've got a line of buses parked up in front of me at the moment, so they're clearly getting ready for the Circuit Safari. If you've never seen Circuit Safari before in Super GT, do keep an eye on that, because it is frankly one of the most bizarre things you will ever see taking place on a racetrack. And there will be a live. I've just been informed there. Yeah, you really must stay tuned. There'll be a Facebook Live or a Periscope or a Peri Live thing on. So Nismo, go on Nismo TV and go on Facebook at Periscope and at Nismo on Periscope. There you go. Can you tell I use Periscope an awful lot? Yes, but that is going to be a sight to behold. So that'll be you need two things on your screen then, because you're going to need the Periscope from on the bus. So it's going to be the Nismo version of on the buses, which will be fantastic to see, and just the external vision of Circuit Safari it's just brilliant. Just stay tuned for that one. That is coming up quite soon as well, and there's some awesome cars. I'm going to keep saying that. Let's have a look at some of your comments already. There's quite a few of you already tuned in. This is going to be, if you don't watch Super GT on Nismo TV, you should, but you can tune in and catch up on that. It's going to be a bit like a monster Super GT race. So there's going to be lots of cool stuff and a few things we don't really expect or understand. And if you wanted to hear what all these drivers are saying in Japanese, I think you can go to Nismo TV Japan and hear the Japanese version, but that's only really useful if you listen in Japanese. So I wouldn't recommend it, and it's not as interesting as this anyway. When an English-speaking driver comes on, we will cut away and listen to them, but I don't see many of them. I haven't seen Mardenbrew in that lineup. I know he's only little, but he's not there. Oh, there he is. There you go. There, see, the TV cameras are listening to us. Thank you, says. Oh, he didn't get to speak. Now, are they going to do a national anthem? No, they're just waving goodbye. There you go. That's all the drivers. So it would be good to hear from all of you. Where are you all at? And what time of day is it there? Coming up to 9 in the morning here 20 to 9 in the morning in Gotemba. And Will Parkinson's talking about the race queens. Yes, we will be having the race queens. We may try and get a race queen in the studio to do a bit of live commentary with us, and that could be quite an interesting experience if that does take place. We are working on that one. They're rather in demand though for some reason. Eric Peregrino says Nismo is life. I think that's quite a good way to look at it. S12 Killen is in Sweden. Blame says, when's the GT3 reveal? I'm not sure we're expecting a GT3 reveal. I'm looking around to see if anybody knows. No? GT3 reveal, anyone? No, nobody knows anything about GT3 reveal. There's lots of GT3 cars though, so all of the different flavors of Nissan GT3 are in action here. I think the only ones we're missing are some of the ones that race in the States in the Pirelli World Challenge, and I think that's because there's a switch around of teams going on over there at the moment. But basically we have Australian GT, European, Super GT, Super Taikyu, and I think we might even have some drift cars taking part, and that's going to be a bit of a strange one, and I don't know why the drivers are all falling over. Racing drivers, that's their sense of humour. They're good at driving, maybe not so good at walking. Looking through the comments at the moment, American Muscle says, now I think from this comment, his username, he says, R35s are too overrated. American Muscle, what's your favourite Nismo car then? I must say, actually, the R35 is not my favourite Nismo car either. So I'm going to tell you, when enough of you have told us what your favourite car is, then we will tell you what their favourite car is in terms of that. So this is one of those ad breaks we were talking about, so we're cutting back to the pit lane. There's not much to see on pit road at the moment, but as you can see, those Circuit Safari buses are queued up. But first, we are going to have a parade of Nismo cars in about 20 minutes' time. And we saw them rehearsing that, and I've seen some of the cars coming into the car park, and there's some seriously cool cars up there. Let's keep going through Daniel Bridge says Hoshino is epic tier. I don't know what epic tier means. This is I think, computer game speak. And then Jeremy C says, I hope they'll award rice. I don't think you get the rice at Fuji Speedway. Now, what Jeremy C is talking about is when somebody wins a race in Super GT, you get special trophies, and they're not necessarily always trophies. So up at Motegi a few weeks ago, and you can see this elsewhere on Nismo TV, you can see they win a bag of rice. The drivers, when they win the race, they win a bag of rice. And it's perhaps the most bizarre trophy of the season, apart from the bucket of fish heads you get at another track. Here at Fuji Speedway, you tend to win, if my memory serves, a piece of wood. And that's it. So there will, I think for the Z Cup, there will be some trophies. I don't know if there is a trophy for the Nismo Grand Prix. I've asked the question and I've been given mixed results. Now, I can see people getting on the circuit safari buses at the moment. So I think there might be an extra unscheduled circuit safari going on right now, because that's not what it says in our schedule, the circuit safari. But I can see lots of school children getting onto the school buses. Or maybe it's just on the local bus route. So, favourite Nismo cars are... Come on, tell us your favourite Nismo cars. Yeah, now, Daniel Bridges joined in. He says the R33 is the best car he's ever driven. It's still not my favourite. I'll qualify this one saying my favourite Nismo car is not a GT-R. Shuyo says a Nissan S14. I'm not quite sure what an S14 is. Which flavour that is. It's a Sylvia. Ah, there you go. The Sylvia is the S14. I've just been told by the boss. I have to say, I really, really like the Nissan Leaf. Nismo RC. Carbon fibre monocoque chassis, just like a GT300 car. Massive power, and it still uses the road car components. It's quicker than an Impreza. I've proved it. I've gone toe-to-toe with an Impreza. Lots of people saying Nissan Micra is their favourite car. It's my second favourite Nissan, definitely, because I used to compete in a Nissan Micra. I've also competed in Nissan Sunny Rally cars. Micra Cup is not going to be represented, sadly, at Nismo Festival this year. However, there are some Micra Cup cars in Japan, so we could see a lot more from the Micra Cup in 2017. And I hope that's true. If you haven't seen the Micra Cup, again, look elsewhere on this channel. There's lots of Micra Cup content coming up. Germany C says the Fair Lady is his favourite. You're going to see quite a few of those coming up. And the V8 Altima, Riley Woodman C says the V8 Altima is his favourite. Will Parkinson says the Cube is his favourite. Yeah, that's a pretty cool car. Is there a Nismo Cube on sale there? No, we don't think there is a Nismo Cube. I'm looking around because we have some expert people in the room who I can just look to for a little bit of advice and inspiration and knowledge, because I'm not a complete expert in the entire Nismo and Nissan production car line. You can get, though, as we discovered earlier this week, the Nissan Serena, which is a big people carrier style car. You can get a Nismo version of the Nissan Serena. Now, we've been travelling around in a Serena, and it's not a car that you'd associate with a brand like Nismo, but actually it's quite a good car for what we're using it for. So it really does serve the purpose. We were driving at some brilliant mountain roads around here earlier this morning, and Nismo Serena makes sense. So your Nismo car might not be the most obvious. Chu3010 says the Nissan 240 SX. Nice Miatro, bro. I've never pronounced your name right. Says the 240Z is his favourite. Kevin likes the R32 or the 240Z as well. Hafiz Amin says the 280Z. Will Parkinson's changing his mind, saying it's the R90C. There you go. People are asking for... Mike Adu66 is asking for the Nismo Cube. That's going to be quite... I'd have that, actually. I'd go for a Nismo Cube as well, I think. I think that would be a great car, and I'm being given a look. I'm going to keep that one going. Nismo Cube. Let's try to see it. Enough if you hit subscribe, right? If we get to 105,000 subscribers here on YouTube, I am going to make a formal request to Nismo in Japan, and I'm going to do it in Japanese, for a Nismo Cube. And I'm going to say it's because it was announced on Nismo TV as a definite thing that's going to happen. The Nismo Cube, and they're going to sell them in the UK and the US as well. So that's going to be a great one. So 105,000 subscribers on here today, of course, and we will get that absolutely. I'm getting a nod of a head that we're going to have a Nismo Cube. There you go. Other people saying that the Pulsar actually, I don't know which flavour Pulsar. So N Pericles is saying the Pulsar is his favourite Nismo car. Which flavour Pulsar? Is it the old rally car from back in the day in the 90s? I used to love that. I think it did quite well in the Monte Carlo and various other events. Or the current, the latest Pulsar? It's an interesting one. And people asking for a rotary-powered Nismo car. I think you're looking at the wrong company for that one. So, Austin the Spider says, this is my first time watching Nismo. What type of racing is this? It's touring car racing and sports car racing, primarily, Austin, and it's the sort of racing you've never seen. Now, coming up at about 9 a.m. local time, so in about 10 minutes' time, we'll see a parade of Nismo production cars going around the track. Then, about half an hour after that, we'll start to see some of the real top-end Nismo competition cars out on track, and then you'll get a real sight of what Nismo competition cars are really about. It is seriously extreme stuff. There is stuff that you will have never seen on any stream, I think. There's a car on the track here that I don't think has run in public in almost 60 years, 50 years. I'm trying to do the mental arithmetic in my head between... I think there's a car that's it's going to be on track later, and it's absolutely my favourite car at this event that's not been on track. And there's the Nissan Serena. If you're watching down the pit lane, by the way, you will see the Nissan Serena going down the pit road. That was it, going down the park. That was the Nismo Serena, and that is a fantastic car. You will see this car that hasn't been seen in public for a very, very long time. It's been tucked away in a corner of the Omori factory elsewhere in Japan. Now they've restored it, got it running, and what I'm going to say to you, it's got a V12. Unsilenced V12. It sounds amazing, and we're going to bring you that. And not just that, we've got some seriously special content coming up on Nismo TV. If you hit subscribe, you'll get all of this sent direct to you. We've got onboards from stuff that you will not believe. I can't believe the access we've been given to some of these cars and some of the stuff we've got coming up. It is going to be amazing. So it's going to be great stuff going on. Nice Miatra Turbo saying that Nissan R90C is his favourite Nismo car of all times. And Jason Miller said he wishes that Nissan Motorsport Australia could have shipped Michael Caruso's Ultimate up here for the weekend. It would have been so nice to see it, to do some laps around FUJI Speedway. I actually agree with you, actually. It'd be really nice to see that. I've never seen it. I've never been out to the supercar since that car's been racing. And we've got Paul Ryan coming and going. He's one of our Australian guys at Nismo, and he's saying, yeah, it'd be great to see the Altima, and I think the Japanese fans would like to see that as well. So maybe next year we'll get the Altimas out here in Japan and see what they're doing. So that would be a very nice comment. Sean Toole is a Viper fan. I think he's turned up to the wrong event, but nonetheless, we'll try and convert him to some real high-performance carbon fibre metal. Sean Toole saying it was a dream. Yes, it's a dream, and... So, yeah, coming up, we've got some great content for you. We will have some good interviews as well. Quick run-through of the on-track events. 9 o'clock is the Nismo Cars Parade. There's 150 cars doing about a lap and a half. And you will see the GT-R Nismo, the Z Nismo, the Duke Nismo, the Note Nismo, the March, which is a Micro Nismo, ladies and gentlemen. Remember that one. Can't buy it in the UK. And as you can see, you've got the host broadcast doing their introduction. That's the same as what we're doing, so you will see us and them talking to each other at times, because they're in the room next to us, so we can see them. We're also going to see the version Nismo 380RS, the 400R, the Z33 S-Tune GT, the 270R, and the K12 S-Tune Complete. So they will get all the way around the circuit, 150, and a bunch of tuner cars which aren't on my list, so we'll just see what they are as they roll past the pit lane and talk through those for you. Then at 9:30 is the open practice session, if you like, the circuit safari. And there you see the Nismo cars all lined up. And those aren't actually the fan tuner cars, those are just the production show models. 150 production show models, that's not what I expected to see. But there they all are, and that is, well, that's basically a giant rolling Nismo showroom on the start-finish line, just out of my line of sight, that is actually. Then following at 9:30, you've got this Circuit Safari session and some amazing cars. That's going to be the first big highlight of the day. Followed by the Z Challenge race. That's a 20-car start, and it's about an 8-lap race, and that could be quite spicy. I've seen some of the cars coming up, and that is basically, as long as you've got a Z and you've tuned it, you can go race. Then at 11:30 local time, it is the Nissan Historic Car exhibition race, and these are cars, there's 28 of them, they're owned by private entrants, so these aren't Nismo owned cars, but they are tuned cars from the history of Nismo, largely touring car style from the sort of 70s period and early 80s, and they're really cool cars. I've checked them out yesterday, and they're brilliant cars. Masami Kageyama will be making an appearance in that race in the number 84 car, so keep an eye out for that. Then at 12:25, you have the Nissan Motorsports Heritage Runs. These are the cars that have come out from the museum, and this is where the real super rare metal is out. I'm not going to run through those cars for you yet. All I'm going to say is really stay tuned for that one. Then at 1:30, there's going to be a short FIA ceremony on the start-finish line and some announcements there. There might be a few team announcements for 2017. I'm not sure. We haven't been told of if that's happening. Everybody's asking each other what the announcements are going to be. There's a lot of Nismo cars you see on the screen. Then the big event, 14:20 local time, the Nismo Grand Prix. This will be a classic race. We will be showing you live, uninterrupted and full. It's the last time out for the Nissan GT-R GT500 in 2017. An entirely new Nissan GT-R GT500 takes over, and that will be the final race. So this is going to be a great version to see. But also, we get to see the GT3 grudge match. All of the top GT3 cars and drivers from across the world of Nismo will be going head-to-head. And then at 15:10, the finale. It goes on to 50 minutes, the finale, and we know there are announcements. Now look at the screen up there across the Seikasami Bridge. Ready, are you? Nismo Festival is about to get underway with the on-track action, and that is this parade of 150 Nismo production cars, all running out in one go. Now, guys have had this is where the guys from across the world have had the ballots, and they fired it all off together. Now, any of you guys on the stream Nismo owners? The Nismo Duke, what we're going to get here, isn't the Duke R, it's the Nismo Duke, so it's the one you can go to a showroom and buy. It's not the one with the GT-R V6 and the RML chassis. I mean, I've driven that car and it's epically good. One of the most fun cars I've ever driven, but unfortunately there's only about 5 or 6 of them in existence. Some in private hands, but mostly owned and operated by Nismo Global out of the UK. Now, I think there's a couple in the States as well. Ivan Acosta says he said he saw an R390. And I think you might have done. There's all sorts of cars on display here. We'll be showing you a lot more of those as the day goes on. Now have a look at that. Leading out are the GT-Rs there. I can see the Dukes. I can see... Where are the Micras? Oh, the Micras down the back. And I think there might be a Serena in there. And here we go. Led out by 1 GT-R, 2 GT-Rs. And at the back, you get points if you can name the car at the back of the field. The first response vehicle from the Fro vehicle from Super GT. You've seen it before. And that is the car that is at the tail of the field. Maybe get some points if you can name that car. We're watching you on the thing. Sean Toole has an awful Chevy Cavalier. Yeah, it's time to get a new car. Try a Micra. That would be a good one. 9 free and block. He wants to see a R35 GT-R LM road version, but I don't think he'll ever bring it. No, I don't think so either. Taz1451 is MG made by Nismo. No, it's made by MG. It's a Chinese company. And Paul Palmer, wasn't the Duke Nismo with the GT-R engine built by RLM? No, it wasn't built by RJN. It was built by the company I just mentioned. The name escapes me, based in Wellingborough, and a well-known team in British Motorsport. Now here we have a good look. There's some Z cars down there. There's the Dukes. There's one of the little Z cars. It's got an optional dive plane. Dive planes, I don't know. Now, I'm not sure how the ballot has been decided for these cars, but they all seem to have managed to line them up quite nicely in order of colour. But these guys driving these cars are just fans, people attending the event. And look, they're all putting their indicators on, so they've obviously all got the instructions to put their indicators and hazard lights on and flash the lights. Nismo flag, first of the one of the day, won't be the last one. There you go. There are those famous Nissan flags you see whenever a Nissan car wins a Super GT race. You get one of those. And we'll probably see a few more of those today. Look, the flags are out the window. And at the back of the grid, various. There's the Micra. See, the Micra does not get enough attention. And the fact that we don't have a Micra Nismo in this country, outside of Japan, I think it's a real shame. I want a Micra Nismo. I would buy a Micra Nismo. Ray Malik, Paul Palmer says, yes, absolutely. It was RML who built the Duke R, the car we're talking about. So Taz1451 says, you okay? Yes, I am. We're just waiting for the real action to start. So right now we're looking at an empty racetrack and some rather full buses. So it does look like the circuit safari is going to get going rather sooner than we expected, and which means I'll have to leave here and go and get my taxi in not too long. So I called for a taxi, and when you call for a taxi at FUJI Speedway, don't always know what's going to turn up, but certainly this one hasn't got a little heart-shaped light on the roof, and if you have been around here you'll know what I mean about that one. So, keeping an eye on the Nismo followers, they're all telling me about you drive Subarus and BMWs and things like this. Come on, where's the Nismo owners? I used to own, after the question came in, I used to own a Nissan Micra. I don't anymore. I used to have one of the little Nissan Micra, I think it was K12. It was a Nissan Micra Super S, one of the rarer ones, but it's 1300cc engine. I used to use it in sprints and hill climbs around the London area. And I haven't done that, but I used to rally co-drive in a Nissan Sunny GTI F2 specification, ex-Alistair McRae car. So that's been back in the day, and there's some pictures of that around. Bobbert E. Lee says, Nismo should build a Duke LMP1H project. That would be funny. I'm not sure about the aero concept on that one. 11 says, a Micra GT3 car, please. And Bryn Albon says he owns an R34, and he's had three R32s. Was that just because you couldn't decide? Now, here we go with the parade run. Coming past the pits are a couple of nice GTRs of different vintages. They are absolutely immaculate, these cars. I'm not sure if you can see that fully clearly on the screen, but these cars are all, because they're not all brand new, you know. Yeah, because there's one of the older Micras just coming past, and they are absolutely showroom. Each and every one of these cars there's not a ding, they're perfectly clean. They are absolutely mint condition, every one of these cars. And I thought when I first saw them they were so clean, I actually thought these were showroom cars. They're not, these are private owner cars. And they're not, on the whole, tuned or externally modified. They are generally just made up of all the Nismo parts supplies. They're not covered in stickers like you see quite a lot of the Atasha cars and stuff like that. They are all just exactly as the manufacturer intended. And to keep a car of this type, particularly with Duke Nismos, in that sort of condition, the amount of sort of waxing and polishing these guys must have done overnight, because it's been a cold night, so there's been a lot of condensation, so keep them looking like this today, and the temperature's still pretty low at the track. That's impressive, and there's some really lovely cars. I think if you're watching this, you need to pick out your favourite car. I'm going to pick mine out, and I'm going to promise not to pick a Micra, even though I want to. For me, it has got to be... Oh, look at that little black... It's a Nissan Note, isn't it? That looks awesome. Lovely little car there. Yeah, these black Nissan Notes look really cool with the little red accents you get on them. That's very much the sort of current Nismo trend, these little red accents on the car. No Nissan Serena yet. This guy's got a couple of little... See, look at that Micra. That modded Micra looks awesome. I'm not allowed to say Micra, but that is the best car here. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. Now, while the front of the field is now down at the first corner, this is where the track used to actually carry on. When this first track was first constructed, they were going to build a big NASCAR oval. It would have been bigger than Daytona Speedway. And when the circuit creators, they ran out of money when they were building the track, and so built the big turn one, the big banked section, some of which is still down there, down by the Toyota Centre, and they didn't build the other half of it. They didn't build the other banked turn, so they built sort of a link road in between, and that became the FUJI Speedway we now have, which is why it's got this very strange, big long straight, and then sort of let's link it back to itself characteristic. And I think it's just worked. It's a wonderful accident, like the invention of toffee was a wonderful accident as well, I believe. But one of the things I've discovered is the banking down there at the first corner is still left there by the owners of the circuit because it's believed to be haunted. After the 1968 Japanese Grand Prix, a driver was killed on that banking, and it's left there as a memorial because they don't feel too happy about removing it because they feel it might upset the spirits, and they want to leave the banking intact. So it's a very interesting little reason for remaining. I think it's quite charming, and it's quite beautiful down there, especially early in the morning. And there's going to be some nice photos coming out from that, and I think we might get Periscope guy down there on the banking later on with some of the tuner cars, which are being invited for the very first time, actually, onto the old banking at FUJI Speedway. As we're still getting more and more. It seems to be the further back your micro is in this field, the more modifications they have on it. There is a very cool micro just towards the back of the field. In fact, it's right towards, it's about the middle of the field, actually, looking at how many are still to come. But there is a very cool one that looks almost rally spec, and I'd love to see like a full-on rally micro once again. They were great back in their day, and I'd love to see them again. The old ice racing cars as well, they were fantastic to see. I wonder though, I wonder part of the ballot system must have been that you must have a white car, a black car, or a red car. Because other colours are available in the Nissan range. I was at the Nissan HQ a few days ago, and a lot of the cars were in this lovely new burnt orange colour, which seems to be the flavour of the month here at Nissan. And here comes the first response vehicle at the back of the field, coming past my pit position. You can't see that on the screen, but you will see it shortly. And that has come straight from the Super GT Championship, so its last use was out in Motegi, recovering very broken BMWs, if I remember rightly. But there you go, lots and lots of white painted Nismo cars in the beautiful countryside here around FUJI Speedway. Famous for its hot springs, and I can tell you, they really smell very strongly of sulphur, those hot springs. It is like, if you've never smelt sulphur, it's a bit like rotten eggs. The reason for that strong smell is all around this area are these onsen. They're sort of a natural hot spring that people go and sit and bathe in, the ones that are safe to do so. And they're kept hot because it's a very volcanically and geologically active area around here at FUJI Speedway. Mount Fuji itself is a highly active volcano and could erupt any moment, which would be a shame because we haven't got to the really cool cars yet. So we're having a look at the comments. Razor AMG wants a new 240 SX, please. I think you need to change your Twitter handle, your YouTube handle, away from AMG if you're going to try and tell or suggest to Nismo things to do. But I agree, that would be a good move. And Daniel Bridge suggests the first response vehicle FRO is a Stagia. I don't think it is, actually. Schwanzel Stock says, this reminds me of a race early in the 1980s where only Mercedes drivers were all F1 drivers. The drivers were, it was a one-make race event. So, this would be quite cool, actually, if you put all this sort of up-and-coming drivers in it. But you'll see something a bit like that later on in the Nismo Grand Prix, so stay tuned for that one. Taz Zaig, good to see you, Super GT regular, says that R33 is sexy. There's some sexy R33s out there. There's a lot of sexy cars out there. Awful lot of them. And everybody seems to like this R33. This is the car of the... So you're picking... Are you all on the group plumping for that R33? Now, they need to pan this camera back and show us, not the flags necessarily, there are lots of flags going on there. Look, they're Calsonic, they're blue car fans. We need to pan back and see some of these micros. There's some really cool micros further back in the field. Not these ones, though. The white ones further back, even further back. 150 of these cars out here. I'm not surprised it took so long to do the demo yesterday. Mouse Racing. See, Mouse Racing's got it right. Micro power. Jeremy C says, I wonder what kind of power they can get out of that 1.6 dual overhead cam in the Micra. I actually think it's quite an interesting question, because if you think the old Nissan Zeod engine was a 1.3, if I remember, and that was kicking out the best part of 500 brake horsepower off the top of my head. So, yeah, I think you could get an awful lot of power. A 1.6 litre engine is what you can run in the World Rallycross Championship, and some of those are pushing up towards 550, 600 brake horsepower. I mean, they obviously can't do it too long, but they do it. So you could get a pretty spicy Micra going on. And I do remember RML also did build I think it was a V6 mid-engined Micra at one point, and that car is still in running condition and lives somewhere in the UK and is operational. It's owned by Nissan and RML still. but it could still be brought out and run. And maybe we need to do something on Nismo TV News with that, actually. Good thought. Wild Micros, the world's fastest micro. That would be a great show. Ku Lee says that red GT-R Nismo in front looks like it's got the N-Attack package on. Good spot, it does. And Will Parkinson asks, is the 2017 GT500 running today? Be nice if it was, wouldn't it, Will? Be very nice. Zyke says he can't see any R34s. I haven't seen any either, actually. There's a lot in the car park. We followed one in, actually, this morning. Matt Guest asks, am I just living in Japan now? It seems like I'm there all the time now. I'm not. I live in Hertfordshire in England, and I'm going to be there next week for Christmas. So no, I don't live in Japan. I just seem to spend an awful lot of time here. You're right. I just really like the food. What time? Maz says, what time does the race start? We've actually got 3 full races, Maz, today, and the first of the races will start at about 11:40 local time, so a little while from now, and then there's a few more races after that. But to be honest, the first really high performance action, non-production car driven action, starts in about 20 minutes time, and that is the beginning of the circuit safari and free practice session. And that, to be honest, I think you might find that really steals the show for the day, because you see the cars you're going to see in that session are amazing. I can tell you that right now. But you're right, yeah, a lot of you are saying there's a lack of R32 and R34s. I think you might be right. But there are 30,000 people or more in the grandstands. They're all still coming in. I can see them at the moment. I can see down to the car parks, and we'll hopefully be bringing you some footage of what's going on in the car parks today. I've got a whole set of notes, but I'm not entirely sure the schedule's accurate. But we will have some footage. If we don't get it in the live coverage, we'll certainly be putting it up in Nismo TV News later in the week. But we are going to go out and film some of the owners and some of the owner cars, and that's going to include the rather wonderful Calsonic Super GT Micra. Oh yeah, that is a car that is here. I've seen it, I know the owner, and we're going to go and maybe do some filming with that later on. 11 asks, will there be a demolition derby? I think it might be called the Z Cup, and that's coming up in not too long. So those cars look quite racy, and they're not too tough about coming back. Well, they're not backwards and coming forwards and going into each other. So it's quite a lot. So hit subscribe if you like this sort of stuff, because there's going to be a lot more of it coming up. Robert E. Lee asks, how much faster do you expect next year's GT500 to be compared to this year? Actually slower. The new GT500 is going to be slower on most circuits in time of lap time. However, here at FUJI Speedway, it's going to be quicker down the straight. So the overall time difference may not be that big, but they're going to be much harder to drive in the corners. Micros, there you go. Much harder to drive in the corners, but much faster in a straight line. So it's going to be an interesting one to see. And of course, the power, because it's open development in the engines, the power will be increased incrementally. So they'll be a bit more powerful in 2017. Bit less drag, but quite a lot less aerodynamic grip, so it makes a big difference. And are these cars coming back to me, because I see them past the pit line, or is that just the back of the field still going down to turn 1? I think it is. And there's so many R35s there. Jeremy C, the Z Cup is going to be a lively race, I can tell you that. So, yeah, Robert E. Lee, the racing should be more exciting in 2017. Now, I had a good look around that car late last night. I was given special access to the 2017 GT500 car as those GT-R Nismos peel off back into their holding area. They've got a special car park for all these cars. All the cars you see in the Nismo Festival, with the exception of the GT-R MY 2017 GT500, which is here, but it was here for testing and not necessarily part of the festival. They are contemplating showing it, but every other car, and many others that you haven't actually seen on track and sadly won't show up. Some of the Group 5 cars are here, but they're not going to be running on track. They are all on public display, and you can get really up close and look around these cars, and they're all in the as-raced condition. They're not that over-restored stuff you quite often see at Goodwood and stuff like that. These cars look thrashed, bashed, and used. They are proper race cars. I was crawling around one of the Group C cockpits yesterday, and it looks like you're out of something from Back to the Future, so we'll be having a look at that. We'll be taking a big in-depth look at every single one of the legendary cars in this event, over the next few days and during this show as well. Schwanzelstock says Datsun Nissan. Datsun and Nissan are the same company, and we were talking about the naming of the two companies, and it's quite an interesting story. It's better told on Wikipedia, but that was originally the owners and founders of the company that eventually became, with Prince and a few others, the Nissan Motor Company. Just having a look at some of the other events. John Deadman says, I never owned a Nissan. Why not? He regrets not buying a Sentra SER way back when. That would have been a really cool car, actually. It's Nissan Sentra SER. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I could see myself rolling around in one of those. Nicole Rido, any chance of seeing the upcoming IMSA Nissan DPI? And this is the new prototype car that will be racing under the Nissan banner in the United States next year in the IMSA Championship. That car is actually a customer car, so it's a privately entered and privately operated car, not a works car, though it does use a work-supplied GT-R V6 engine from the GT3 car. That car will not be here because, as far as I know, they haven't finished building it yet. I haven't seen any photos come over from the States of that Nissan-bodied Ligier chassis yet, but it may be testing later this week at Daytona or Sebring. There are some tests going on over in the States this week, and so it may be that car makes its appearance there. It's certainly not here at Nismo Festival. That's not to say there isn't a Le Mans theme going on. We will see some great Le Mans cars from the history of Nismo here today, I can tell you that. Robert Ely said he's driven a 2006 Altima 2.5 SL. He said it's very, very, very peppy sedan for the time. Try the V8 version they have in Australia. Any news about the 2017 GT-R and Antonis? I hope I got that right. Antonis Kaspalis asked, any news about the 2017 GT-R GT3? I think with the way the homologation works, it pretty much carries through from 2016, actually. I don't think it's a particularly new version for next year. It'll be a minor update, if anything. I've been down at the facility where they manufacture them, and it's not... I haven't seen anything drastically new for next year. And here come all the Nissan Micras. You know, I honestly would prefer to own, and I know it's kind of heresy to say the Nismo Festival in some ways, but I would prefer to own a Micra Nismo than a GT-R. I would like a slightly more extreme version of the Micra than is currently available, but I know there is a new Micra coming in 2017 production car, and it'll be very interesting to see the way that Nismo takes that car. I've got no insight on that, but it does probably mean there's going to be a new Micra Cup car, so for starters that's interesting. And I think the response to the Micra Cup in Canada has been so huge across the world, basically everybody saying we want the Micra Cup to come here, that there may be some sort of Micra Cup global challenge or something like that. Nothing announced yet, but there are suggestions that there might be a lot more Micra Cup going on. I hope so, because if you follow this channel regularly, you'll know I'm a big fan of the Micra Cup. And you can tune in and watch some of those onboards and races here on Nismo TV. So hit subscribe, and we will be bringing you quite a lot of race coverage from next year. And there's going to be some announcements about our coverage plans for 2017, possibly today in this show. I'm not sure myself. I know to an extent what some of the plans are, but I know what they hope to do. It's not all announced yet, but it's going to be worth hitting subscribe, because there is going to be some really good stuff. I keep promising this great stuff. We're just getting these cars out the way, and I can hear in the background, down the pit garages beneath us, the warming up of the engines for the free practice session, and there is going to be some good cars. But first I've got to get these buses out of the way. And I tell you what, sitting on a bus on a racetrack, it's a very strange experience. Drink. So Zyg said he would own the Nissan Nismo Micra or the Pulsar over an M2 or an RS Focus. There's actually an RS Focus, a guy who owns I'm a bit of a fan of the RS Focus, to be honest. There's one that's parked outside my house, and it's painted the most horrible colour. My neighbours has got one, it's bright green, and it makes an absolute racket, which is wonderful, but I would like to do something like make that sort of racket, and perhaps not have the bright green, but a really extreme like Nissan Micra would be absolutely fantastic. Pulsar would be good as well. Jeremy says a microcut with trackside cameras would be great for next year. I completely agree, Jeremy. That would be really, really great. Maz is absolutely right with that. I quite like his little logo as well. There's 300 of you watching, and actually it's a higher figure because that's only what it shows on YouTube's stream, and only 73 likes. We need some more likes. Likes are good, subscribes are better. Hit subscribe if you haven't done already. Is anyone on the chat not subscribed? Because you can kind of kick subscribe now and then not, but do hit subscribe. Nicole Rido is asking for... That's a good idea. The fact that it's not on the plan doesn't mean it shouldn't be on the plan, and it wouldn't be too difficult to do. Nicole Rido is suggesting for broadcast of the Super Taikyu Championship, which is a Japanese GT championship, or GT and touring cars mixed together with rules that I don't fully understand, but just think of the Nürburgring 24-hour rules, then add more Japanese to it, and it's kind of that. Yeah, that would be a good series to have on. There's a lot of good races. I'm going to suggest that. I'm going to suggest that later today, in fact. So we will see that. John Deadman said he'd buy his wife a Nismo Duke. Buy one for yourself, John. It's a really good car. And he says she likes the Barstool Tool vehicles for some reason. The Duke isn't. It looks taller than it actually. I mean, I've driven that, and I've driven the Duke R as well, the really extreme version. And whilst the Duke R is a wonderful, it doesn't feel ungainly high, the Duke. It feels just quite nice to sit. It's just right. I think any higher it would be a problem, but it is as it sits. I think it's just a sort of right crossover sort of car. It's quite nice. So Zevo X Gaming, did you miss anything? You just joined the stream. Yeah, late. What you've missed is quite a lot of lovely micro variants of the production cars being paraded around. But what you've tuned in at just the right time, because coming up in not too long after a short ad break, we will get the Circuit Safari and the free practice session taking place. Now, do stay tuned for the Circuit Safari. It's just bizarre. As far as I know, this is the first time in the world that a Circuit Safari session has been live streamed and shown live anywhere, actually, in English. I'm not sure it's even shown live in Japan as part of the Super GT coverage. So this could be the first ever live coverage of a Circuit Safari session. So do stay tuned for that. And it sounds a slightly odd concept, but really just watch it because it is wonderfully weird. Wonderfully weird. And the cars taking part in this one, you will not believe what they've got coming out. It is legendary. Literally. Cooley asks, what's the Japanese spec on the Note Nismo? I don't know, actually, Cooley. We'll find that one out for you. I might have some spec sheets here in my driver pack, actually. I'm going to refer to that. We've got a lot of notes, but it's all written in the schedule we've got. And actually, you can see the schedule on the description, which I haven't actually looked at the description, because it's off the bottom of my screen. So there you go. You have the schedule of races coming up, and just have a look at the description if you want to know what's coming up and when it's coming up. I am now currently trying to find for you the spec of that production car, and I can't find it. But we will get that answer for you, Cooley. Kevin asks, are we going to cover the 24 hours of Daytona and the 24 hours of Le Mans? I want to do both. I really want to do both. Le Mans, well, I'm definitely at Le Mans. Le Mans will be on Radio Le Mans as always, Radio Show Limited. That's part of the every year, so I'll be definitely doing that. And I'm not sure what Nismo's involvement's going to be at Le Mans. I'm not sure there's going to be too much because with LMP2 having switched away from the VK45DE engine to the new Gibson spec engine, it's not really a Nismo involvement in Le Mans in 2017. However, as we know, there is Nismo involvement in the IMSA series and the Rolex 24 at Daytona next year. So I'm not saying that's a no, it's a maybe, and I don't know the answer to that, so it would be really good to find out the answer to that one. Keep asking that question about the Daytona 24 hours today, and we will try and get you a definitive answer. I'd like to know the answer. Quite fancy a trip to Florida in January. Darcy McKay asked, is the 2017 Nismo catalogue out yet? Yes, it is, Darcy. It's in Japanese. So that's probably not very helpful for you, and I'm not sure what the difference is between the Japanese catalogue and the non-Japanese catalogue, but I suspect there's probably a lot more in the Japanese catalogue. Now, can you hear that in the background? Can you hear that noise? Turn it up, Aid. This is what's coming. That sound just gives you a hint. So, questions still coming in as we hear those engines being warmed up. Robert Henderson asks, should DPI run at Le Mans? Robert, I think absolutely they should. I think it's an absolute tragedy and travesty that the ACO are not allowing those cars to run at Le Mans, and I dislike intensely the one-engine formula that they've adopted for LMP2. I think it's a real shame for the sport, and particularly for engineers, it just takes away from what is the spirit of Le Mans. And I think that's one of the things that make Le Mans such a great race, is the open technology, the open engineering. And so, yeah, DPI, absolutely. The cars look amazing, the ones we've seen so far. They absolutely should be allowed to race at Le Mans. So that was a definitive answer for you. Jeremy C, you must learn Japanese to read Nismo catalogues. Good tip if you want to read anything Japanese, like even the Japanese media. Get it on your computer, scan the page in, and then search for a decent translator. And if you Google decent Japanese to English translator, there are a few out there that can let you get enough information out of the Japanese text back to English, and particularly for a catalogue, it should work really well. Sam Salih, I agree, you do hear some good engines out there. Zyke says you can hear a beast. It's not the beast you think it is, Zyke. This is something very unexpected. Robert E. Lee says, should we expect the R381? I heard a restored V12 was mentioned. Well, the R381, Bob, was a V8 engined car, so it's probably not that car. Paul Fabich asks, he nearly bought the whole RB26 DETT setup, including transmissions, axles, brakes, all-wheel drive for 5,000. I don't know what currency, but 5,000 in any currency is pretty cheap for that lot. What would you put that in, though? You put that in a micro. He wanted to put it into a 350Z. That would have been a brilliant idea. Sherwin 0949, and that's the rest of his phone number probably, says, what car is that that's coming up? Well, just stay tuned, Sherwin. We're going to show you what car it is. I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to show you what's coming out. Bernie 343 says it's a helicopter name. Mine's flying away, so I've got to get a taxi away. Mr. Howan asked for the R390. Be nice to see that, wouldn't it? No, yeah, I like this conversation. Now, the Irish Saviour's got the right conversation going on. He's talking about how your tuning mods going in for different versions, different engines. Personally, I'd like a VK45DE in a micro, mid-engined, rear-wheel drive micro. Jeremy C says, how many cylinders is that revving engine? He wants to say 8. Well, Jeremy, what I can tell you is in this session there will be 4-cylinder engines, 6-cylinder engines, 8-cylinder engines, and some others. There you go. I think the VK, Mr. Hound says the VK swap might be fun too. I think it is fun. Jeremy C's nailed it. Jeremy C, you're absolutely right. The Resort 53 bus, that should be your engine swap. A couple of those VK45DEs in the back of one of these Circuit Safari buses, and the Hino Salina, as these buses are called, will be out running the GT500s down the straight. Ryan says, imagine a Clio V6 setup, but a micro. Ryan, you're missing out. Type in if you Google RML Clio V6, it's been built. It exists. It's a real thing. There is a running car. There is a V6 mid-engine micro in existence. I think there's a few of them. Rick Quintarella, or nearly Quintanilla, says he's been to Zama twice. I've never been to Zama once. I'm jealous. In 2008 and 2012. So he loves being able to see the cars on track and seeing them there. So it's very good. We're just going over to one of the advertising breaks, as you can probably see on the screen now, because I think we haven't quite cut away to me. Oh, there we are. At 9:30 it was telling us, and that is the beginning of this free practice and Circuit Safari session. And that's where the special metal that you were hearing warm up gets going. Now, in about 15 minutes, I'm going to have to pass over to, I'm not sure, it might end up having to be Aid, because there's nobody else here in the studio now. We've been left to it, because they all ran away, didn't they? but I have to go and get a taxi somewhere, so we'll hear more about that later. But it will be an interesting one. So out on track at the moment, you're not missing anything. They're just prepping the track after that parade run for all of those Nismo production cars, and you will see them. Now, what's making that noise? Now, if you're listening to this stream, you're sometimes getting the engine noise. Now, some of the microphones you can hear the sounds through are with us in the studio. Some of them are in the pit lane, and some of them, as you can hear in the background, are somewhere else in the race circuit. So you can hear the Japanese course officials sort of beginning to set things up and talk to each other on the radio. And, well, there's something single cylinder running around. I don't know what that was. So it's going to be an interesting session coming up. Darcy McKay says, what is the temperature here? It looks like a great track day. Darcy, it's freezing here. And when I say freezing, it is only a few degrees above 0 centigrade. It is very, very cold. We're up in the mountains. There is snow across Mount Fuji, and it looks lovely up there. But, yeah, it is cold. So yeah, we can hear the cars beginning to rev up, and the session is about to get underway here at FUJI Speedway. You can hear, now that sound you can hear in the background is a 2016 GT500 car. It's very distinctive, but that's not all that is running. So I'm going to stay quiet and just listen to this, what's coming up. Buses are setting off down the pit lane. Now it'll be interesting to see what the first car we see on camera is going to be. And it will be fascinating. That sounds good. They sound good, don't they? And because I know what's out there, I know what's coming, you are going to get a surprise. This is going to be fantastic. And now we're going to be back to the live footage of what's on track. This is, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps one of the strangest things you're ever going to see on a racetrack. This, well, is two Japanese men sat in a room. That's not what we really want. It's his circuit safari just getting underway. That's the sound you can hear. And, well, the last of the buses. Now, on each of these buses, there is a professional race driver talking to the spectators in the bus about what they're seeing and what's going on around them. And that is what you're seeing on track right now. There you go. This is Circuit Safari. So the buses and the competition cars are out on track. And just have a look behind the bus there. There is a real special bit of Nissan history. And here is, I think there you go, that's the Australian GT3 car you're seeing on track. And these guys are not hanging around, they are going for lap times. They are going for speed because they're using this as a qualifying run for the Nismo Grand Prix, which takes place later today, and we'll have live footage. That was the Cherry Coupe 12,000 X1 from the 1973 Japanese Grand Prix that was running around you just saw. And there is a Circuit Safari bus. Hiding behind that, you can see a GT3 car warming his tyres behind a bus. And these buses are absolutely packed with racing fans. They've all paid 3,000 yen, which isn't a huge amount of money, to go and sit out on these buses. It sold out weeks ago to get onto this. As you can see, we've got GT3 cars, GT500 cars, historic GT500 cars running out there on track. And as the circuit camera is seen, there's Pink Zilla. For those who follow the Super GT Championship, that is a regular in the Super GT field, and now we get road cars out in the Circuit Safari. That didn't happen in the rehearsal, so we've now got race cars, GT500, GT300, GT4, road cars, buses. This car we've got on camera now, the Endless, number 3 Endless car, is from Super Taikyu. That is Pink Zilla's sister car. We call it Blue Zilla. There's the Cherry, number 18 car. Lovely wobbly camera footage of that. Here we get the number 23 car. It's a Fairlady 240ZG. So that is going to be running out there on track. So now, some of you said that was your favourite car. We're going to see that. Now, Pinkzilla, if you haven't known, I mentioned that, I'm going to be posting some pictures later today. I had an up-and-close personal experience with Pinkzilla, but at the moment, we're seeing the Endless car, which is its brother, Bluezilla. There now, coming out of the pit lane, is the 2016 Nissan GT-R GT500, the MOTUL overtake car. That's the 4-cylinder engined car, the NR20A engine, about 700 brake horsepower in that. Not nearly as much as there is in the 240ZG. Now, this isn't any 240ZG. This is the HS30, which is an ex-test car fitted with a 2.9-litre LY28 crossflow engine behind the what they call the Aerodyna nose. So it's quite an unusual man. Oh, look, I need a hat like that. There's a guy on the camera in the studio. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, where is my hat and sunglasses? This is what you were talking about here. I want hat and sunglasses for that. I need that. That's brilliant. Where's my sunglasses? And so we've got some other great cars coming out. You can't see them. I mean, Pinkzilla's just going past my position here. Now, the white flags are flying as they go around because the marshals, with the amount of weird stuff that's going around on track now, because the speed differential, as you can imagine, between the 1973 Datsun Cherry Coupe and a 2016 GT500 and some road cars and coaches is substantial. Absolutely substantial speed differential going on there, and the bus drivers have got a job of work to do. We've got the Z Cup cars and I think some drift cars going out, and that's a Serena. That's the Nismo Serena doing laps. The Nismo Serena, there you go. That is the car we are travelling to and from the track to the hotel in, and there you go. It is out on track, and it's keeping up with some of the faster machines. But look, there you see in the background, that's the old Japanese Touring Car Championship Calsonic, one of the original blue cars. That is the 1990 car, but the R32 from the Group A era, and that, I think, won 4 championships on the trot and endless victories. It was pretty much unbeatable. But a Nissan Serena Nismo, I mean, that's amazing. And I don't know if we've got, I'm just trying to look over my shoulder, we do have lap times. We will get some lap times for you from this session at some point, though I don't think the Nissan Serena has a transponder on it. There is the S-Road Mola GT-R, and you can see the back end of that car twitching around a bit because it's so cold, the track temperature is so low, the tyres aren't really working too well. But here you see one of the real things of Circuit Safari. That is one of the that's the Chinese, Hong Kong-based team, Chinese GT Championship GT3 spec car passing by the coach there. There's Pinkzilla with one of the Z cars, and there's a bus. And a lot of the cars slow down and have a wave to the spectators on the bus. So if you are want to experience what it's like taking part in Circuit Safari, if you head over to Facebook Live and particularly Periscope and at Nismo on Periscope, we actually have a chap on one of these buses or waiting to go on one of these buses, live periscoping this, and look at that, going down the start-finish straight. Yes Road Mola GT-R GT500 from 2016, a car that won races, having a very low-speed drag race with a bus, and then nails it off the line, gets sideways. I'm not sure who's in that car. It might be Chio behind the wheel of that, I think, at the moment. All the legend drivers, the drivers are basically swapping around between these cars quite a lot, so it's quite hard to keep up with who's in what car. And other drivers are still at full speed. And I'm just keeping an eye on the clock. In about 5 minutes' time, I'm going to have to get up and go and get this taxi, and then I'll have a chat with you after that when I get back, after my quick little dose on my quickly. Rabin, Periscope guy, he's already gone and caught the bus to where we're going, so he will be periscoping us on the bus. And there's the Serena. I just love this. I didn't know they were going to do that. But look at the speed, look at this. This is one of the strangest sights, as I say. I mean, why this should be streamed. Every series should have this. You should do this at Le Mans, middle of the race. Just send up some coaches. They're absolutely fantastic. And I can see you guys are silly tuning in. Nicole Rido saying this is mega. Nicole, it is absolutely fantastic. This. And look, there you go. And I think that is, no, it can't be Chio at the wheel of the S-Road Mola GT-R because Chio's on the bus. Chio is standing on the bus with a little microphone giving a little talk to all the people on the bus about where they're going. And the bus is going absolutely flat out down the straight, whereas the GT500 cars are doing 300 plus kph. The bus is doing about 100 and really, you know. And the Serena is in for a change of, I think there's fans going out in that Nissan Serena. So it's not a 7-seater, it's a 6-seater, isn't it? It's a very slightly odd layout inside, but it kind of works. And there is a bit of the old Nismo heritage, one of the older GT500 cars out on track. I think Michael Crum is in that one, but I'm not sure. Oh, she's got a really natty orange helmet, that's quite cool. Girlie's just got out of the, is it the Duke? Or the Note? I think it's the Duke. No, it's a Micro. Oh, that old GT500 car, you just heard it rumbling past the pits in the background. It just looks so out of place. Look at the size difference between the little cherry coupe there and the bus. And in this session, we're still going to see some more legendary cars coming up. Paul... Andrew Cooksley, don't think you've ever laughed so much about a practice session. This is amazing. Well, there's more of this amazing stuff coming up because, as you can see, there are just people getting in the passenger seats of these cars as well. Pink Zilla's coming in now for a bit of Fettel setup change as the GT.net sponsored GT-R GT3 comes past with the 2016. And now have a look. Yep, this is Jan Mardenborough, I think, at the wheel of the old R92CP, which is the car that won the Fuji 1,000 kilometres, but not the Le Mans 24 hours. Didn't finish the Le Mans 24 hours, and that was setting off. And there you go. There are just people just getting in the passenger seats of some of these set cars. And yeah, that number one car has just streaked past the start-finish line for me. That's the old Hoshino Suzuki car from back in there. It won 3 wins of the 1992 All Japan Sports Prototype Championship, including that famous Fuji 1,000 kilometre win as well. So we have Group C cars out on track with GT500s and GT300s and GT4 cars and historic cars and road cars and a van and some buses, which is very strange. We need, there's 377 of you watching this and only 118 of you have hit like. Come on, you must all be liking this. This is amazing. And we've got the Bumblebee GT300 car coming in the pits, as well as, I haven't seen that on the track, the number 22, that's one of the old GT500 cars coming in, as you are seeing the 2016 MOTUL Overtake GT-R from the Super GT Championship, and now a Japanese man with an amazing hat and sunglasses. That is a brilliant look. I love that look. That's absolutely fantastic. And now we've got a Japanese man down in the pit garages, and I can't tell you what he's saying. The cars you see behind him are just on static display, sadly, because you've got a lovely Group 5 car in the background. There it is. And these cars are not scheduled to be running, but I saw some of the drivers hankering after getting them fired up. Well, I don't see any of the equipment to see any of those two things running, those old Group C style cars getting out there, but these cars are capable of running, but they're just not running right now. And I think Periscope Guy is there waving at the camera to us in the background. So Periscope Guy will be out on the bus a little bit later. So that will be very good. Someone did a random dislike. Oh, come on. How can you not like this? Oh, you want to see more of the cars that are running. Maybe you dislike it because these cars aren't running. Okay, I can see that. I can see why you dislike not seeing these things run, but really, actually, I think you quite want to see a lot more on track. So we do have a second camera, so you've got this fixed camera on the pit lane, so you can see the cars whizzing past down the straight. But it's still quite nice to see what's in the pit garage, so you can manually switch over to the other camera with some out-of-focus spectators on it. And the first batch of buses are returning to pick up their next set of passengers. And that's probably my cue to go and hop in my taxi, my Uber, which will be waiting outside. So hit up on Periscope, on Facebook Live as well, Periscope at Nismo, and we're going to be live from on the buses. So it's Nismo TV does on the buses, so it's going to be great. I'm not going to be taking part in that. I have to go and hop into taxi. So we're just going to have real sound, so you can hear these amazing sounds for a little bit. I'll be back in a little while.
さん、そして、飛び入りのゲストですね、特別にお越しいただきました。あと西野さんでした。
企画の仕事を、担当してたんですけど、当時Z33 が、開始になって、Z33 って、スポーツカーとして、非常にいい素性があって、Z33 で、なんかいろんなことができないかなっていうことを考える中で、例えば、企画したり、車の企画をしたり、あと一方で、ハードとソフト両方を
Hello everybody, I'm back in the studios. You can probably see after a quick taxi ride out around FUJI Speedway with Suga Matsuda in a 2013 GT500 car, and I tell you what, it's quite quick. It's quite quick. There'll be a video of it probably going up, or his laps going up. What I will tell you is, I've been in a lot of cars over time, pretty big fast cars, been around the high banks at Daytona Speedway, he would have been in the race-winning car. This GT500 car, bear in mind this is a car that's slightly slower than the current spec cars. The cornering forces they generate are something quite incredible. But more on that later. Coming up now on the track, you have the Z Cup race getting ready to go. This is a rolling start race, I believe. I'm just looking to check my details on that. It's over there. Looking at the one bit of paper. Still a bit buzzed from that GT500 run. And that is something you as the public can actually do. If you get in early and pay your money, well, it is, we'll find that one out for you. But it is something the public can pay to do. And there were some guys who've done it. I tell you, that is something, that is a life experience. That is bucket list number one if you like this sort of racing. And if you don't like this sort of racing, you don't like motor racing. This is a standing start race for the Z Cup. I'm told there'll be one formation lap, so we're watching at, and then there'll be a 5-lap race in theory with a slowdown. So it might only just be a 5-lap shootout. So these guys are really going to go at it. My eyes are on that yellow one. It's the most modified car out there. There doesn't seem to be too much in the way of technical regulations, because you've got basically anything that's a Z race, and they're all in different states of tuning. In fact, I'm not entirely convinced some of the ones at the back of the road cage or not. They must do, but I didn't see any. The grid was determined, the grid order was determined earlier this morning, just before the circuit safari run, with the acting as qualifying. But some of these cars, particularly those towards the back, are essentially just standard road cars with just racing seats, harnesses, and I'm assuming a roll cage, but I can't actually see them, and I had a good look at the cars earlier on. Whereas at the front, they're a bit more tuned, a bit more modified, but it'll be quite an interesting race to see how this all pans out. Hopefully I'll be able to take you through most of it, but we will be going out to have a look behind the main grandstand in a little while. Periscope guys obviously been back to have a look and talk about a few things, and we'll be looking at some of the interesting tuner cars that you're going to be able to find out there on the track. That's why I'm wearing another microphone. So yeah, that was a hell of an experience, I have to say, guys. And yeah, so people, if you can't hear me, maybe it's because I'm talking a bit quietly, because I was trying to talk around the lap as we were going, and obviously it's extraordinarily loud in that GT500 car, so I was just screaming to the microphone. It's probably me just talking quietly, so I will speak up on that one. So, speaking human, can you tell us more about yourself? I am, I thought that was covered off. My name's Sam. I work for a magazine called Race Car Engineering, but I'm also one of the English language commentators from Radio Show Limited for the Super GT Championship. And I like Japanese food, so I'm here in FUJI Speedway to tell you all about what's going on here at Nismo Festival. I'm also in regularly on something called Nismo TV News, which is on this very channel, so hit subscribe and have a watch of that, because we give you a real insight behind the scenes of what goes on in the world of Nismo. I'm slightly disappointed that the man with the wonderful hat and sunglasses has disappeared, because I felt massively outposed by him, and I thought he was brilliant, so we want that guy better. So the Z Challenge race getting ready to get going. They're just gridding up on the start-finish line. I know you can't see that right now, but if you can see it on we've got various camera options, and one of them is of that. So we'll just take you through the beginning of that race, I think, and then we will hand over to perhaps Periscope guy might take in to have a chat about what's going on in the Z Cup race, while we go and have a look at what's in the car park while watching the Z Cup race somewhere cooler and rather less calmer than the recent environment I was in. I was slightly lucky with that GT500 run as well, because it took a little bit of time to get the cameras set up. We ended up overrunning the session, delaying this Z Cup race, which they kept back for us just to have a couple of laps in that car. And inside that cockpit, there is no space at all. Everything's got carbon fibre. There's a switch or a button or a knob, and you just basically have to keep your hands to yourself. And, I was happy to do that because we were just going so quickly. That is absolutely astonishing. And so Z Cup, this is where you start. And look at that, the yellow one, most modified car of all. Can't give you great tech specs on that car at the moment, other than they've obviously done a lot of work on it. And here's some of the things that you see with the Nismo Festival, one of the big themes of it this year. The guys are talking about getting the young people involved in Nissan and Nismo, and actually they're getting a lot of the young children, as we see here, this little girl, they're taking the role of a lot of the officials. So I think you'll find that the 3-minute board there is going to be held, rather than by a race queen or a boring official, it's going to be held by a kid, and I think that's quite a wonderful thing to do. It's really starting the addiction early, but she's going to be clearly accompanied by the usual race queens out there. Race queens are something unique to Japan. And here is that little girl. That's a hell of an experience for her in front of a whole grid of these Z cars. And actually, I think it's going to be the same process for the start of the Nismo Grand Prix as well. So there'll be some very lucky young local Japanese child who will be starting the Nismo Grand Prix, holding the boards up, and that will be a hell of an experience for them. Here at FUJI Speedway, the local schools get quite involved with all the activities that go on at the track. So you come to the WEC race, and all the school kids come along and say hello to the teams, and the drivers all say hello. And have a look through the grid. So there is the second place car. That's the slightly less modified silver Z. If you notice, there's little stickers in the window. That's an RS2 class car, whereas the one in front was an RS1. Now they've got an RS3 class car there in third position, and that, I think, is essentially a standard road car. And there's another RS2. So clearly the car classes are not entirely totally divided by speed, because obviously there's an RS3 ahead of an RS2 and another RS2. So that RS3 is obviously very well driven, or it's not really. The technical regulations, as I say, in this series are a little bit of a bafflement to me, so we'll just go with it. And there's another RS2. There are some more RS3s. I don't know if there's any more RS1 cars in this entry. We don't have a complete entry list in English. We do have entry lists in Japanese. So we do have about 6 or 7 RS1 cars according to this. And all I can tell you is which number and which class they're in. And some of them I can give you a name of the cars, but not all of them because it's written in Japanese. But there you go, 2 3-minute boards. Does that make it 33 minutes or 3 minutes? Interesting one. Rear wings there, aftermarket options. Big thing here for Nismo. It's something you can go to the Nismo factory and get your bits and pieces. Different option of the rear wing there on the RS2 car. On the Fair Lady Z. It's Z, not Z, in case you're wondering. I say so because I'm English. And there's another RS1. So I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's the different models of the car types. No, just looking at the entries, it's certainly not that. So we really haven't got much information on these cars, but once the racing gets going, we'll certainly have all of that. And it's going to be a real shootout over these 5 laps, and that's what my paperwork is telling me. It's going to be a 5-lap race. We may get an extra lap because they aren't sticking particularly strictly to the rules on the things they're doing in this Nismo Fest. So, and I think you'll see that more later on in the Nismo Grand Prix. That's an RSA car. There you go. That's a different class. So they don't get to 4, they get RSA instead. And there's 2 of those RSA cars. RS1s, RS3s. Have a look at the door number on that. Held on with a bit of gaffer tape, but you can see that door number's had a little bit of action. So, and I think that's what's going to come up. Bit of close racing. This is not going to be a procession. These guys, I think, are intending to really go for it on the opening laps of this race. There's a mix of the different Z car because of the 2 types of car. They're not all 370s, there's some 350s out there. And as far as we can gather from the regulations, it just seems to be a 350Z or a 370Z. And that seems to be it. That there's some of them in various exact trims. So you've got as Fair Lady versions, a Z34 Ver Nismo, you've got a Z Nismo, 380 RSZ, and they all come in slightly different trim levels and tune levels. So that's why it's a bit of a shootout race. This is not a points race for this championship. That championship's been resolved. Not sure who won it. Somebody Japanese probably. And there's two more boards. The little girl doing a great job there. The 1 minute board showing. 30-second board is going to be the next one to show. Race Queen and Little Girl up once more. Oh, just Race Queen for 30. No Little Girl for that one. Just a Race Queen. And she shows the 30-second board. Quite happy with herself. There you go. And the chap behind, I don't know if that's just a paying spectator or he just likes filming Race Queens, but there you go. And this car is it's from the Omori factory. I'm not entirely sure that's correct, but I'll say we don't have much commentator information on this championship. The organisers haven't deigned to give us that, so we will find out what should be good. But it will be, yes, ready the launch control, standing start coming up. Now, yeah, why is the safety car there? Is that... right, this makes sense. So that was the rolling out lap, so that was what we saw earlier as far as I understand. Was it's not a rolling start, so the safety car will do this lap, go around, and the safety car will come into the pit lane. The cars will then all stop on the start finish line, and then the race will start as a standard standing start. But it would be fun if the GT-R joined in, wouldn't it? John Deadman, some more tortoise basically. I'm going to call you Tortoise, Tom. Why does nobody else have race queens? Well, a lot of parts of the world aren't entirely sure it's the right attitude to take, but this is Japan and it's a different culture, and a lot of Asia actually has race queens. You see race queens in Thailand and Malaysia, and it's quite an Asian culture thing to have the whole race queen scene. I think Brazil and South America, some of those areas also have race queens as well, and certainly the little amount of motorsport in Africa. You see the African version of race queens, race princesses they probably call themselves. Lionesses, that'd be a good one. And Sherwin090497 asks, he's new to this, what's the difference to RS1, RS2, RS3, and actually RSA? The answer being, I think it's something to do with the level of modification, but I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't seem to make any difference to the pace of the cars, and it doesn't seem to have any relationship to the model of car that you're using, so I don't know. We're all new to this Z Cup as well. It's a Japanese club racing series, and it races all over Japan, and it's a very popular championship. This is what they call an exhibition race. In other words, the championship's over, and the gloves are off, so go have at it, boys. So it could be quite a thriller, and I'm looking forward to that. True King, did I say the Nissan Juke has the same engine as the R35 GT-R? Only a few particular Nissan Jukes, the Juke Rs, have that R35 GT-R engine, but yeah, you used to be able to go and buy it. I think it was about 500,000 euros to buy the Juke R. I'm not sure if they're still for sale. I'm not sure if anyone does it or anything more. You can. I've got the thumbs up. You can indeed still buy a Juke R. So if you wanted to go and buy a Nissan GT-R engine Juke, and I've driven one, and you can afford it, I'd absolutely guarantee it because it's one of the most fun cars I've ever driven. It's a fantastic car, the Juke R. There's none here at the festival, sadly, but they are still available for sale. I guess you have to phone someone at RML or someone at Nismo and pay them lots of money, but they will give you or let you own one of these Juke Rs. So it is a very extreme production car, and probably one of the most extreme production cars in the world ever. Oh, 500 grand was what you're saying. Oh, can we still, if I gave you 500, Gareth's going to come on air and tell us about it. No, go on, we're going to have a Welshman come and join us for the start of the... So Gareth's going to come and tell us about the Z Cup. Gareth from Nismo Gareth, is coming to join us.
Nismo TV.
And Gareth is a regular on Nismo TV, but he likes to avoid being on camera. But now, Gareth, you're directly on camera.
I am indeed, yeah. I prefer to be the other side of the camera most of the time, to be honest. So, yeah, don't spend a lot of time in front of the camera.
Now, tell us about this, while we've got the cars forming up on the grid. Tell us about the Juke R. Is it still for sale?
It's not in the price list, so you can't just go into a Nissan dealership and get one, basically because they have to be specially manufactured, so in a specialist facility. But yes, you can still get a Duke with a GT-R engine in it if you have the means to do so.
That is and I've driven it. It is an extraordinary machine. I basically scared Jan Mardenborough out of ever getting into a car with me again. Well, we've got the Z Cup. Now, I'm guessing you have no idea about the class structure in this championship either.
We've been trying to find out, and as much as we can find out, as long as it's either a Z33 or Z34, so either a 350 Z or a 370 Z, then I think that's the kind of entry criteria, and then it appears to be however deep your pockets are, so whatever modifications you can do on the car, then you're free to go in this. But yeah, I think as you were just saying, this isn't part of a race series or anything at all. This is something that we do here for the festival.
So it's not a championship, it's just a run-off round, because some of these cars have clearly been out on, as you see, the 78 with a little bit of race damage on. Well, the lights are coming on. We'll come back to working out what the rules are later, and the lights go out and they're off the line. Long run down to the first corner. Predictably, the yellow cars got away best of all, but that's Nouvelles, the white Z there, they're all Zs obviously, giving a bit of time. He's going to have a run, try and go around the outside, but look at the silver guy, he's not going to get through. Are they all going to get round without contact? I don't think they are. They are. They're taking it very gently at the back, aren't they? They're not trying too hard.
They're tippy-toeing around that first corner, that's for sure. But it's a short, sharp race, so I think, like with any race, you don't want to lose it in the first corner.
But at the same time, you don't want to wait around too long, as there's one of the winged Z cars getting around the inside of them.
So I think they are all still fairly evenly matched. So a bit like the Micro Cup, really, it comes down to driver talent. And
that Micro Cup regularly turns into a bit of a door handling session. If you haven't seen it, as I say, hit subscribe, have a look else after this race, and you can have a good watch of some of the onboards from that. But I think the camera's following the wrong thing, because I'm seeing there is a bit of a battle for the lead going on. I think that was the Nouvelle car chasing after the yellow. Well, Z. It's the yellow Z is actually not one that I can see the competition number on, so I can't tell you very much about it. But it's closing up. See this? They're being very polite at the moment, aren't they?
They are at the moment. I think maybe get around the first lap, and then if there's a bit of blocking or people changing lines, then maybe there'll be a little bit of red mist, and then maybe the gloves will come off after that.
Well, that number 3 car there is an RS1 class car. It's a Z33 that's been highly modified. You can see it's got a bit of a diffuse on the back, and you can see the ducting on the bonnet. So he's obviously done some work under the hood. But as they come on the straight, let's see if that all pays off, because I think that ducting will make a car a bit more draggier than the Nouvelles 330 car, which is, I believe...
He's got a bit of slipstream on him now, I think. He's coming down the outside. So the number 3's covering the inside, I think.
And that is a 380 Z380 RS in its original form.
There you go.
He's got the toe now, and he's going to have a run into the first corner, no problem. Looking in the background, more runs being had. He's going to try it on the brakes, but he's not got the bottle, has he? He's just thought better off.
I think he's just sussing him out on this lap. So here we come 3 wide down the straight.
And are they going to get into the first corner? See, they're all very...
I don't think that's a move, I think that's a pass.
Oh, he's done it, yeah, and we've got to change the lead. Oh, we didn't see that on screen. The Nouvelles guy, he planned that, didn't he? He's jumped him, and those two aren't... I don't think the yellow guy's going to let that go.
No, well, it just mentioned the red mist. Hopefully we might start seeing a real battle up front. A couple of battles forming up further down the field as well.
It looks like, these Z cars, they are quite raceable. And looking at the cars at the back of the field, they look pretty much standard production. I was even speculating that some of them don't even have a roll cage in, which I'm not sure if that's allowed. But
I'm sure all safety measures have been
exactly.
taken into account and
they
catered
look
for.
So standard, the ones at the back of the field.
But even in a standard Z, so I was just in a Group N Z recently, so even the kind of most kind of standard you can get close to production, just kind of race prepared. I was lucky enough to take that out at Silverstone recently, and these cars have still got plenty of power, plenty of performance to go at a rapid rate of knots and put up a good fight and a great race.
Now Nismo Gareth is here. He's an expert on all things Nismo because, well, that's his job. So Nismo Gareth can answer lots of awkward questions, and so the question is, does Jay Leno have a lift handle through?
Jay Leno has many cars, so I think trying to keep tabs on exactly what he has got or what he hasn't, what he's swapping in and out of his collection, I'm not too sure. But certainly over the last couple of years we've done a few different bits with Jay, whether that be race cars or road cars. Obviously our colleagues in the US have a great relationship with him, so he's a real absolute massive petrol head.
You can see some of those Jay Leno clips elsewhere on Nismo TV. Just search Jay Leno and Nismo TV. I'm just looking over my shoulder because I think we're going to swap in Periscope guy for me for a moment. He's going to call out the rest of the race for you just as this battle of the lead is going on. I told you that yellow car is not giving up on this. And I'm going to go and have a look at some road cars. So I'll be back with you later on for the historic race. And I'll sign off for now. Thanks very much.
Okay, so it's come back to me. So I think, as we were saying, there's a few battles forming further back down the field. So white car looking for the inside. That's all getting very tight down into the first corner. Looks like that pass is indeed going to stick. So whilst we've got a pass there, it'd be really great to see actually what's happening back up at the head of the field. But we have Rabin stepping in. Hi, Rab.
Hello.
How much do you know about 370Z racing?
Less than. I don't know. Someone who knows very little. I know less than that.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. So, unfortunately for the viewers, you're going to have a couple of people who aren't regular race commentators. Just as Sam has stepped out after his exciting taxi ride experience, but just from a fan viewing point here, we've obviously got fantastic location. The weather's been very kind to us today, unlike 2 years ago.
And yesterday, actually, I spoke too soon. Yesterday, you couldn't see Fuji at all because it got too cloudy, and it was very clear this morning, and it suddenly.
Has it clouded up again?
Clouded up again.
Well, you guys joining us, you're obviously here wanting to kind of see the action that's happening on track, and we're just viewing it here as well. And we've got 3 cars coming in line astern into the final corner, so heading down the start-finish straight. So, hopefully you're enjoying the action and all the activities of the festival today. And this celebration, and thank you to all the fans here in Japan and around the world for following us with all the racing this year.
Is there a Z replacement in the works? Mr. Horn.
I couldn't possibly say. I won't tell you whether that's because I know or whether I don't.
Okay. Strong answer.
That decision and comment is definitely above my pay grade.
What other questions have we got? Edward's happy with the commentary. I think he's meant to put a thumbs down sign there.
We've got a great 3-way battle coming on down here between this blue Link car and the number 350 orange Z. So they're coming nose to tail around there. So this is shaping up to be a nice little dicey battle coming down here. So are they going to keep it clean? It looks different change of line here. Orange Z has just dropped back his touch. Is he going to go for the lunge in the inside? Yes, he is. Is it going to stick? No, it isn't. It isn't close enough. So that's actually brought the number 11 car close onto the back of him.
Is Gareth on Twitter?
I am on Twitter, yes. So I am GE78 on Twitter. So you will just see me retweeting a lot of Nismo content.
In case you missed that, that's actually at I am GE78, not just I am.
There you go. I forgot the at. There you go. I was getting carried away watching this race because this is the number 7 G-Ready Blue Z is holding some good lines there actually. The orange number 350 is having to come up with some creative lines to try and get on the back of him, but he is come close there again. He is sniffing away. He's on the hunt. If that blue car makes a mistake, he is absolutely going to be on him. He appears to be pulling along the number 11 car behind him as well. So this is what the cameras are focusing on. So I'm not too sure what's happening up front. We'll try and keep an eye out for that and let you know if we see it. There we go. The Novalise white car is indeed pulling out a bit of a lead over that number 3 yellow Z. But here is this 3-way battle coming down the start-finish straight. That blue car's definitely got a march on those two there now.
Is FUJI Speedway wider than most other tracks? The reason I ask is because I remember on Super GT there have been moments just where they are now, at the end of the straight, where I've seen a battle that's 5 cars wide,
It is.
It's a very rare sight.
It is quite a wide, quite a broad track. So yeah, lots of room for people to pick different racing lines. Obviously, there's one quickest line around there, but obviously with these Zs all being very closely matched in terms of performance, down to driver skill. There is the opportunity for them to take different lines. So plenty of room for them to have a look, see where they might be able to make a pass stick.
Do you know the largest tyre that Nismo runs on the Z?
The largest tyre, I think, well, from production is an 18-inch. I think we can go up to, I've seen 19-inch alloys available as options. I think in terms of aftermarket and tuning, there are bigger, so I think I'm pretty sure you can get a 20-inch out there. Will really kind of fill the arch, but how much that will then impact the suspension, travel and movement, not too sure. But look at this battle hotting up here. So the number 11 has actually pulled a move on the orange 350. So can he now get onto the back of the number 7 blue Link G-Ready car? He's looking pretty racy, actually. He seems to have got onto the back of him quite closely there. And as around comes the white number 330, Novelised white Z, looking comfortably in the lead to take the checkered flag, actually. It's a great 5-lap, just a 10-minute race there. Fast and furious. Congratulations there to the white Novelised, second place for the number 3. So the final podium position goes to the 9 silver Z. So this is the best of the rest. And indeed, the number 11 did pull a move on the blue, but he's pulling it back. So we're going to have a photo finish. Oh, and the blue one does come back and take 4th place, followed by the number 11, and then the orange 350 car as well. So that was definitely the scrap of the race.
That was a scrap of the race. So is the 350 and the 370 is it simply a difference of name in Japan where they're called the Fairlady? Is it the same car?
It is indeed the same car, pretty much exactly. There are a few very small little engineering tweaks made for the cars to either adapt them for Europe or maybe for the US. So often have slightly higher speeds, particularly in Europe, in Germany, on the Autobahn. So often have something like just some additional cooling fins on the transmission and things like that, but maybe slight differences in the radiator. But in terms of layout, engine, overall, performance, horsepower, torque figures are all exactly the same.
And does 350 allude to the horsepower?
It doesn't. It was actually a 350 alludes to the 3.5 litre engine that was in the 350Z, and then the 370 as a 3.7 litre. So
increased it with the name as well.
Yeah. So both of those V6 engines. Naturally aspirated, part of the VQ series engines, which has long been a staple of the Nissan engines, won numerous awards over a decade and a half of engine awards, just for the performance of that engine, the amount of torque, the amount of power that it has, the delivery on it is an absolutely phenomenal engine.
Have you driven one recently?
Recently, well, other than the actually Group N spec, so
the show-off spec.
Yeah, just lightly race prepared. So just the kind of smallest step up from a standard road spec car. So just adapted for the racetrack. So just a roll cage in there, different seats, but otherwise engine, power, transmission, everything exactly the same. So had. Was fortuitous enough to be able to drive that around Silverstone recently, and had an absolutely great time in it.
And have a potentially unfair question, if you don't know it. Fairlady in Japan,
Yes.
350 and 370 elsewhere. Why didn't Fairlady make the cut?
That decision was before my time, so I unfortunately don't have any insight or details that I could share with you as to how that decision was made. But
Maybe it needed to sound more aggressive and technical.
Yeah, maybe. But so it obviously kind of goes right back to the birth of the kind of Z car.
Yeah.
I think it was launched as Fair Lady in Japan at that time, and then obviously one of the most successful markets and longest heritage we have for the Z cars is in the US. So that was named as the 240Z. So again, that came about because of the 2.4 litre engine in that car. So 240, 2.4, 280Z was then 2.8, and so on right up until the present day 370Z with the 3.7 litre engine in it. So there we go on the cool down lap. So great day for these guys with these cars. They obviously race them and enter them in different series throughout the year here in Japan, but there's only one day a year like this where we have a festival. So it's not part of the series. It's just a single shootout race in front of the dedicated Nismo fans that come along and support the team all over Japan in the Super GT series, and an opportunity for them to run here at the amazing FUJI Speedway track in front of all these adoring fans.
Thanks for joining us today, everybody. We're looking at the comments, and we're a bit curious to see how far flung you all are. So, whereabouts are you from? Let us know in the comments where you're watching from, because obviously Nismo Festival has been happening since 1997. It pulls in a large number of fans from Japan, probably a few from abroad who make the track. But the reason we do this live stream is to be able to bring it to fans wherever you are. As long as you have YouTube and the internet, you can watch this. So, whereabouts are you guys watching from? There's about a 40-second delay, so we're saying this, looking at the comments, seeing if the comments start coming. Minnesota? Is there another race event next? So we're checking.
So what, Rob? You keep an eye on those comments and see where everyone is watching us from. I'll take a little look at what we have got coming up next, because we have a full schedule all day today on track.
And what's the time now?
So it is just 1:15 here at the moment, and in 15 minutes, so just coming up, we have the Nissan Historic Car exhibition race. So this is not cars that have come out of the Heritage Museum at all. These are privately owned cars, but they're all historic and classic cars from Nissan over the years. Some from South Wales. Hello, good evening to you. So in here we have absolute legends of Nissan's days gone by. So the Hakosuka GT-R, we have Bluebirds, we have Sunnies. So as I said, these cars are all privately owned. They are understood are highly active in terms of touring car races. If there are like classic meets that are going on all over Japan, but these are cars that are obviously coming from the 1960s and 1970s, so they do still participate either in exhibition drives or exhibition races all over Japan, and these are some of Nissan's most popular classic cars. So we have that race coming up at 11:30. What else can I tell you about that race? There's going to be about 28 cars in the field. It will be a standing start. There will be one formation lap, followed by 6 racing laps. And the starting formation for today's grid was decided by the practice session that they had here yesterday. So whilst we were here and looked at the cars going out for a shakedown, and we thought they were going a little bit quickly, it was because they were actually setting their starting order for today. One car to keep an eye out for is the number 84. That will be driven by Masami Kageyama-san, so another one of our legend Nissan drivers out there.
Thank you for your shout outs. So on locations we have, how far flung are we? We've got let's see. Nismo Aid is writing these things, but actually all I need to do is just scroll up the chat list. Unbelievable. It's like you're bored.
So what have we got on the list?
We have got Minnesota, where apparently it's snowing and it's minus 12 degrees centigrade. South Korea, Florida, California, Germany, Jamaica, LA, Sweden, Pennsylvania, Udnu, UK. Do you know Udnu?
Udinu? No.
No?
No.
Udnu. Sounds like an online shopping mall. Maryland, South Wales.
South Wales.
Right, big up to Jan. What's happening with this? That's the next event coming up. Australia, Netherlands representing, Phoenix, Arizona, Virginia, Oz. Someone who's behind in the comments talking about Z-Tunes. Jamaica, Thailand, Japan.
So Thailand, who was that from Thailand, right?
That was ICZY Drift.
Okay, so for the last few years, Super GT has actually had one round in Thailand. Let us know if you were able to get along to that race, or did you follow it via live stream on Nismo TV?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
So,
Let us know.
Mr. Thailand, have you been watching? Oh no, they can't because we're geo-blocked in Thailand.
Oh no!
Oh, sorry, Thailand sucks. But we can't share. You know, our Super GT feed is geo-blocked in Japan and Thailand because the broadcasters beat us to it, and they said no, we're nabbing the rights. And so what we've had to do is go, can we have the rights everywhere else? And they said, okay, fine. So that's why we geo-block.
Well, one way around that,
and
of course,
Japan.
is to actually go to the race.
It is to go to the race.
It is to go to the race. So
Yeah.
let us know, did you go along to the Super GT round in Thailand this year,
Yeah.
or in any of the recent years?
Exactly. What's the local time right there?
The local time is 20 past 11.
20 past 11, and we have, because you're from all over the world. I know in the UK it's like 20 past 2 in the morning.
It is.
It's ridiculous o'clock, all over the place. So, are you guys okay? Are you sticking with us? We're only a few hours into an all-day feed here, so we hope you'll stick with us for the full duration. Is it how many Nismo Fests have you been to?
This is my second Nismo Fest.
That's also my second Nismo Fest.
There we go.
It's the first Nismo Fest where we've been broadcasting with our own commentary. In the past, we've had the local Japanese commentary, which has meant you get a very authentic feed, but we can't respond to your comment, and this way we can, which is awesome. And right past this wall, through this wall is Shotaro, Nismo Shotaro, who is broadcasting the Japanese feed, and so he keeps popping in to compare numbers and see who's doing better. A bit of
There's a bit of friendly rivalry
rivalry
between
going
the
on.
local Japanese stream, because obviously we're in the home of Nissan and Nismo here, so obviously you have a big passionate following. So actually in Super GT, I think it is fair to say that Nissan and Nismo attract the biggest number of supporters, certainly the most passionate. They are known as being a little bit more extravagant than the supporters, a little bit more crazy. So you have the dedicated flag wavers down on the start-finish straight, and they follow the team to every single round, every single race. So obviously huge following here in Japan, but the reason for this stream, obviously, is to bring all of this to all of you around the world, and hopefully in a more familiar language.
Guys, clue as to what we need you to do. If you like and subscribe, then we will keep Nismo TV going, and if you stop liking and stop subscribing, we'll just delete the channel after this, because we can't take it. If you don't, I think we just need the attention.
I'm amazed it's taken you this long already to do that, but I'm going to have to quote you, because you are always on. Yes, it is important. It is massively important. So actually, how many subscribers are we up to? Have we hit 100,000 yet?
What are we? Have we got a channel? What does it say on this one?
No, so at Spa 24 Hours, we broke the
95.7.
Okay, so we broke 90,000 at Spa 24 Hours, correct?
Yeah.
And we did say that we wanted to break 100,000 by the end of the year. So obviously this is our big last kind of final live event of 2016. And obviously it's all about saying thank you to all of the fans here in Japan that follow the Super GT team. But this is our thank you to you as well for following all the live streams that we've had on Nismo TV this year, whether that has been the Super GT rounds, whether that has been the Blancpain endurance races in Europe, and obviously at Spa 24 Hours as well. So this is our thank you to you. So please hit like, hit subscribe if you haven't done already. Tell your friends. Hopefully they will like it as well. And let us know what you would like to see, both today, but also in the future, over the Christmas and New Year break, and then into next year. Let us know what you would like to see, and we will do our best and try and bring that to you.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. That's absolutely right. I know you're saying, joking. Someone's saying delete the channel. Someone's saying they won't delete the channel. The person who said they won't delete the channel, you are correct, because we started the channel. It's our baby. So we want you guys to subscribe, keep it going. The more you subscribe and like, what happens is we write reports and we send them into Nissan Towers, and we say, guys, look, this is what YouTube is so popular, Nismo TV is so popular, that people are watching it more and more, so should we do it again next year? And then Gareth has to go, literally has to go in front of a committee and say, people love Nismo TV, so let's keep it going. And that's how it works. That's why we ask for likes and subs.
And so on, and so on. Indeed. So we've got about just over 5 minutes until the next race. So I think just at the kickoff of that last race, you saw Sam looking very pumped, very excited, coming back in from his taxi ride in the 2013 GT500 car.
He was quite sweaty.
He was indeed. Slightly less sweaty and not quite as adrenaline fueled, but still very exciting nonetheless. We actually got to partake in Circuit Safari. So I don't know if you were probably busy watching this stream on YouTube, but if you go onto our Facebook page as well, you will see we were Facebook living from the Circuit Safari. So if you don't know what that is, I don't blame you, because it is a completely bizarre, crazy little thing that we do out here in Japan. I think only really happens out in Japan. But whilst the cars are out on tracks, all the heritage cars right up to the modern day GT500 cars, people are allowed to apply and pay to go out on a bus. So you're out on the circuit on a bus, circulating around for a couple of laps, whilst these amazing cars are flying right by. So Rab and I were able to join in on that. Very privileged and very lucky to be able to go and do so.
We were the bad boys at the back of the bus.
We did. We jumped straight to the back of the bus, like all bad boys always do. But that was so that we could bring you fantastic access. And we were doing that via Facebook Live, so it wasn't on this stream on YouTube. But if either, once you're done, finish watching this, go check out the Facebook page, and you'll be able to see 2 laps on board a bus with all this amazing machinery flying right by.
And if you don't tune in to watch that recording, you will not know who won out of the bus and the GT500 cars.
Yeah.
No, it's your loss. It's your loss.
I think the driver was good. The bus driver was pretty good. There might be 1 or 2 things he could learn from the Nissan driver development program. I'm not sure. He seemed to be hugging one side of the track. I don't think he really understood racing lines. We did 1 lap all on the right hand side and then 1 lap all on the left hand side.
The thing is, I think he must have been an amazing driver to have carried the penalty of about 40 people.
True. In terms of ballast penalty, that was quite severe. Quite severe.
So can you imagine?
I think he did his best.
His quality times must have been off the charts.
Indeed. I've seen we've got a question just come in from Jason Shee. Is the Nismo on Drive Tribe official? Drum roll. Is it official? Is it not?
Yeah, we have registered. So if you found Nismo on Drive Tribe, that is us. We're still working out what to make of Drive Tribe, because somewhere like a, we're crediting our friends here, but like a Jalopnik or a GT channel, they embed YouTube videos. So it's a really nice hybrid relationship where they build a site that promotes their own content, but it's actually still generating views and shares for us here. So we're working out the best way to work with Drive Tribe. It's really new, really exciting, and I think it's great that we've got some big talents behind it. We've got Clarkson, May, and Hammond.
Indeed, it's an exciting one. So, but also with all these social channels, we do like to get on board early and see what they've got to offer. So I think we're probably one of the first manufacturers, if not race teams, in terms of Nismo being on Periscope. So we've been periscoping for a couple of years now. Obviously, we've using Facebook Live, and yes, the Nismo account on Drive Tribe is official. But as always, it's about what you want. What do you want to see on there? We can, have a look and see what we can get hold of and put information and content out there that we think you might want to see, but we might not get that right. So, if there's something that you want to see that you haven't seen us do already, please via any of the social media channels, let us know, and we will do our best to go out there and get that. I'm just seeing some of those comments coming in after we were talking about Circuit Safari. Will there be a Nismo edition bus? Well, I'll tell you what, how about we run downstairs and put a Nismo sticker on the back of the bus, and then there you go, Nismo edition bus.
I mean, BOP,
it's official.
BOP does stand for Bus of Performance.
Bus of Performance, yeah.
as you guys know.
Indeed, Mr. Juan, Boo, BOP, Bus of Performance, absolutely.
We, I mean, Light Drive Tribe, if there's any social networks you think we should be looking at that are creeping up on the horizon, because you guys are probably a little bit more down with the kids than we are sometimes, then let us know. We'd love to go to where the fans are. That's how we work.
Please come to Leadfoot in New Zealand. Now, I've been fortunate enough to go to New Zealand a couple of times. I haven't taken in a race there, but we obviously did have...
It's a great name, though, isn't it?
It is awesome.
Leadfoot,
so please let us know where in New Zealand Leadfoot is, because I know we had Matt Simmons, our winner from GT Academy International 2015, who's been racing in Blancpain Endurance this year, joined Michael Caruso, so from the Nissan Supercars team, who drives in the number 23. They teamed up and did the last 2 rounds of Australian GT this year, which were both rounds in New Zealand. So was that anywhere near you? Did you get along to those races? Please let us know.
What else have we got? Advertisements on Japanese. Oh, that's our comment. It's Aid commenting. Datsun 510 beats the bus by 5 laps. Controversial. Want to see the next gen GT-R? May have a surprise for you today. Nismo Bus Cup on the cars.
Nismo Bus Cup.
I can see.
That's another one to add to the list.
We can see Nismo Mike tapping away on his phone. I think he's taking notes.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head he can't believe how good an idea it is.
Is that because he's not taking notes on his phone, or because there won't be a Nismo Bus Challenge? Who knows? You'll have to stay tuned and watch this space to find out.
Leadfoot is in Hahi at Steve Millen's ranch. Okay.
Nissan in WRC. So WRC, so rallying, of course. Now, Nissan does have some heritage in rallying. I was in... Nissan Global Head Office just earlier this week, and in there there's a heritage walkway that has some information all about Nissan's heritage, but there's a section there on motorsport as well, and in there beautifully is you can see a model of the old Datsun car that competed in the Australian rally. So that was when Datsun was almost kind of testing its own endurance, reliability and capability of its cars, and entered the Australian rally. There was also some images in there and some models of the 240 Zs that competed in rallies all over the place. And one that I particularly like was the Pulsar GT-R rally car that competed in the Acropolis rally and performed very, very well there. So, Nissan absolutely has some heritage in rallying. Don't participate in anything at the moment. But who knows? We are constantly looking and evaluating the whole motorsport landscape. So if that's something that you'd like to see, let us know, and we will take a look and consider it. No promises, not aware of anything in the pipeline at the moment, but as always, we want to be here and listening and seeing what the fans have got to say. Let us know where you would like to see us racing next.
Exactly. So some of you are asking about a new GT-R. I think I hate to suck the enthusiasm out of the chat room, but I'm going to pour cold water all over it by saying I was talking about the new GT-R race car and getting visibility of it, because there's one floating around.
There is indeed. Now, in terms of new GT-R or new GT-R GT500, arguably, look at the whole Super GT series and the GT500 regulations and what those cars are capable of. Obviously, we just had Sam go out in the 2013 car. And I know, I think he's still pumped. I think he's had to go off the microphones because he was still a bit too excited, too much adrenaline running through his veins.
I think he changed time zones. He was so quick.
He did indeed.
He's got to go and take an hour to cool down.
So that was the 2013 car, and that's not as quick as the current cars. But yes, floating around down in the depths of the pit garages, lurking away in very menacing looking matte black colours,
like a Batmobile,
is indeed the 2017 GT500 GT-R car. So that is something that absolutely we are looking to bring you some more information and more details out about shortly.
Yeah. Let's see what you're going to say. Hi from Brazil. Thank you, Paulo. Lots of people like the Pulsar. A lot of fans there.
Pulsar, absolutely. So brought the Pulsar out recently. We did do a Pulsar Nismo concept. So that was shown at Paris Motor Show a few years ago, and that was we were getting lots of feedback and thoughts from media as well as fans. So maybe there are some engineers beavering away somewhere looking into the future of that car. Maybe.
Apparently, Aid reckons Nissan's going to be in NASCAR. I don't think he's. He's trying to blame it on someone called Ivan Costa, who. He's trying to say it was a comment from Ivan Costa. Oh, we know it was Aid.
Aid, you've got to stop making things up and just putting people's names next to it. Just because we know you're a racing fan, Aid, and you travel the world, going to all these amazing race series. But you can't just start creating pseudonyms, claiming to be Ivan Costa.
He's like the Manchurian candidate.
Just because you're a NASCAR fanboy, don't go blaming it on a subscriber.
Okay, so let's pretend there was an Ivan Costa who asked. Rumours of Nissan Nismo in NASCAR?
There is some stuff that we've had in NASCAR Xfinity series. So they're kind of they're called zombie NASCAR. So like previous generation NASCARs. We've had Nick Aman driving in that car this year, as well as Micro Cup, and I've kind of heard on the grapevine that he didn't think NASCAR was all that, and actually where it's at really is Micro Cup. So that's why at Nissan Global Headquarters this week we actually have Nick Haman's number 2 Micro Cup car from Canada in the gallery. For all the staff at headquarters to see, but obviously we get that's open to the public. It's an open facility. We get about 100,000 people a month coming through that facility, and in pride of place we have Nick Haman's Micro Cup. So that was based on his feedback saying Micro Cup's better than NASCAR, or certainly a zombie NASCAR anyway.
Okay, come on, let's get to
some of that. I should now put the disclaimer in saying some of that may or may not be true.
It's true. If it's on YouTube, you can't believe it.
Indeed. So tell you what, Rob, looking out the window here, as I said, the next race up is the Nissan Historic Car
that is a look.
Exhibition race. Look at that indeed. So in the main commentary, you have guys that Rab and I can only aspire to look like. Rab, why do we not have a hat or shades like that?
By the end of this broadcast, I think this is what we look like.
Okay, here's what I'm going to challenge you to. By the end of today, I need you to go and found that legend racer and now commentator, and get yourself a selfie with him. But I want you wearing his hat and his sunglasses.
Without a fight.
Yeah, without a fight. Without a fight, absolutely. So out on track, you can see the cars lining up, ready for the Nissan Historic Car Exhibition race. So as I was saying, these are legendary touring cars from the 90s and 60s, 1970s. Out there, we have the legendary Hakosuka GT-R, we have Bluebirds, we have Sunnies. These cars are not from the Zama Heritage Museum. These are privately owned cars. So these guys, take every opportunity they get to still enter and race these cars in exhibition races across Japan. Of course, culminating here at the end of the year at the Nismo Festival. So arguably the home of of Nismo racing and where these cars can kind of come back to each year.
I think these are my favourite Nissan race cars.
Look at that, the number 65 Datsun there in BRE colours. I saw that out on track on a shakedown yesterday, and I had to go down to the support paddock where they are and go down there, take the camera down and take a picture of that. Absolutely blown away by these old cars. They're meticulously looked after. Straight after the shakedown yesterday, they were getting all checked over, up on jacks, getting the full loving treatment that they deserve, and really kind of cherished cars, all of these, but by real passionate fans and guys, so they don't just keep them at home in a garage somewhere or bring them out and give them a polish or take them for a nice little Sunday drive, as many owners clubs may do. Nothing against that, by the way, but obviously so much passion for these cars to keep them in race prepped condition and then come out and go absolutely hammer and tongs flat out on this wonderful Fuji circuit here in front of all these Nismo fans up in the grandstand. And this is a kind of step back in time, back to yesteryear. You'd have to have been around in the 1960s, 1970s and attended some of the touring car races in Japan to see these. And here we are in 2016 looking at some of these marvellous vehicles lining up on the grid once again.
Some of these vehicles they're older than Snapchat.
Snap what?
What do you guys think? We're reading your comments again. What do you think of these cars you see on track? What are your favourite cars that you've seen from today? We've seen quite a few Nissans of varying ages out on the circuit. Let us know what your favourite cars are. We'll give you shout outs. Any shout outs? We have someone's very excited about V12. Brian, gorgeous race cars, yeah, agreed. Mr. Leggy, David Rojas, Adrian. Unfortunately, you're not the only Adrian in the room. We do have Aid over there. If you see Nismo typing, that is Aid typing right behind us. He's got the laptop there with Nismo hat on.
So if you see any typos, let us know and we'll hit him over the head.
Yeah.
tell him to pick up his game.
Yeah. And honestly, if you've got any gripes, even really tiny ones about the feed, the stream quality,
just
if
yell.
If the sound sounds shoddy, or there's a crackle on the audio, Aid.
It's all his fault. Yeah. All his fault. Yeah.
Just tell him.
So, yeah. Indeed. Yeah. Absolutely. Team.
What have they got? So Versa Note. Favourite? Interesting.
So I was just looking out in the programme actually to try and find some more information about these cars, but because they're all privately owned, we don't have all the full details on these cars. It's not like we have the full tech specs.
Yeah, because they're private.
They're not maintained by Nissan or by Nismo. They're not from the Zama Gallery. They're not in Nismo HQ in Tsurumi. So these guys are probably from all over Japan and come here, and I think a season finale for them. You can. Okay, the guy on camera there, you can't see his smile, but just look at those eyes. You can tell he's grinning from ear to ear underneath that helmet, looking super excited, ready to race this beautiful old heritage car around FUJI Speedway.
If you put a microphone next to a helmet, does it? I can't imagine it's very clear.
No, but even if it was, unfortunately, my Japanese wouldn't be good enough to understand.
3 minutes.
3 minute
the big
board.
sign and the little sign.
And you see here, obviously, you have the race queen from the race teams, but you have a local youngster here along helping with all the grid boards as well, because this is very much a family day. There's a number of activities going on all over the festival, all dedicated for children's entertainment, because they are the future fans of motorsport, of racing. I think motorsport gets a lot of flack these days.
David saying, "Come back, Sam."
Come back, Sam.
Phil, that's like a knife.
Ouch.
A knife.
Ouch.
To somewhere next to the heart, so I can still continue to speak.
Indeed.
It's just us.
Yes, we're not Sam. Our hair isn't as crazy as Sam either.
No.
And we certainly don't have his knowledge. So this is some alternative commentary.
Yeah.
We're bringing back the team. I think the last time that we were allowed to do anything on Nismo TV was actually at Le Mans last year. So if you were part of Team No Sleep,
Team No Sleep.
through the nights at Le Mans, Spa 24 hours this year as well. You may know us from that, but no, we're not regulars on Nismo TV. We are not professional commentators, so we're just here as well, supporting the festival and doing our best to bring you all the action as much as we can.
Good job, other Aid. Adrian's happy with with
Aid was very quick to point out the thank you to him. Yeah. Okay, so whilst Rab and I are getting flack for not being professional commentators, Aid's all happy because he's getting a shout out. So at least one of the three of us is happy.
To be fair, if we didn't jump in and replace Sam for a bit, you'd get spoiled.
Yeah, well, you'd either get dead air.
Yeah.
Or you get Aid.
Or
you would just have a static camera looking out on track, which maybe you prefer that. So
maybe
don't vote on that. So 1 minute board.
And let's see what you guys are saying.
So 1 minute board until we will have a formation lap, and then a 6 lap race. So it'll be a standing start, headed by a Cherry. Will be out at the front there. So we have 28 cars in the field. And as I said before, in the number 84 car, we have a legendary driver, Masami Kageyama. So we will do our best to try and keep an eye out for number 84 and see how they are doing. Unfortunately, we don't have a list of runners and riders in this, so we don't have a list of the names or the exact specs of these cars.
We're going to do it by car colours?
I think we're going to try and pick out numbers and colours.
Yeah.
So I know at the front, the yellow car is the Cherry. So there you go. So that of course is the legendary car that Kageyama-san is in. So he will be heading off the field. So it'll be a formation lap and a standing start, we are told.
Thanks, Nismo TV. It's the Aid. They love it.
There you go. Nismo Aid for Employee of the Month. Steady on. Steady on. Oh, now he's getting shy.
You made him shy.
Indeed. So a lot of tyre warming going on there.
Do you think the people who aren't tyre warming in the back just don't want to wear their tyres out?
Probably. They're probably quite expensive.
Their own tyres. What are you thinking?
They're out for a Sunday drive.
I'm going to get around this.
And their ambition is probably not to get lapped. They don't want the shame and dishonour of getting lapped. But that is a 240Z down the back there. The white car with the two blue stripes from front to back over the roof is indeed a 240Z. But it's just amazing being in Japan. Just on the way here today, the number of skylines that you see, certainly from where we are, it's so rare to see an R32, an R33, an R34, but there were so many of them this morning. And then to see even older cars than that, seeing the Hakosuka GT-R, I mean, where we're from, that's basically mythical. That is a proper unicorn if you ever get the chance to see that car. And then you come here, and not only have we seen Hakosuka down on the Heritage Banking, Danate, but they're racing as well. It's phenomenal.
A unicorn breeding centre.
Unicorn breeding centre.
That's why you've suddenly appeared. That's what you've suddenly seen. Once a year. Yes, that does look like something. Are there any Nismo Fests in the US? Interesting question.
Not a Nismo Fest, but there is a Z Fiesta. So there's a gathering of Z cars. It's obviously probably the biggest market for Z cars over the years, going back to the 240Z right up to 370Z. There's Z fan groups and owners clubs all over the USA, and I think just a couple of weeks ago they got together for an annual Z car fiesta in the US. We do have other Nismo events and activities, particularly in the US, in Europe, and obviously lots here in Japan, with the Nissan Motorsport racing team in Australia as well. But there is only one original Nismo festival. That is here in Japan. This year's the 19th year of the running of Nismo Festival. So the traditional end of season, end of year thank you to all the Nismo fans that have supported the Super GT team throughout the year. But in recent years we're starting to get a more international flavour. So seeing some of the European cars coming over here. We have the Bathurst winning R35 GT-R GT3 car from last year, obviously famously won by Chio-san. Came second in that this year, just by 1.2 seconds. After 12 hours of racing, came second, the pass in the grass to come back up through the field. Finishing just behind the McLaren, so well done McLaren, fair play to you. We were hoping to do back-to-back, but not quite. But yeah, so only one Nismo festival each year. And here we go. As I said, I believe it'll be a standing start. So cars just coming round the end of their formation lap here.
Yes, please leave likes. And if you haven't subscribed, then please hit subscribe. It's one of the things we look at. Then we know we're doing it right if you guys subscribe, and we'll do more streams like this.
So they are indeed lining up for a standing start. Kageyama-san in the number 84 is lining up in pole position. That number 65 BRE coloured 240Z there, lining up on the inside of the track on the third row of the grid there. I'm going to say, that's probably my favourite looking car out there, so I'm going to be supporting that number 65. But let us know if you can obviously see the pictures here. Let us know either by number or colour or by car. Is it the Hakosuka GT-R? What are you going to be shouting out for in this race? Is it a Bluebird? Is it a Sunny? Have you got a favourite car? Give us a shout. Let us know, and we'll try and keep an eye out and let you know how it's doing.
What is the safety car? What is that model?
At the back.
Because it looks, someone called it out as an Infinity. I can see why, but it's not an Infinity.
It's one of the quirks whereby in certain markets that car would be badged an Infinity, but in Japan it's actually badged as a Nissan. I think in other markets previously it's been known as an FX 35, I believe. So yeah, that is the actual fast rescue operation vehicle that is used in the Super GT race here. But 3 red lights on, 4 red lights, 5 red lights, and we are go for the Nissan Historic Car exhibition race. It says exhibition. I think the focus is more on race rather than exhibition.
Hakosuka competition.
So
equally beautiful. I know.
They are wonderful. So the number 65 240Z has gone down the inside. I think he's lost a couple of places there. Kageyama-san in the yellow 84. Oh, contact at the back. So there you go. I said the focus is definitely more on race than exhibition here. So there's 3-4 cars abreast coming down there after the first turn, down into turn 3, down into the tight left-hander. Look at that. There's 4 abreast there. Oh, look at that Hakosuka going door handle to door handle there.
Adrian doesn't want to see any crashes, because classic cars crashing is like seeing old men fall over.
It is, and that's why, kind of heart in the mouth moments here. As exciting as this is,
these are all privateers. This is their pride and joy.
Indeed, and whilst rubbing is racing, these are
rubbing is also expensive.
Vintage heritage cars. They're absolutely beautiful, and you want to see them being kept in loving prime condition. But yeah, you do also want to see them race, and they absolutely are here. Coming down, is that Dunlop corner? I think it is, or was that 130R? Just kind of seeing. I think.
Hello. Sounds like in a nitro button.
Absolutely. Well, as I was saying earlier, lots of different racing lines to be taken here. Kageyama's absolutely running away with it out in front there. So if he keeps doing that, we won't be seeing too much of him, because this is where the battle is forming between the number 28 and number 16 for second and third place. Chasing around, coming up towards the end of the circuit here, which gets very tight and very technical, much more so. If you ever played this on Gran Turismo, I think in real life this is actually much tighter. They're almost like switchbacks, mountain switchbacks, as they climb uphill back up onto the start-finish straight. Very important to get a good run onto the straight, because it is so long. So number 84 Kageyama going past there, huge gap before then second and third. And unfortunately the car that I picked, the number 65 240Z, just going past there now, is dropping way down.
Love
but
the 240Z.
Running late, but looking great. And just streams of cars going past. Wonderful sounds, wonderful sights, seeing them go down the start-finish straight here at FUJI Speedway. But so we've got a good group of a good half a dozen or so, or more, 8 cars. Look at those Hakosukas there. Dicing around, looking for the best racing line. And is that Kageyama-san in the 84? Is he dropped back? Is he giving people a chance? Has he got a problem? Is he dropping back in the field? The number 28 is right on the inside of him there, looking to make a move. What has happened to Kageyama-san? Has he got a problem, or has he just got totally bored? Was he bored from running away with it? And is he looking for? Does he want to have a bit of racing action as well? So here we go. Number 28 right up on the back of the number 84, heading up round into the hairpins. It looks like they are still battling, still racing, and that's looking very close. Very close indeed. So I'm going to call it. I'm going to say that I think that Kageyama-san has got a bit bored there and let the number 28 Blue Infinity car get right up on his tail. I think he's looking for a bit of fun. So trying to bring maybe a bit more of the exhibition back into the exhibition race. But as you can see here, two different lines. Oh, there you go. He's lost the lead coming off the final corner. He's hugging the outside, and they are side by side as they're about to come down past us here on the start-finish straight. And he's just about retaken the lead. The Blue Infinity tucking back in to get the stream. Wow. Kageyama hugging the inside there. 3 abreast as they go down into turn 1 in FUJI Speedway. So we have another change of lead going into turn 1. Kageyama-san is holding second position. As we have the multicolored red, white and blue number 28 has taken the lead. And there looks to be a group of almost another couple coming onto the back to join a group of 5. But what's this? The number 21? Oh no! Has there been contact, or is this just a mechanical failure, perhaps?
Taking it easy.
Just nursing it back round the end of the start-finish straight. We'll see if he goes by or whether he pulls it into the pit. Meanwhile, up front, I think Kageyama-san's playing. Yeah. I think he's dicing.
Oh, look at his wheel!
Oh no! Front left there. No, not even able to bring it back round. Oh no!
That is grumpy.
That is such a sad sight. So that is the historic racing equivalent of seeing an old man fall over.
Yeah, and when he popped his head around that corner, he just thought WTF.
Oh no!
Looking at that.
That is a great shame. Great shame. What is Kageyama-san doing? He's dropping even further back.
Is he toying with you?
He could be. Do you reckon he thinks he's got enough in the bag that he's going to drop back a little bit and then absolutely blitz it, coming around for the final lap? So, unless I'm wrong, I think they've completed 2 laps, so they're out on the 3rd lap. This is just a 6-lap race. So at the end of this lap, we'll be halfway into this race. And indeed, well, Kageyama-san disappearing further down the field. He is either extremely confident and is about to put on a grandstand finish, or maybe he has a problem, because certainly the first lap and a half, he was streaks ahead of the other cars there, and he's just coming past in right slipstream with the number 9. Oh, they are so close, so close. There you go, and he's pulled to the inside. He's pulled out of the slipstream, going for the dive down the inside. And he has indeed made the pass on the number 9. So we have the course car, the fast response car out on track as well. Oh, that's all getting
get out of the way, fake Infinity.
Very tight.
Is he gonna do it?
So focusing in again on Kageyama-san, but what is he doing? Has he got a problem, or is he toying with everyone? Who knows? I'm not too quite sure what's happened to my number 65 BRE Datsun coloured 240Z either.
Seems to be a lot of die-hard analogies going on in the room. Will Car Yellow John McClane it?
John McClane. Is that a Yippee-ki-yay?
That is a Yippee-ki-yay.
I didn't believe it is a Yippee-ki-yay.
Yippee-ki-yay. Mother fudges.
Indeed. Well, we don't want any Tom Cruise Days of Thunder thing. We don't want anyone heading out, hitting the pace car, or anything like that.
No, we don't want that.
I think that would be a bit excessive for Nismo Festival.
Having to walk on broken glass either. It's just
walking on broken glass.
I remember,
really?
John McClane, the Die Hard thing. He ended up
Phew.
They blew the windows out.
I'm relieved. I thought you were going for a song reference there for a moment.
Annie Lennox.
Annie Lennox,
Annie
indeed.
Lennox,
Yeah, that's where I thought you were going with that. Target audience. Let's keep it focused. That's like a $300,000 to fix. Well, we really hope it isn't that expensive to fix.
Technically, in keeping with YouTube spelling, it did say that's $300,000 to dicks. Don't even know what that means.
Right, so here we go. Kageyama-san
Right.
back down the straight. Oh, he's going down the middle this time. He's splitting down the middle.
Balls out
of them.
racing.
I think he's playing now. I think he is having the time of his life. So there he goes, switching back out onto the outside racing line, down into turn 1. Is he around the outside?
He's doing
around
it.
the outside.
He's
Around the
writing-
outside of the number 28
He's
Blue
writing
Infinity
a
there.
note to Hans Gruber right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's just out there having a great time. The question is he just going to stay in that pack and have some fun? Or is he going to try and challenge again for the lead of the race? Does he want the victory? Oh no! There's a car in the gravel traps. Car in the gravel trap, number 58. Looks like a blue Datsun out there.
Sad.
Quite sure. I think that's just after the first corner actually. So that's another one down. That's a second retirement that we've seen from this race. So we started with 28. I think we're down to 26. That could possibly be a driver error. The fact that he's ended up out in the gravel trap there. So maybe driver error. Hopefully not too much damage on that car, unlike the previous car that we saw. So hopefully not a mechanical failure, no big repair bills for that one.
He's toying again.
The 28, he's not giving it up easily, is he?
84 and
He's
28
come
is
back
where the race is
past
at.
the 84 yellow car. Number 29, keeping a watching brief, see who's going to make a mistake as they climb the hill, the set of zigzag switchbacks coming up at the end of the lap at Fuji Speedway. Whole train of them out there. Another retirement, third retirement, the number 21 there. The red Endless Massacre. Oh, another sad retirement. So, whilst a lot of fun for these guys, obviously quite an expensive day out as well. I'm sure invited by invitation by Nismo to come here and take part in the exhibition race. You want it to be, the day of your dreams, having a wonderful time. But
race on FUJI Speedway, they said.
Clock up a massive repair bill they didn't mention. So here we go, Kageyama coming down the inside again.
Close.
They're going flying by side, door handle to door handle.
It's like they're on a date. Look at that. They're not letting go of each other. Oh, hello, sneaky.
Oh, no, he's been done. So the
29.
29's gone for the dive down the inside. I think they're putting on a bit of a show for the fans here, As the number 16 Leighton House liveried car comes driving through the pits. I saw that down in the paddock yesterday as well, looking great. The team were looking very confident, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe that's come back to haunt them and bite them. Maybe they should have been doing a few more checks on their car. Looks like they've encountered a few problems. Powered by Tour 2. Well, looks like they've hit some problems. Sideways. Bit of drift from the number 29 car, hanging out the back end.
These three are loving it. This
Absolutely.
is the race.
Imagine the chat tonight that they're going to have once they're having a meal and a drink tonight, looking back on today. They're going to be recounting some of these moments. Massive smiles on their faces. As I said, you'd have to be around in the 1960s or 1970s to last seen these kind of cars go head-to-head battling out. And here we are, modern day, looking at these. This
it's not
really
a date,
is.
it's an orgy. That's made.
I was about to say, blessed are we to be able to see these wonderful cars, and you jump in with an orgy reference. Dear me. Well, we're a broad church. We welcome all faiths here. So, Richard Hammond should race his pink Micra. I'm not sure it would qualify for an exhibition race, but I do like the idea. I would love to see Richard Hammond in the pink Micra racing.
28 feels like he's going for it.
We'll have to see if we can get a special liveried
Come on.
pink Cup car. Get him out to Canada, get him racing in the Micra Cup next year.
That would be great.
So we'll jot that one down, see if we can make that one happen. What engines do they run? The original engines. So the exact engine. Look at this. He's reaching out, Kageyama.
He's trying to high-five
He's
him.
trying to reach out and high five. I think he's definitely putting on a show for the fans here. So these are all original cars. So as they were racing in the 1960s, 1970s. So a mixture of Hakosuka GT-R, Bluebird and Sunny, led by the Cherry out there in the number 84, the yellow car driven by Masami Kageyama, legendary Nissan driver. out there, but all original cars, original spec, all privately owned, invited here to come and take part here in the Nismo Festival and have a race and put on a great show for all the fans. And I think we are up to final lap, actually. So this is lap 6 of a 6-lap race. So if anyone's been hanging back, looking to wait and make a move, now's the time to do it.
It's 28, 84, 29 is who are you going to go for? I reckon yellow's playing.
Yeah, I think he's been playing with it.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think this is for the lead. You know, I think I think we've lost sight of the leader. These guys have dropped back, fighting for the remaining podium positions. So. Looking for a late lunch here. Oh, here we are. Yeah, Kageyama-san going down the inside there. No, I don't think we are. I think they've let one of the other cars go and run ahead with it, but could be a bit mistaken. Unfortunately, I don't have a timing screen to be able to check. So we're just trying to keep track of things as we see on the pictures, the live feed as you're seeing here, and looking out on the lap counter is lap 6. You can see, and here we go. Kageyama-san making a move as they come round to the last couple of corners. Here we are, final corner, 29, 28, then 24. So 29 is in the lead. So 84 looking in second place here. So you can see the checkered flag coming out. Here we go. So we have one of our young fans, one of the young kids. Great opportunity here to take part in Nismo Festival. And there we are, number 29 takes the win. And I think just the number 84 of Kageyama-san taking second place, followed by the blue Infinity HKS.
Bit of waving going on there.
Taking third place. So there we go. Hands out of the windows. Big waves. Thank you to the fans. Thank you to the marshals.
We need more of this all the time, please. Agreed. You're not going to see a better looking race than this today.
Other than the Nismo GP, of course, I'm sure. And there goes the number 65, 240 Datsun Z that I was placing my heart and my bets on. Unfortunately, outside of the podium positions there, but glad to see he's finished at least. Unfortunately, I think we had about 3 retirements from that race, so it should be about 25 finishes coming through, taking the checkered flag, being woven there by one of our young supporters. Maybe one day we'll graduate up to the Nismo Supporters Club and join some of the dedicated fans that do all the flag waving at every Super GT round that we see. And we've even seen over in Europe supporting us at Le Mans in recent years as well. So thank you very much to them and to the fans of the future and getting the kids involved.
Yeah.
That's really great to see.
Yeah. Any news of a Leaf Cup?
A Leaf Cup. That's an interesting one. I haven't heard too many calls for that. But yeah, we could take a look. We do, of course, have the Nismo Leaf RC. We developed a couple of RC standing for race car. So Nismo prepared a couple of Leafs that do exist. They occasionally come out and do some exhibitions here. Don't think we have them here this weekend, but we'll have to keep an eye out for those in the future. Seeing just on the comments there from Free Flow Music, in caps as well, shouting out, calling, probably demanding a victory burnout. So.
We'll see what 29 does with that advice.
Very impressive ones from Rosberg when he won the F1 Championship this year. I'm not sure we will get a victory burnout, but would absolutely love to see it for sure. That would be great to see.
Datsun Crush said, I assume this will be posted to YouTube for future viewing. Yes, YouTube caps us at 8-ish hours. So this whole stream should save as a single video on the Nismo TV YouTube channel, hopefully. Arigato. I just joined. Where are they located? We are at FUJI Speedway.
It's okay, David Rojas, you don't have to say arigato and thank us. This is our thank you to you.
Yeah.
This is the end of your Nismo Festival, which is all about a thank you to the fans. So for all of you joining us here on Nismo TV, whether you're joining us for the first time today or have joined us all the way throughout this season or long-time subscriber, this is us saying thank you, domo arigato gozaimasu. Thank you to everybody that supports us, for liking our streams.
Yeah.
Please do subscribe. Follow us on our other social media channels as as well. We're on Twitter and Periscope, Facebook, Facebook Live, Instagram, Nismo on Drive Tribe.
Yeah.
That is an official feed. We have joined that.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for all your support and following us and supporting the team, whether that be here in Japan or Europe or US or Australia, anywhere where you've seen a Nissan Nismo racing this year. Thank you very much for your support. This is our thank you to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the only social media we're not on is Tinder. there's no Nismo Tinder yet. But if you need to,
some inter-team dating, perhaps. What would happen?
Swipe right on GT-R.
There you go. How about if you could cross and matchmake any Nissan race car, what would you cross and match it with of any race car from another manufacturer? So if indeed Nismo was on Tinder and other racing teams were also on Tinder, what would be your ideal matchup? What would you like to see?
Interesting.
Please jump on the comments. Let us know. Send us in your thoughts, your answers, and just for a bit of fun. Let us know what you would like to see.
Have you noticed that while we've been speaking, Aid, who's been very quiet recently, he hasn't been writing notes or anything.
No.
He's been inviting other Adrians into the room.
Has he
they're
indeed?
they're out to 3. There's 3 Aids. Yeah, there's 2 in the room. There's 1 in this room here, so we've got 3 in total.
Wow. So there we can see, getting out the car, that is Masami Kageyama-san from the 84 car in the Nissan Nismo overalls there, looking a little bit sweaty, so there you go. These cars obviously are still hard to drive. Stick shift, I'm sure, probably, so proper gearbox and gear knob changes in these, probably running a dogleg box as well, which I know Jan Mardenborough is a massive fan on, always talks so passionately about when he gets to drive some of these heritage cars, loves driving the dogleg box. So these guys are actually having to work hard in these cars, no flappy paddle shifts, no modern technology in these, real kind of old school, having to use their own muscle to throw the cars into the corner and handle and balance those cars around.
Getting lost all the time with no sat-nav.
Yeah, no sat-nav in these. No air conditioning either, I don't think. But
not even any Bluetooth.
But the whole thing though of the Hakosuka GT-R was all about just getting a standard road car, putting engineers putting the biggest lump of engine that they can go in it and going racing with those cars. So some legendary cars that we've seen out on track there. And obviously just a nice moment I think we're seeing here with some of the drivers, some of our heritage drivers. Of course, maybe unfortunately some of those with long histories maybe no longer with us. So a few emotional scenes in the pits there, and whilst lots of smiles as well. So a real mixture of emotions, I think, from the drivers that are out there. Whilst it's a great opportunity, very few people would get the opportunity to go out and do that. Obviously, stirring some emotions from the past as well. There, as I say, these cars from the 60s and 70s. Many drivers that we see out here are actually, they're following their father's footsteps or other relatives that have driven these race cars before. And it looks like we've got some guys there having the opportunity to perhaps drive cars that older family members may have driven in the past. So really kind of special scenes that you get to see here like you don't on any other kind of race weekend.
Actual
so that's
generational
the beauty of the festival.
Generational race cars. Look how happy he is.
There you go. So obviously, legendary driver there, the original driver of that car, and he's been given the opportunity to walk in his footsteps and be able to drive that car. Phenomenal scenes.
Bacon sandwich needed, yes please. If you need to send bacon sandwiches to FUJI Speedway, you will find welcome recipients here. If you've never owned a Nissan, doesn't matter. If you haven't owned a Nissan, you're a Nissan owner in waiting, aren't you?
Indeed, yeah.
Inside every person is a Nissan owner waiting to get out.
Yeah, modern day Nissan in terms of the road cars, I think we probably have the widest breadth of offerings of road cars of most manufacturers, if not any manufacturers. So whether that's a small K car in Japan, so those small engine, small vehicles, the little K cars in Japan, just from getting you around the city, little A to B cars, into the small cars, whether that's a Nissan Micra, a Nissan March, right the way through the road car range, right up to the halo models that we have, obviously the 370Z, the GT-R, and then of course if you want the performance edition of those, we now have, whether it's in Japan, a March or a Note tuned by Nismo. Available in Europe and the US, you have the Duke Nismo and of course the Z Nismo and the GT-R Nismo. So performance versions of road cars, and that's without even going into looking about our 4x4s and van range and commercial range and all that sort of stuff. So hopefully there's a Nissan out there for everyone.
can I still be a Nissan fan if I own a Miata? Of course you can.
Absolutely. If you're enjoying the scenes that we're bringing you, absolutely.
Yeah.
Welcome along. Thank you very much for joining us. And it's, anyone that's passionate about their cars, passionate about their racing, that's all good to see. Miata, of course, excellent handling car.
Yeah.
But maybe if there's a Nissan for you as well out there one day. So just seeing the little scenes at the end of the Nissan Historic exhibition race there. As you see legendary drivers, legendary commentators sharing their views on what they've just seen with that race. And then we'll just have a short little break until we see the Nissan Motorsports Heritage Run. So very much kind of focusing on the heritage of all the cars in this segment. Now, what we'll see next are actually cars that are still owned by Nissan and Nismo. They will spend most of the year being tucked up, carefully looked after in the Heritage Museum, the facility that we have at Zama, which is adjacent to one of the manufacturing units there. So these cars are looked after throughout the year by experts, by the guys that built them, that ran them, that raced them, still looking after them. So you will see a small selection of those cars from that huge facility. Will be coming out to do a demonstration run. And I believe they'll come out a car at a time. There'll be commentary given here at the circuit on the heritage and history of each of those cars, culminating, I believe, in a little drive-through of all those cars coming through together.
Apparently we've been too good.
Too good? I don't believe that at all.
Aid is saying that we've been too good, and I think some of the comments are saying they can't take how good we are. Can Sam step in just to chill things out?
Just to chill things down a bit. Have we got people a bit too excited?
Yeah, a bit too much excitement going on.
Well, there you go. There you go. So, yeah, I'm sure people are, calling for us to be given the shepherd's crook and go away and do what we do best. Oh no, I'm staying. Oh no. Oh dear.
I'm tagging out, guys. So I will see you on Periscope or Facebook Live, or when Sam gets sweaty again and has to leave.
There you go. Cheers, Rob.
Thank you.
I was very sweaty earlier.
We thought you were. We were a little bit worried about you, Sam, because it wasn't so much the sweat, because you did have your race suit on, so I think you were containing all of that sweat. But you obviously were just buzzing. Like a huge adrenaline rush.
It was amazing. But that race, that historic race, that was great, wasn't it?
That was phenomenal. I was trying to commentate, but I'm not a professional commentator like yourself, Sam. So I was doing my best. But I was just excited seeing all the cars out there, seeing the Hakosukas. Unfortunately, I put my money, figuratively speaking, on a car that didn't do so well, but was a great looking car. The number 65 240.
It's cool, that one, isn't it?
The
really,
BRE Datsun racing colours look absolutely phenomenal. So
we're going to see a very similar looking car coming up any moment, because we've got one of the other early Z cars coming up, and it's that one that never actually competed in a race. It was just that test car, that 2.9 litre engine, and we're going to see that out on start-finish straight fairly soon.
That would be fantastic.
But we're going to see some of that V12 engined car that we talked about. That's going to be doing full noise along the straight here at FUJI Speedway. I cannot wait to hear that.
That is going to be phenomenal. So I think when we arrived yesterday was setup day, prep day. Obviously, a lot of the cars have been shaken down, and we arrived just as they were firing that car up in the pit lane, which was one deafening, but two absolutely glorious to hear that thing firing up. I think it took a little while for it to actually get going on all 12 cylinders.
It did. And actually the V12, it caused so much vibration, it actually broke one of our cameras yesterday. So
it did.
Yes, I had to go back and shoot it again today.
Wow, I'd heard there'd been a little problem with that, but yeah, so we'll get to see that again, which is absolutely phenomenal. So whilst you were away, calming down, getting the adrenaline levels back down to normal after your taxi ride in the 2013 GT500 car, Rob and I did our best to fill in for you on that heritage race. Just to let you know, obviously we've been calling out for lots of comments from everyone there. If you start seeing some slightly odd comments, Sam, I feel I need to explain. We said we're on many different social media channels, but one that we're not on is Tinder. So
I know some of the Nismo people who are.
Do you really?
I probably shouldn't name them.
No, probably not. Probably not indeed. But Rab called out and said we're not on Tinder. So we said we're not. But what if we were? What if Nissan Nismo Motorsport was on Tinder? And what if the other racing teams out there were also on Tinder? What kind of matchups would the fans like to see? What could they dream up? What kind of matchmaking would they like to see? So any kind of historical heritage or modern day Nissan Nismo race cars versus race cars of any other manufacturer out there. So if we start seeing some slightly odd comments coming in, that would be the reason why.
Yes, and there are some odd comments I just looked across at the moment.
So you can see we've been doing a really professional job whilst you've been away, Sam.
Well, Kazuo Edits actually has got a perfect one there, and I'm straight into my sort of world, and I completely agree. How about a perfect match between the GT-R and a K-car? That would be brilliant. If you don't know, K-cars are these tiny little 660cc cars that are pretty much only in Japan. The nearest sort of equivalent to one, well, in fact, one you get is the Daihatsu Copen. And Nissan, I don't think Nissan's got a K-car in its range at the moment. No, it does. We do have
the Days Rooks,
Highway
Star.
Highway Star. Now, that's big enough to have. That would be big enough to put a GT-R engine in.
You probably could. Now, I've seen a GT-R engine in a car as small as a Duke, obviously with the Duke R. I've seen an old Primera touring car engine in the back of a Micra, and then I've actually seen that switched out and a 350Z Nismo tuned engine in the back of a Micra. But a GT-R engine in the back of a K car, that is a new one.
That would be that. Right, that needs to be done. Grand Rooks Nismo.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Which seems almost more likely than the Serena Nismo, but nonetheless, it seems that the Serena Nismo out the back of the grandstands is so popular. Everybody is crowding around that. They're ignoring the Z. They're ignoring the GTR. They are all looking at. There's people climbing in and out of it, pressing order. They love the Serena Nismo.
Yeah, so that's a little performance package that is on that. So more on the kind of styling and aerodynamics rather than the kind of engine being tweaked or breathed on or anything like that. But so you have the road cars from Nismo. So in Japan, we have the March Nismo and the Note Nismo. So obviously, March in Japan is Micro, where it's sold elsewhere. And there's different versions, different grades of that. So you can get a Nismo version, then up to a Nismo S, so it gets a little bit more performance. And then above that, then you have the Duke Nismo, which is also available in Europe and the US and some other markets. And then the Z Nismo, and then the GT-R Nismo. So they come off the production line, along with every other kind of a base car of that model type, but with all the additional Nismo bits on it, with the engine being breathed on, tweaked, the suspension, the performance, all the exhaust, drivetrain, all of that. Then with all the aerodynamic and styling on the outside of the car, as well as on all the touches on the inside. But then there's another range of cars that we have a Nismo developer performance package for, and that is more just on the kind of styling and exterior elements of the car. But yeah, so we have that on X-Trail, Nismo performance package, the Serena minivan as well, and a few other cars in the Nissan range I think are due to get that treatment as well.
Micro?
Well, we already have March full Nismo.
I know. I saw the March Nismo S out there. It looks awesome. I want that. I used to have a Super S.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
Back in the day. So I'd quite like the Super S equivalent for the 2016.
Well, there we go. We'll see how many executives we can find whilst we're here this weekend and see if we can get that on their list for things to do.
Make me a March, please. Now, you can see on the screen at the moment, probably the schedule coming up, 12:25 local time, is the Heritage Run. That's where you see these lovely old cars running at full pelt along the straight. And at 13:30, there's an FIA announcement. And then the highlight, the big part of the day at 20 past 2, local time in theory, as long as everything runs to time, will be the start of the Nismo Grand Prix. Now, we're going to be down on the starting grid looking at all those cars up and close and personal, but we're also going to have full coverage on the race with me up here talking about it. And I'm really looking forward to that.
That is going to be fantastic.
Who's going to win? Come on, put your money down now. GT5, it's going to be a GT500, I guess. But which one?
It will be a GT500. Well, starting formation is determined by how they finished in the Super GT Championship this season. But then it is full kind of gloves off after that. It's not choreographed. I wasn't sure, so I've been asking around this week, and I'm assured that it's not choreographed. So the 4 teams can go absolutely head to head. There is a pit stop in that for the GT500 cars, so there will be a driver change, in there as well. So there won't be any for refueling, and I think they may see some tyre change going on as well. Maybe not. Depends how they wish to play it. But yeah, that's going to be a phenomenal scrap to see that go head to head. These guys have been fighting for the championship all season. I think there's quite a lot of niggle between the number 1 Nismo car and the number 12 Calsonic.
It's a little bit. Ooh, yeah, the red car and the blue car. They've been fairly well behaved this season in Super GT. Last season, not so much. But these two cars, the Calsonic blue car, and it might be the last time we see the blue car because of the change of sponsor package. It hasn't been announced for next year what's going to go on with that car. And the red car, the Nismo MOTUL overtake car, that will carry on obviously in the traditional colours next year, of course. But that car and the Calsonic car, the blue car, they have this just history of needle between them. They really like driving into each other. So I think my money will be on the S-Road Mola car.
S-Road Mola, okay.
Indeed.
Going for that one. Okay, interesting. I mean, of course, all the cars have been had a phenomenal season. The GT-R's winning 5 out of 8 rounds of Super GT this year, but of course it wasn't dominated by any one of those GT-Rs. So they're obviously, of course, evenly matched, evenly balanced. But the gloves are off between the teams. They are out there fighting against each other. So this is their last chance of the year.
It's the last time with these cars as well. These cars don't need to go. They don't need to bring them back in one piece. They can bring them back in many pieces because these cars are never going to race again.
Please don't tell the drivers that.
They already know, Gareth. But this is the truth. This is the final race for this evolution of Nissan GT500. Genuinely, these cars do not need to go back. The new 2017 cars are all getting new monocoques as well, so they really don't need to bring any parts back.
Indeed. So in terms of bragging rights, if there's one to win, this will be it. Because then for forever and a day, then the last time that these cars have gone head to head on track will be here today at the Nismo Festival in the Nismo GP, 2:20 local time here. So please adjust that for your time zones wherever you are joining us from. Around the world, but thank you very much for doing so. As we've alluded to, this is the thank you to the fans at the end of the season, and our first time carrying full stream with dedicated commentary for you all here, and that's because we want to say thank you to you as well for supporting us throughout this season, whether that's been through the Super GT live streams that you've been commentating on, Sam, or whether it's been Blancpain in Europe, Prix World Challenge in the US, Supercars in Australia, or Micro Cup in Canada.
I was going to say Micro Cup.
Saving the best for the last. I know you love it, Sam.
Well, I mean, and there are plans for more Nismo TV action next year. I know they're not fully announced, but can you give us a clue of what we're going to see coming up? Now, I obviously have seen some of this, but I don't know what you're going to announce.
This time of year is a very important time of year. Obviously, with a lot of the head honchos, the big guys, all here in Japan, discussing details and things for next year. So with Mike Harkimo, Global Motorsport Director, here we have the other heads of department in Nissan. We obviously have the CEO of Nismo. We have Matsumura-san, Chief Operating Officer as well. So this really is the time of year when all those kind of key kind of discussions take place and determine exactly where Nissan is going to be racing next year, but also which drivers are going to be in which teams, in which cars. So that's all getting organised, and then on our side, obviously, we're making our plans for exactly what we're going to be covering, where we're going to be picking out the highlights and the best of what we think where the racing action is going to be, so we can bring that to the viewers, to the subscribers, to everyone that follows us on social media channels, so we can bring you the coverage that you want to see. So all of that has been happening last week and next week. That'll all get confirmed before the end of the year, and then the announcements will take place early in the new year. So we can see there from Mikhail, full Super GT coverage, please.
Yes, please.
So full Super GT coverage. This year we've obviously brought you live streaming of from Japan. And brought that to wherever you are in the world outside of Japan with a self-commentating Sam. So if that's what you would like to see, then we'll make a note of that, put that on the list as something that you fans would like to continue seeing next year. So if there's stuff that you've joined us for this year that you want to see again next year, please let us know what that is. We know we haven't been able to bring you everything this year. That is sometimes not just down to us. Sometimes we have to negotiate the rights with the rights holders, the series organisers for those races. So we do have those discussions. Please do let us know if there's anything this year that we've not been able to bring you, that where there's a Nissan car racing. Let us know, and we'll include that in what we will look to try and bring you next year as well.
Well, on the screen right now is some glorious historic footage. Just looking at the R382 there. That's the V12 engined car. It sounds fantastic. That's FUJI Speedway back in the day. Now, these cars you are seeing on screen at FUJI Speedway in their famous era, in their heyday, where you're about to see them again. We saw some of them out during Circuit Safari, but we are about to see these cars on track doing what they do best, and that is running at full pace. And that is one of the things, these great, glorious, old examples of the history of Nissan, from Group C to touring cars to GT500 and Le Mans. There you go, crossing the line to finish Le Mans now, or racing on at Le Mans. And the Fuji 1,000 kilometres in 1999, that was the victory for Nissan.
Indeed, I think that was the R381, I believe.
R391.
R391, sorry, yeah, you're right. And the R391, which won that race here in Japan. So as we can see the pictures there, just below us, down in the pit lane, as we can see those cars lining up in order there, the R380, the number 11 at the front there, the kind of dark red, maroon coloured car with the white stripe over the top. I was having a good look around that car yesterday. That is so sleek.
That's kind of what Prince is, what became Nissan. Prince's answer to what was, I think, the Ferrari 250 LM. I mean, it's of that era, 1966 car. One of the very first proper Japanese-built race cars. I mean, there weren't many Japanese competition cars before that point. And that car actually took part in the second ever Japanese Grand Prix in 1966.
It is very Ferrari-esque. When I was looking around it yesterday, that is what it reminded me of. Ferrari Dino type look car on that. So, absolutely beautiful car. I hadn't seen that car out at Nismo Festival previously, so really nice to be able to see that today. And of course, shortly it's going to be out there on track.
Isn't that great? And to give you an example of how potent that car is, in 1966 it won the Japanese Grand Prix by more than a lap, and it beat a Porsche 906. So that's a serious bit of kit. So wow. It goes quick when handled well. And the guys, there's a bunch of these heritage guys, and as you say, it is those old mechanics still looking after them. They're still all in their very neat and tidy overalls, and they are running these cars properly.
So they don't just look great; they real kind of performance and heritage and credibility behind all of their performances as well. And actual engineers that worked on those cars back in the day are here. We saw yesterday with some of the cars being fired up, actually, just kind of getting the engines up to temperature, making sure everything's running sweet just before they go out for the shakedown. I could see the engineers at the back of the car holding up just a little bit of tissue paper to the exhaust, because obviously there's nothing from the engine right through those straight exhausts to clean out any of the exhaust gases or anything at all. So on the tissue paper was actually collecting those kind of exhaust gases, and then having a sniff, having a smell of it. And that's not for him to just get high, but just to know, he can just tell from the smell of those exhaust gases whether the engine is running rich, running lean at all. So the actual guys that ran these cars, raced these cars back in the day, are here running these cars again this weekend. So really is phenomenal to see.
And there's one of my favourite, the Monster Bird, the R381, followed by the R382. That is the V12 engined car. And there is the sunny, excellent Coupe 1400 GX. There's Monster Bird again. Now, these cars, when you look at them, they're not replicas. These are the real deal. These are the actual cars. They've been gone back, and Nissan's kept them in storage. Some of them, like this 1966 car, look like they've been heavily restored, but I've actually got to have a close look. The restoration isn't really a heavy restoration like you might see some of the Goodwood cars. This is a mechanical restoration, i.e. we've done what we need to do to keep it running, and that's about it. And we've polished them a bit. So the paintwork on some of them has had to be redone, and I think the 66 cars, the paintwork's been redone as it has been on Monsterbird as well. But when you look under the skin, these cars are really exactly as was and totally original. And the R382, actually, the paintwork looks to me to be original, because it's got some crazing in places. It's an old car with old car stuff, and they're going to be some great drivers. Actually, I was talking to Jan Mardenborough late last night about these historic car runs, and he said, "Oh, look, I'm down to do this GT3 stuff, and I've driven some of the Le Mans style cars, but I want to go and drive this one and this one." And he was looking over the R381, just going, "I really want to play with that. It looks." He was totally into it.
I mean, for its time. I mean, for independent rear aero to being conceived and then kind of implemented, and I believe it's driven off the steering input, off the steering wheel, the angle being put in, then adjust how much the flaps alternate, and of course they're going against each other in there. So for that to be conceived like back in the day and done that, very innovative.
Well, they're still talking about it in Formula One in Le Mans now in 2017, 2018 regulations. That's something that's under discussion.
Absolutely, yeah. So
listen to that.
This to have been out there as well.
That is the V12 and the V8 fired up together. Aid, can we crank that up? Just it goes back to idle.
That is phenomenal. That's great. Well, we had that in the back of the garage yesterday, absolutely full blast. As it was absolutely deafening. So it broke one of our cameras.
There was the yellow car, the R382. Well, here we go, the 1966 Japanese Grand Prix winner. Third ever running of the Japanese Grand Prix, I've just been told. And that is a beautiful, regardless of the history, that is a beautiful car. Of it, in anybody's eyes, that is a beautiful piece of metal.
So we're seeing here that when it won that, defeating the Porsche 906 with a margin of more than 3 laps.
And on that historic banking as well. Now look at that. Now that is a car, I don't think that's ever been seen outside of Japan, that car. And this is a very, very rare public appearance for it.
Is indeed. And talking of that historic banking, I was fortunate enough very early this morning just to go down there. Obviously it's more of a memorial now on that heritage, very, very steep banking, 30-degree banking.
And there it is.
See, absolutely that historic footage being used, and we have number 39 Hakosuka car down on that heritage banking there today, and owners have been able to book a place to bring their car along today, line it up alongside that Hakosuka car.
Sound that 66 car, it's glorious. That was the 66 car making that wonderful noise. Now Monsterbird, keep an eye on that rear wing as the car drives along, and we're going to cut to some historic footage of it back in the day in the Japanese Grand Prix in 1968. This car was built for. Now as the steering wheel turns, as the driver turns the steering wheel just now as he comes out of the pits, you'll see those wing angles just adjust ever so slightly as the little hydraulic rams underneath them move, and it's absolutely glorious to see. Now this is the Chevrolet V8 powered car, because Nissan hadn't quite finished with its V12 at that point.
And we're just joined by Jan Mardenborough here, so as a racing driver, I'm going to step out and Jan can come in.
Exactly, because we've got a proper Jan Lapedia.
Ohio.
Jan, here we go. We were looking at it last night, Monsterbird, back in the day.
Do you figure out how it works, the whole hydraulic wing?
We did. There's a little hydraulic linkage on the steering box, and it pumps the actuators on the rods underneath the rear wing. But there you go, the V12's coming out. Check that out.
So much smoke coming out the back of that. It sounds amazing. It sounds class.
I thought you might be. I thought you might be actually out in one of these, because you're not meant to be. In fact, is that not your car down there, Jan?
No, that's the 391, which is the car which I wasn't meant to be driving, but the R92. I didn't get to drive that today. I drove the GT1 instead, which was again still mega.
Unfortunately, it looks like the V12 in the 392.
You just crossed over.
Doesn't look too happy there. It looks like it's burning a bit of oil on one of the cylinder banks, but that is a glorious V12 engine. And here we go. This is for the Japanese Grand Prix 1969 for the V12. Clicking on those Toyota 7s, which are the cars in the background, and some Porsche 917s, and look at that on the banking, just straight underneath it and off. Now, you must be gutted to not be in that.
Well, I did ask, and but they're kind of priceless. And Hoshino Senior and all the older drivers, the legend drivers, they all like to drive those kind of cars. It's their era. You don't really get too many of the the current drivers wanting or driving these cars. I don't know if they're scared or something, but the older guys, the legendary drivers, they enjoy driving these older cars.
Well, the guys on the chat are all chatting to you and asking away. A lot of people didn't even know the existence of cars like this from Nissan, and I think a lot of people didn't realise that you were actually a bit of a car geek as well.
Yeah, I'm a massive car geek. Like, cars are it's my love. I'm a massive petrol head. I like watching past footage of racing cars and of race footage, and my era is kind of like the late 80s, early 90s. I love Group C, Group A, British touring cars back in the day. That kind of era, it's interesting for me.
Fancy yourself in a Super Touring Primera then?
Oh, they've got a Super Touring in the Nissan Heritage Centre in Zama. They've got one there. And I went there with an engineer Ricardo De Villa, who had a role designing it. And it's mad. He was telling me that the drive shafts actually go through part of the engine block.
That's right, yeah, they do.
Which I just couldn't get my head around.
Yeah, and we've got a question came in from Nathan Timoko as the glorious V12 car is going to come blatting past us in a minute. So I will just ask the question once we've heard it go past. Look at that.
Mad.
What an awesome machine. What an awesome machine. Now, Jonathan Timoko was asking, do you still have your R32 and do you still have your 370Z Nismo?
Yes and yes.
I knew the answer to that because I've seen them both recently.
32 is tucked away for winter, and the 370 is my car which I use
That's your shopping
all the time.
car, isn't it? Yeah,
shopping car.
Yeah.
Shopping car fits my massive, luggage of suitcase and of racing gear in the car to drive to the airport now and then. It gets well used.
And here's something that's a bit different to the prototypes we just saw on track. It's a Nissan Cherry. It's the Coupe 1200 X1, dating back to the 1973 Japanese Grand Prix, which was run under touring car regulations. And that too was a competitive car. It won its class back then. But this is, and here you go, looking at that. I mean, look at the race of the cars back then. They just look awesome. And John Deadman's firing a question in that I know you don't know the answer to. What's your plans for next year, Jan?
I do know actually now.
Oh, do you?
I do know, but I can't tell you. I can't tell you. It's I'll get fired if I do. But it's going to be good.
Are you happy?
I'm happy.
I thought you
I'm well happy. So yeah.
And I think we won't find out until February about what Jan's doing. But what I will say to Jan is I went out today for my first time in a GT500 car.
Which one?
I went out in the 2013, so the last
of
the
V8s.
V8s. Yeah.
It screams, doesn't it?
With Matsuda-san at the wheel, and he was going at it.
Yeah.
Wow, those are quite some cars. And everyone's saying, check out the number 18 we're seeing on track. No, Jan, there's a good question from MN Koshiro. What's your favourite Nissan race car?
Well, non-Nissan race car.
Non-Nissan. Oh, your favourite. Good question. Non-Nissan race car.
It would be the Mazda 787B.
Yeah, that's talking about screens.
That's gnarly.
The Sunny Excellent Coupe, and it is an excellent coupe looking at that. I love those numbers with the heads on. There's a couple of cars with that sort of style number on it. I just think that looks really good, and it looks a bit Mad Max, doesn't it, that? And the number 2 Sunny Excellent. Do you reckon, right, one of the things I've got with these cars from back in the day is that the paint jobs on them, as we see this number 23 car coming out of the pits, I reckon the paint jobs from back then are better.
Yeah, some of them are. They're a lot more simpler. You can recognise them a lot easier. There aren't so many major sponsors, why the paint looks pretty good. I mean, nowadays you have so many sponsors on the car, and it kind of looks a bit mishmash. There are a few good-looking cars, new sponsored cars currently, but that's kind of the red, the white, and the blue. There we go. It's kind of legendary.
This is a 1973 car. This is quite an interesting car because it never actually raced, this 240G ZG. It never actually took part in a proper race. This was a test car, and the car you're seeing on the track has an experimental 2.9 litre engine.
Oh, wow.
So it wasn't so this is the car that didn't race. So this is come out of the factory, and this is a super rare one-off car. So that is the one that they definitely probably didn't let you play with.
No. It's the loudest one actually in the garage when they're warming them up. It sounds amazing. It's got 6 Weber carbs.
Yeah, it just sounds awesome. Yeah, on a 2.9 litre
Ace.
big old engine.
Ace.
Yeah, it's a super bit of kit. So, speaking about like paint jobs and the way cars are looking, now looking at Super GT, there's quite a range of cars on the field, from like Pink Zilla to your B-Max car, and I think the B-Max car might be, it's quite cool, but it's a bit conservative compared to Pink Zilla and Bumblebee. And
Oh yeah.
Hatsune Miku, like or dislike?
I like it. Like my friends back in Cardiff, they when they came to Japan, it was their favourite car.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just from the paint scheme, they call it the anime car. And it certainly stands out. And there's a lot of good paint jobs actually in Super GT, but that one's a bit mad.
You could get a Hatsune Miku style overalls in those Good Smile Racing. They're quite cool, I think.
Yeah, they are cool. They're cool. You have to be into anime for really have that.
You're not into anime? Or
I just don't get it. I'm just one of those who just doesn't get it.
I think Jan just lost his drive for next time. If you could bring back any of these old circuits, obviously Fuji Speedway, this great old banking, which of the old historic circuits that we don't have anymore would you bring back, or would you like to race on? And which should they put in the next version of Gran Turismo?
Old circuits. The old Spa.
Oh, the full Spa, yeah. There's some great videos of that. If you watch the film Grand Prix from 1966, the onboard cameras from that were just big old cameras. They whacked, and they started the Grand Prix, the car. And then there was a downpour at the start of the race. And so when you see those cars being overtaken at the start in that film sequence, that's the real Grand Prix with a real car overtaking.
Wow.
It's old former 5000 car. We've got the 39 car on track. It's one of the very early Skylines. So it's from 1969 Japanese Grand Prix. What's important about this Skyline? Do you know what's important about this Skyline? Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot now.
Was it the first Skyline?
Not the first Skyline.
I don't know.
It's the first GT-R.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, you nearly got there. You knew it. This is the first ever Nissan GT-R you're seeing here. Number 39. On screen, and it looks quite steady, doesn't it, and sedate. Not sure who that is at the wheel. You can probably recognise the helmet.
I don't.
No, maybe one of the legend drivers. Here we go. That's the way it should be driven. Nice bit. See, that's the thing. Without downforce, you get this drift in the crossbar tyres. You get that.
Yeah, the crossbar tyres are the one that make it slide. You can't really do that with slicks anymore.
No.
Well, you can't do it at all.
No, you can't. Though Matsuda-san was doing a good job of it on I think he must have gone for a very hard compound to get for the passenger.
Seeing the way he's left the pits every time they were leaving the pits, and you're full burnouts. Oh, he's my teammate Kazuki.
This is a bit of you, this car, isn't it?
It's mega.
Tell us about this.
So this is I think it's a 93 Calsonic.
It's a 90, but it ran for a few years, this car. So
yeah, 90s Group A R32 GT-R, 600 horsepower. I think when I was driving it was 1.6 bar of boost. So the transmission, it's a H pattern but a dogleg gearbox. So first is down and left, and then second is up, and then third is straight back. It's just sweet, side exhausts. It's still four-wheel drive actually, and it is really strange in Sector 3 because there's a lot of camber changes. When you get on the throttle, when the rear inside wheel's kind of in the air, you just kind of get this weird feeling of clutch slip, or it's not, it's just the wheel hasn't quite landed, and then it lands and you get amazing traction. It's proper mechanical, physical car to hustle around.
And speaking of hustling cars around, Ty Nagoon's just asked a great question to you, and it's one I like asking you, and you get grumpy with me sometimes when I ask you it. What do you prefer to drive? An open wheel car or a sports car?
It's too hard, man. They've both got their pros and cons, and I love the single seaters for the race in the first few laps. The super aggressive, everyone's on edge, and everyone wants a bit of the action. Whereas endurance racing, GT style racing, there's more thinking involved, and I enjoy that as well. You can't just drive with your heart or just naturally. You have to sometimes think what you're doing, because the races are longer.
You have to be a more complete driver, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's shown, there's been drivers, mega quick in single seaters, they jump into a GT car and they're kind of nowhere. And it does require a different skill, and he's pushing on.
He's pushing, isn't he? He's having a bit of fun in that. Yeah, I can see you're jealous right now.
I am, actually. I'm stuck here with you.
Yeah, exactly.
And then he's out there.
What's he doing? He's slowing right down.
I think he's waving.
He is, isn't he? Or maybe he's catching up the original GT-R too quickly.
He looks like he's up for a Sunday drive.
I quite like to have a go in something like that. We're all, sliding around and chucking it about. Oh, they're all forming up quite slowly. Are you challenging him?
Maybe. Do you want to race, mate?
Yeah, and so don't touch my dart. It's just asked, what was your first car?
It
Did
was.
you, in fact, because you were quite young when you got into this racing malarkey with GT Academy. Did you? What was it? Because when you got into the racing, did you actually have a road car at that point?
Yeah, I had it for just over my own road car. Actually, I had it less than a year. I'd been driving for 2 years, but not in my own car. And then my first car was a '91 BMW E30 318 IS, which my first ever motorway trip was actually to Brands Hatch for GT Academy. So that was my first time driving on a motorway, any distance, which is quite a nice story. So I'm keeping that forever.
Yeah, that is a good story. So you're driving to Brands Hatch for your GT Academy run, first time on a motorway. That seems a long time ago. I saw a picture of you from back then when we were doing the GT Academy stuff a few weeks ago. You look so young.
Yeah. Well, I look old now, do I?
Yeah, you do. Yeah. You are aging, mate. You are aging. You're gonna be right. Looking in the program, you've got the pictures of different cars. Okay, the legend cars, and over the page, I can't find it now. That's a shame. Oh, here you go. You have the legend drivers. You see, and I think they're going to graduate you up from here to here. Soon. That said, he's older than Mount Fuji, and he's still down there. Michael Crum. Now here we go. Now this is a car you know a lot about. So I know you've been out in this weekend.
Who's in that?
Not you.
Not me. I'm so jealous.
I don't know if you guys heard that at home. Jan just looked at the camera, pulled the face and went, I'm so jealous.
I figure out with the helmet who's
it looks
driving
like a Jean Lacey style helmet with the sort of arrows coming down. 2 stripes on the side.
It looks like a German flag.
It does look like Jean Lacey actually. And here they are, the pair of them, out on track in 1992. We've just had a question come in from behind us about your own personal car collection. Because I know you've got the BMW in it, and I know we've talked about the two Nissans. Is there anything else in your car collection?
I have a 2 BMWs. So one the E30 and a what's happened to my friend?
He's.
All right, they're
all stopped.
Oh, he's having a lift.
Passenger seat.
Sweet.
Taxi.
There's no seat in there. You're just going to be sat on a load of metal.
You're still jealous of going in a taxi ride on that, aren't you?
Yeah, I'd still like to do that. You put the handbrake up on the other one. That's sweet.
Put stopped off for a taxi ride. There you go. So what else have you got? You got two Pumas and 2 Nissans.
And yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. One the other BMW 750 from 91. So E32, which is sweet, which is just fixed. It seems like I live at home with my parents still, and we have six cars in our family.
Your neighbours must love you.
Yeah, they do. Actually, one of them actually reversed into my mum's car.
Was that deliberate?
I think so, because I just actually the night before I just bought a new car, and the next morning I parked on the drive, but my mum had to park somewhere else, and then the neighbour reversed into my mum's car, so she wasn't too pleased after that. But we sort of get by. I mean, one's broken, and then that gets fixed, and then the other one breaks, and that one gets taken away to get fixed. So it's kind of like
your house sounds like a breaker's yard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, I know you've raced a whole bunch of cars now since you won GT Academy. Of all of the cars you've raced, which one would you take home and keep?
Racing cars to take home and
keep.
keep.
The ones you've raced, not driven, raced.
Okay, tested or raced?
Raced.
What would that be? That's tough.
Are you meant to be in that?
I was. That was a few weeks ago. I got the plan through for the Nismo Festival, and I was meant to be in that.
There seems to be a lack of driver for this car, the R391, and it seems to be waiting, and they're all looking around, wondering where the driver is.
I'm here. I'm over here.
Yeah, they are genuinely looking around for someone. Are you sure you're not meant to be here?
No, I got sent up here to do this. I wish it was me. That car looks wicked, actually.
It does. I kind of forgotten about it because they had the Courages they raced that year as well as a sort of backup car, the Nissan-powered Courages, and then this one, which was the dedicated Nissan car.
Yeah.
And it's been out. I haven't seen it out on track at all, actually, since we've been here.
No.
It's been here, but I haven't seen it fire up or on
Last
track.
year it was going round, and it sounds mega.
Well, it's on the list of cars that's meant to go around, but we haven't seen it out there, so that's a shame. Your favourite racing livery is a question that's just come in from a guy called Calsonic with a K. With that name, it's going to be limited.
Yeah. Calsonic livery is really nice, but it's not my favourite. It's the I love the. It's not a GT car. It's a Formula One car. It's the Benson Hedges Jordan car.
Yeah, which one though? The Snake or the Bumblebee?
The Snake.
Yeah, the 97.
On the nose.
Yeah,
it
I
just
think that was
looks
an awesome
proper.
car. Yeah. I've got a model car of that at home.
Nice. But also the GT1. I forget what the year it is, but the GT1 Porsche. Porsche GT1. Back in the day, in '99, I think.
99, 98. That's
I've got a model of that from 2000 and something when I was a teenager. So that's another one.
That's quite a view out the window. I'm not sure it is on our other camera at the moment because I think our camera's pointing in the wrong direction. But there is a lovely lineup of very rare Nissan race cars beneath us at the moment. You can hear them idling away probably in the background, and they're definitely still looking for a driver for that.
Yeah, I know, right?
That's behind you. I'm sitting there going,
over here.
So you've been walking around the FUJI Speedway, and I've walked around a little bit. I even signed an autograph. Someone who watching this motor event.
Oh, yeah?
So what's it like for you walking around in the public areas?
I just did a signing session for Super GT GT3 talk show. You sign so much stuff, and I like it when the kids are here and we get to do like a signing session specifically for the kids, and that's sweet because they're like the next generation of people watching the sport, and it's always cool to see a load of like young people here and of all ages as well, but particularly the young people to carry on the sport onwards.
He's talking about young people. That's definitely something that old people do.
I'm just in tune with the times. I want my sport to survive.
So, Forza livery guy, this is a question I know you've been asked before, so you must have answered it. And I think the answer is actually sat in the restaurant this weekend. What is your favourite car in Gran Turismo to drive?
I'm trying to think now. You put me on the spot. I'm trying to think what's in the cafe.
Ah, there you go.
The last time I was here, it was the Esso Supra.
It's not that anymore.
It's gone now, is it?
Not a Toyota.
Okay.
And this Nismo.
That isn't my favourite car anyway.
It might be yellow. And it's been bought here from Zama.
Yellow? Oh yeah. No, see, yeah, okay. That's the 33 JGTC GT-R. And it is my favourite car on Gran Turismo. I did actually drive it here last year.
So how is it I knew the answer to that and you can
Well,
because gone over and seen
because
it?
then I was thinking, I thought you said it back in the cafe, and I'm like,
that's part of the cafe.
Yeah, but the last car I saw in there was the Esso car. I'm like, that's not my favourite car. But yeah, it's down in the pits as well. But I drove that last year, and
I think we've got some onboard of that on.
It wasn't quite working properly. I was quite sad with that.
It sounds like you're getting all the sort of the duff ones here. It seems like you're not getting all the. There is a black car down there at the end in garage number 29 that I don't think's got a driver assigned to it.
Well, the 2017 car. Yeah.
Fancy going there?
Yeah, I think I'd get sacked if I took that out. I like to do some testing, give my feedback. Yeah, you need to do this and this.
Need to paint it with a Hatsune Miku livery.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things a lot of people at home probably don't know about you, but it does say on your Twitter feed, in your Twitter description, is that you are a sneaker fiend. Now, I've seen some of your sneakers. They are fiendish.
You love them. You love them, don't you? You love my sneakers.
They're as good as your haircut.
Yeah, I like snakes, sneakers, trainers.
Yeah.
I've got a load.
How many pairs of shoes do you own?
13.
Wow.
Yeah.
Including racing boots?
No.
Wow.
Oh, racing boots. I've got a lot of those. And suits. So many suits. Like this year, there's been four which is quite a low year. But yet last year was like 6.
Look at this coming down. That's a sight, isn't it?
Why is the fastest car behind everyone else?
Probably to keep him under control.
But it's not Hashino Senior, so
We'll find out in a minute 'cause he's going to come park in front of us.
no, he's driving the yellow thing.
Well, they're pushing your car out onto the grid. They've given up on you coming out and getting the 99 car, the 99 Le Mans car. Fuji 1,000 kilometers 99 winner, that number 23 prototype. That was actually built by Elan Technology, which then went on to become panels. That car. So it's a
Wasn't there a few of those chassis racing at Le Mans at the same time?
I think there were 2 or 3 of those, and then a few Courages that had the same livery and a Nissan engine.
Yeah.
So there were Nissan had 2 options because they weren't entirely sure that car, the R391, was going to be reliable. So they put that one out. But this is the sound of these cars out on track. I still think this 1965 Prince, though, the 65, 66 Prince, is one of the best sounding and looking cars out there. Car of a different era. So we've had a question come in from Malaysia, from the Sepang 12 Hours, which is on right now, where some of the GT300 cars are actually racing.
Isn't that finished?
I don't know actually.
I think it is.
I thought it's happening.
No, it has finished.
It has finished.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was today. All right. If we could travel back in time, this is for both of us. If we could travel back in time and take one bit of race technologies and add it to these old cars, what would you take back? What would you change technically about these cars on track?
The old cars?
The old cars. So you get current technology and put it on these old cars.
Tyre pressure monitors.
Is that it?
Yeah. That's all you need.
You just want a tyre pressure monitor. Is that for you to see or for your own safety and peace of mind?
Both. I want to know when the tyre's going down. I want to know when it's overpressured, and because these cars aren't safe at all. Well, the R392 is a carbon turb, so that's probably quite safe. But driving like a Group A car, if you have a shunt, it's kind of...
That's that then. I actually wouldn't take any current tech and put it on these old cars, because I think it would spoil it.
What about headlights? Light technology.
Admittedly, the 391 and 392 don't actually have headlights.
If they race...
Quite a lot of these cars don't have headlights now, we're looking at that. Yeah, that would be a good one. No, because I think the headlights have almost gone a bit too far in like the endurance racing world and the Le Mans cars.
Carbon brakes?
No, I don't think so. I think, again, carbon brakes, it's taken it a bit too far. It's ruined the feel of these cars. I used to do a lot of rallying and night stages and stuff, and I never really had the big lamp pods because I couldn't afford them. So you'd run with not very good lighting. You just got used to it, and especially on a circuit race, you know where the track goes, so it's just keep going. And anyway, if you can't see that well, it can't scare you.
Yeah, that is true actually.
So Sepang was yesterday, and a lot of people are saying, Julian Elkin is our normal producer, has gone back and he's now listening in from his hotel in Malaysia.
Hi.
And that looked like quite an interesting race, because they had the GT300s in with that, including the Prius.
Yeah, I did see that at the start of the race. Where did that finish?
I don't know if it did. I don't think it would finish, actually, to be honest. It's not designed for that.
It was quite reliable this year.
Yeah, it's not for 12 hours. Now, looking at this grid in front of us, in fact, in front of us, you've got a whole chunk of gorgeous, gorgeous metal. If you could take one of these cars home...
I'll be the Group C.
You take the Group C home, not the Group A?
No, because once you've experienced 3-bar boost, you ain't going back.
There was a no look between the two of us. Something to a different expression. Yeah, 11 says they should do some donuts, and I completely agree. We could see some of these cars. It's a shame they've lined them up, actually. I think I'd rather see them just running around rather than just sitting on the grid. And now you've got some of the legend drivers in the legend cars, but when you're old and wizened like that, and you'll get they'll reunite you with the B-Max GT3 and your old Formula 3 car.
That'd be sweet actually to drive a Formula 3 car when I'm like, I don't know, 60.
That's next year, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, Michael Crumb's still driving things. I mean, he's driving various things out of there today, I think.
Yeah, he was driving the GT1 and some other, I think, doing passenger rides, and in his car, which he did. I think it's like 90.
He was.
I can't pronounce it. Begins with X.
The Zanavi.
Yeah, that's
the
it.
Zanavi car. Yeah, he was out in that earlier on, actually. So yeah, no passenger rides for you, but you were out in the GT1, and I didn't know that was actually going to be part of the festival. I remember those racing the UK built car built by JRM way back in the day, and they only built about four of them. There you go. And so I didn't realise there was actually one in Japan that was running, and it sounds good. And I saw you out in it.
Yeah.
How did that feel?
Amazing. Like the car, it's that car was before the GT3 car. That car, and it has a V8 engine. I'm not sure of the literage. It's out of the Nissan Armada, basically.
I don't even know what Nissan Armada is.
Come on. The big, massive.
Is that in Gran Turismo?
No, it's not. No.
No,
I think it's a 5-litre. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, it sounds amazing. Sequential gearbox, and the gearbox is so nice. And to get into first, it's kind of like a rally a rage buggy. I drove a rage buggy recently, and to get into first gear, you actually have to push the gear lever forward to get into first, and then it's back, and then it's
just that sort of levels up, and then it's back for change.
But driving around, it confused me at the start because I was like, what happens if I want to go into first? And it's like, it's going to be fine because you just push it down.
You're always pushing forward.
It's like if you ever go into neutral, then it's going to be bad. But yeah, that was cool. It was carbon brakes, which are very strange to have on a GT car. Normal GT3 is steel, and it's quick. I mean, I was on the limiter into turn 1, which is 280k. It's like wop, 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 wop. And then
I was quicker than that.
Oh, yeah, no, you weren't. This thing was a rocket ship.
We were out at the same time. I know that you.
I think I was.
No, you came in because we just ran at the end.
Okay. Yeah, I had 6 laps, but I did 7. They told me to count, and I was like, I'm having another. And then I saw one of the mechanics on the pit wall going, you need to come in now. Like, okay.
It's like, yeah, in a minute.
Having some fun.
no. Now, is that car taking part in the Nismo Grand Prix?
No, it's not.
Sure. So that's just.
I was talking to Michael Crum about that, and he was surprised because that car is just a spare for the whole event, and that was the only reason why I drove it. I just asked. None of the other cars are broken. I get to drive that one, but it's not getting actually used in the race because
you're in the GT3 car, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in a 2014 GT3 car.
You're the one you drove in Blancpain back in the day.
No, I don't think I drove that one.
I'm trying to work out which one it is because they're not even all on my list here. Which GT3 cars are running?
No, it's not that one.
No, it's not that one. That's the 16.
It's gonna be. Yeah, that one.
So you're driving the Bathurst 12-hour?
Yeah.
So you're driving Chio's car?
Yeah.
So you're taking over from Chio?
I'm just taking over from Chio.
We nearly got
He's moved on.
He's moved to Australia. He's doing V8 supercars.
I did destroy Kazuki's tyres though. Because this morning, we haven't. It's not a race, but it's kind of is a race. But anyway, the B-Max car, I shook that down this morning, and it had new tyres, which was great. And Kazuki's driving that car in the race, so I was a bit aggressive on the rear tyre. But then I got told he's got another another spare set of rears for the race, which they're going to put on the car. So he's going to be.
Have you got a spare?
I'm getting my excuses in now.
Have you got a spare set?
No, I haven't checked. I haven't actually checked.
Take it, still fit.
I don't know what tyres they run actually. They're probably Pirellis.
I don't know. I haven't seen the tyres on that car.
No, Michelin.
So you got Michelin's?
Michelin's, yeah.
So there you go.
I need to check if they're good, if they're new.
Because you say it's not a race, but for you guys, because you have got this selection, particularly the GT3 cars, it's a bit of a grudge match, isn't it? You've got points to prove.
It's kind of, yeah.
Because has anyone beaten you in a GT3 Nissan this year?
I don't know.
I can't think you've been beaten in Super GT by another GT3.
I think the gainer car is maybe Suzuka. I don't know.
I can't remember how we finished at Suzuka. That's one for you guys at home. Has anyone beaten Yam this year in a GT3 car? And if he has, he's got to go back and get it because the gainer car's out there.
Well, GT-R GT3 car.
GT-R, yeah. We haven't been beaten by many other GT3 cars, to be honest. The BMWs haven't been that competitive this year, and all the Mercedes have been more competitive, but you were beating all of the GT3 cars. It's just those mother chassis cars that are a bit...
Let's not talk about those. I've got a lot of opinions on those, and it's probably best kept to myself.
They've got very nice engines there, haven't they?
Yeah, very strong.
Very good engine.
Yeah, very strong.
Engine. Made by a company called GTA. Never heard of them. They look very familiar though. I can't work out where I've seen those GTA engines before. The Mother chassis cars. But this is going to be good. So it's out there. They've got these cars lined up. I don't know. It's nice to see this metal lined up. But you know, there's some cars down in the garage beneath us in running at the festival this year. They're just on show. And you've got those Group 5 cars.
Oh yeah, the ones that look like Bozuku kind of cars.
Like the Tomica thing.
Yeah.
Those cars are all downstairs. We haven't seen them on the live, but you've got like the old Group 5 Nissan stuff and some more Group C's down there, and they're just not running. It's just such a shame.
Yeah, it's finding spares for them because those cars just get kept in a massive warehouse, and that warehouse got so many cars in it. So to keep them all alive, keep them,
Have they banned you from that warehouse?
No.
They let you in still?
Yeah. I've only been once, but maybe I'll go next year again, just for another look. They need to get a Super Tourer out here.
They do need to get one of them. Yeah, they do.
They've got one in there. They've got an old Primera, I think 98 one in there.
Because there's quite a few of those running around still. And there's one that races in club racing in England at the moment. Gary something races it. And I've seen that running. I've seen that running around with the current British Touring Car Championship cars.
I bet that.
And making it make the current cars look a little bit silly.
The new ones aren't so much, aren't very good.
So any championship in the world, Jan, which championship do you commit to? Which one do you want to do?
Formula 1.
Yeah. I was waiting for that. I asked you this question once before and you gave me a really dirty look, and I'm going to do it again. If you could win the Monaco Grand Prix or the Le Mans 24 Hours or the Super GT Championship, which would it be?
It'd be Le Mans.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah.
What about a GT 500 at Le Mans?
That would be sweet. But there's too many rules. There's too many rules.
Yeah.
They should be there. They should have GT3 cars there, but then you have the BOP and it all gets confusing. But then GTE cars, there aren't so many GTE cars. And Super GT would be, and DTM, they would be, it does make sense, it's a spec chassis, and then you can do whatever you want with bodywork and whatnot. So they would be good.
One question's just come in, or a point is just been Andrew Cooksley, who's obviously either knows it really well. He says you were beaten by the Gainer car in Okayama. That's the only time you've been beaten.
Yeah, they were quick there. We were really bad. We had we were moaning about boost because it comes in so aggressive. So for the next race, we actually had a conversation with the engine guys, and we actually spoke to them about bringing the boost less efficient. Because the way they map the car is, it's like numbers, get the boost in as early as possible, as fast as possible. And around there it doesn't work because there's so many corners where you're sort of on throttle mid-corner with a lot of steering lock, and then it's full boost, and then the traction goes crazy because it can't handle all the power going to the rear. So we actually, for the next race at Fuji, we asked for a softer boost curve, and we won that race.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that wasn't a strong race for us.
Because the B-Max car's been pretty strong all year. Now, the different teams that run it, so you've got the run-up car, the Pink Zilla car, and the Gainer car. How different is the level of engineering that goes into those cars?
I don't know. Yeah, all I know is I don't know any of the engineers for the pink one or the run-up car, but I do know that we run sometimes different spec tyres. We get to choose. There's so many compounds and specifications of tyres we can choose from, and a lot of the time we do end up completely different. For example, the last round, the pink car, which is Mitzi was driving, they were so fast in the first race, and they were using a spec Yokohama tyre, whereas we were using a new special tyre, which is meant to be amazing, and it turned out the opposite. So then for the next race, we used their tyre, and it was much better. So there's a lot of there's so many variables in Super GT. Loads.
We are still getting questions coming in about what you're doing next year, but you're not going to tell us anything.
Can't tell you.
You're not going to tell us anything. He just says he's happy about it.
Yeah.
You're entering the British Touring Car Championship, aren't you?
Yes.
I hear there's some infinities going. Still. So, someone else has said, talking about DPI. What's your opinion on DPI?
I like that.
I think they look awesome.
Yeah.
That
Mazda looks really cool. And Nissan's going to have a car in that, so I need to speak to Mark Kakama about it, actually, to have see if he's got any pictures of of that car.
Well, it doesn't, and also, I mean, that doesn't clash with any of the races you're doing over here or anywhere else. Actually, it doesn't clash with any races anywhere.
Yeah, I think I'll be pretty busy if I did that.
Jan Mardenbrett F1 testing, there you go.
Yeah.
A question just came in. Have you ever raced at Snetterton? I know you have.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, in Group N. So a 370Z road car-ish, no seats, sequential gearbox, and I tested Formula 3 there as well, which is cool.
Now I've got a question for you, right? Who's quicker, you or Chia?
You can't do that. You can't do that while he sat down.
I'm quicker.
Hello.
So yeah, we're joined now by Australia's leading racing driver, Mr. Chia, who's recently turned 30.
Yeah, I turned 30 in the before yesterday.
Do you have a big party or you? Or
Not
so
big,
much?
not too big, but yeah, my friends celebrated me. Yeah, it was happy time. Yeah.
So we've just discovered that Jan, looks like Jan is going to be driving in the Nismo Grand Prix in your old car.
Yeah, please be careful.
That's 2015, so it must be.
Yeah, but so early, isn't it? So early.
Yeah, because the race was February,
Yeah.
so that's why it's
Old car.
2014.
Yeah.
Car. Yes.
Have you got any tips for Jan on how to drive that?
Come on, I'm a professional. I don't need tips. I've driven this car before. Just don't crash.
Don't crash. Yeah, don't crash. But it's okay. In FUJI Speedway, it's very safe.
Yeah.
Compared to Bathurst.
You've got some experience at FUJI Speedway, haven't you? Of the safety.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
You've got some experience of the safety at FUJI Speedway.
Yeah, it's absolutely safety because I'm okay after a big crash.
Very
in
big
500.
crash, yeah.
Yeah, it was huge. Yeah. So that car has the Michelin tire, which is using in Bathurst. Same tire I used. So that tire is quite hard in this condition because 20 degrees cooler than the Bathurst. So that's why it's. I think you will, struggle to warm up tire.
I think he'll be good.
Yeah, BMAX car
They have new tires.
They have a new tire
Yeah.
and a Super GT tire.
Yeah.
I think the
Softer compound. as
Yeah.
well. Like softer than Motegi.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is fast, I think.
And for those who don't know, Chio is also a BMAX driver in Japanese Formula 3, or was this year. And
Yeah.
I understand you guys now maybe know what you guys are doing next year, but you're not allowed to tell us about it.
I'm not sure yet.
But what you might be able to tell us is what you're doing this afternoon. Are you going to be in the S-Road Mola car? Are
Sorry?
you going to be doing the Nismo Grand Prix in the S-Road Mola?
Yes, I will drive the GT500, my car, in the Grand Prix.
Are you going to win?
I hope so because only one team didn't win this season was my team. So that's why this is the last chance to win for the race. So
And it's the last ever race for this car because you've got a new car for next year. So you don't
Yeah.
need to bring the car back. You can break the bodywork. They don't need it again.
I can push so like a maximum. So like hell, yeah. Maybe, yeah. I hope.
Contact.
Yeah. No matter because the car is only until this year. This is it's exactly the last race for that car. Yeah.
So you want to win the final race for the GT-R GT500 model year 2016.
Yeah, this is the last chance, I think.
This guy, Tiny Guyan, is, if I hope I pronounced that right, is asking all the best questions. So he's asked Jan and Chio, have you ever raced each other in karts? And if so, who won?
No. Never.
Have you ever raced each other
We
on
haven't.
the PlayStation? And if so, who
Yeah,
won?
Jan was faster. Of course, he is GT Academy champion. But we didn't.
No, we've never raced
drive,
karts.
No many time.
I think that's something that needs to be made to happen. I think there should be a Nismo TV Grand Prix.
Yeah. It would be fun.
That would be very fun. Who else should drive a Nismo TV Grand Prix? We'd love to hear that. Gio, have you ever driven at the Scuba circuit?
What's the
Scuba.
Scuba? Yeah, I drove that Scuba. I have been.
It's not very often used for the international level racing, the Super Formula,
No.
the Super GT style
No.
racing.
Yeah.
I think Super Taku goes there maybe
No,
still?
no. I think a long time ago, maybe 20 years ago, F3, Formula 3, yeah, they did, but now it's track is very small. Only I think time attack challenges, is doing now. So not many time to drive, not many opportunity to drive that track, but that track is nice.
Have you ever driven it for real, Jan? I know you've driven it on the PlayStation a lot.
No, I've driven past it because I think you drive past it going to Motegi. It's like
Is that where?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
I've seen like a road sign for it, but no, I've never been there, never driven on it. It's one of my
few days ago, the Super Formula that broke the new course record.
Again.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who was driving?
Kamui Kobayashi drove it.
Okay.
And it's a 43 second, 0.3.
That's fast.
It's like a karting track time.
Yeah.
40 less than 1 minute.
But yeah, you've driven a Super Formula car in the same day as Kobayashi's driven it, and you were quicker than him, I seem to remember.
In the rain?
In the rain,
yeah.
in the dry, he was quicker because he had like 3 sets of new tyres at the end.
But in the rain, which is a great equaliser.
Yeah,
you were
it's a
quicker,
cool
yeah.
car, man. It's really cool, really nice.
Here we go. They're all talking about your helmets.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they want to know about your helmet. Firstly, how do you pick the colours of your helmet? And secondly, do you keep your helmets at the end of the season? Because all the logos are going to change.
I designed it myself. I like simple designs. I don't like helmets that have lots of different colours and
talking about
styles.
his helmet?
No, I quite like. I like shoes. I'm gonna say lid because helmet sounds weird. I like James Hunt's lid. Basic colours. And my favourite colours are purple, red, and you have aqua and green.
Aqua's not a colour.
Yes, it is.
Only in shoes.
It's a colour. And yeah, I get to keep my helmet anyway at the end of the season. I think next year I may need to talk to Bell to get another helmet for what I'm doing.
And what do you think about?
My design didn't change a lot. Its baseline is always same, but I changed the colors. This year I changed back to the base color of my the fastest one. It's late. And now, Ally helmets give us every year new one. So then we can make the helmet every year. Yes.
Yeah, I like the idea of that.
That's a good idea. It's just I there's some driver preference in how a helmet fits on your head, and with Bell, it feels nice.
Oh, they're going to get. They're comparing helmets now.
Yeah.
Who's got the better helmet?
It's a bit bigger, Bell. The design.
But Bell is the lighter.
Yeah, a little bit. I like the vents. In the F3, there's more air.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for me, it feels I can breathe a bit better.
So do you have all your helmets lined up in a gallery so you can sort of sit there and study your helmet as you're sitting there? And
No, not many helmet I have.
no.
Yeah, I gave it for the sponsors and my friends. So I don't have a lot helmet because it's too much. Because I renew every year, so it's gonna be lots of helmet in my house. So yeah, I just want to give it for the supporters.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and I give it the this year's one for the charity this time. Yeah, it's nice.
There's charity. A lot of the drivers giving like race stuff away for the Prix for Italy, where there was an earthquake recently, and Ronnie Quintarelli got all the drivers.
He's from there, isn't he?
Yeah,
where it happened,
he asked all the drivers to give some items away so they can go into an auction and then raise money for the Prix for where he used to live, for that area that was affected. And I think they're going to maybe get enough money to buy like a support vehicle. Nissan Italy are getting involved, and so it was a good cause.
Now, if it does sound like you're going to need a new helmet next year, Jan, what are you going to do with this year's helmet?
I'll keep it. I'll keep it at home. I don't like giving. My lid is kind of like sacred. It's kind
Do you have a gallery of?
No, I don't have a gallery. They're just sort of in my room. It's just like it's my helmet.
This is your helmet.
Yeah, I do like to share it sometimes. The helmet, like the tip, but, yeah, it stays at home.
Yes. So, Japanese race circuits, then, that's a question that has come in probably.
Yeah.
Of all the circuits you go to in Super GT, your favourite one is which one?
Track. I like. I think that the most favorite track is, Autopolis. But unfortunately, we couldn't drive Autopolis this year. I hope I can drive the Autopolis next year.
It's on the calendar for next year, and they fixed
on the
circuit,
calendar.
so it looks like the race will happen next year. So we'll be
Yeah,
back
yeah,
with
yeah.
the giant trophy again.
Yeah, the Autopolis is very nice track. It's very technical and very big elevation changes, downhill and uphill, and last sector is very good. It's like a mountain road. Yeah, I like the Autopolis more than like that. I think Suzuka is the second favorite.
What about you?
I like Motegi.
You like Motegi?
Yeah, I do like Motegi, man. I like braking. I like slowing down.
You like braking?
And I like Suzuka as well.
He's the very rare driver.
Yeah.
Not many driver likes.
Yeah,
Motegi.
not many people like Motegi.
Many people.
You do remember the other tracks you go to through the championship season?
Yeah, I mean, I like Sugo as well.
Yeah.
Sugo is up
Yeah,
there.
Sugo is amazing.
Sugo's cool.
Yeah.
Probably Sugo more than Suzuka.
Sugo's beautiful, I think.
Yeah.
And the racing seems wild there. There's something about the track.
the
there.
racing there is
Racing's always crazy.
Really good.
Yeah.
In F3, it's a bit boring because there's no overtaking. Really in F3.
For the race is not good.
But in GT, especially Super GT, because with the GT3 and you guys with 500, it's such a small circuit.
Yeah.
There's hardly no places to overtake, so you get like places where you're really close to touching, and it's good fun.
Well, if you could take the Super GT cars, the GT500s...
I need to go.
Oh, you've got to run away.
I need to go.
And I think you probably both need to go because you're both going to the same place. So
Me?
I think you probably need to go as well. Oh, no.
I can stay here.
You can stay here.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can ask you the same question.
Yeah.
If you could take your GT500 car to any racetrack in the world that isn't in Japan...
In the world.
In the world, not
Yeah.
Japan, where'd you take it?
Yeah, I'm very interesting how it works in if I drive in Spa.
In Spa, okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be amazing because I think it must be flat in the Eau Rouge, and yeah, I like Spa track. I think the GT500, if I can drive it, GT500 in Spa, it would be great.
What about around Bathurst?
Bathurst also, yeah, it's gonna be amazing. Maybe some high-speed corners is gonna be flat if I drive GT500. So, yeah, Bathurst GT500 is, I think it's gonna be great.
Now, for the first time, I experienced what it's like inside the GT500 cockpit. You were out doing a bit of driving, and I was out with Matsuda-san.
Matsuda-san.
And I was amazed by how quickly those cars corner. I mean, when you first drove the GT500, were you surprised at how fast it was?
Yeah, I always, even if when I drive GT500 today, after driving GT3, it's how different compared to GT3 and GT500, especially on the turn 3 to 4, high speed light was so quick.
That's impressive. Now, I can't remember if it's been announced or not, but do you have a plan to go to Australia early next year?
I hope so, because I like Australia and I like Bathurst. That track is, I think, the most favorite track in the world for me. Yeah, that's why I want to go there. So, yeah, I hope so. I hope to see the Australian fans in the next February, yeah.
And you've got some new friends from Australia, haven't you, from the GT Academy?
New what?
New friends from Australia from GT Academy.
Really?
Your GT Academy group from Race
Ah,
Camp.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. That's the GT Academy Race Camp. Yeah. I took part of a mentor of the GT Academy Australian winners. So that was very fun. They are very nice guys. Yeah, lots of fun. But we couldn't make a winner from Australia. That was a little shame. But yeah, the time was so nice.
Next time, though, maybe you can. Matt
Yeah,
Simmons,
yeah, I
of course,
hope.
it has been passed.
If they can do next year. So I hope I can support for them. Yeah.
So this Nismo Grand Prix coming up,
Yeah.
you're going to be starting with the GT500 guys.
Yes.
And you're going to be fourth of the four.
Four.
You're in P4. Your starting position.
Oh, we are
I
really.
believe so. Yeah.
Because the ranking.
Yep.
We start from the back.
Is the GT500 at the back of the field then?
Because we are only 4 cars.
Yeah.
GT500.
That's right. Yeah. So you are.
We have to overtake the other 3.
Yeah, we can get past.
Yeah, we can. I think.
Because I think Ronnie and JP will crash into each other.
Yeah, it can happen.
Then you only have to beat the forum engineering car.
Yeah. Oh, it's easy. Yeah. As I want to enjoy the last race for the competing against the Nismo drivers.
And now I think I've just been passed a note to me saying that you need to go.
I need to go.
You need to go.
All right.
And I have to go too.
You have to go too. Okay.
Too, as well, because I think the grid starts. The grid is in 5 minutes.
Oh my God! I need to put helmet on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll see you later.
See you down there.
Bye.
Bye. And we will be down on the grid filming in a little while. So we'll probably go to just the raw visual of the Super GT field forming up, and not just the Super GT field for the Nismo Grand Prix, it'll also be the Super Taikyu Nissans, the Australian GT Championship Nissans, and also some of the Chinese Championship cars, and finally the free, and they like running around in a group, Okabe Jidosha Kyoshin 194 Z34 Super Taikyu cars. So there's going to be quite an interesting little battle going on. And I think Chio really was running quite late because I can hear the GT500 cars coming to the grid and he wasn't even in his helmet. So I was wondering, and I think we may have stolen Yan when he was supposed to be in a car anyway, but the cars are due to the grid quite soon. So I too will be heading down to the grid to talk to you guys for a video we're going to show, because all this Nismo Grand Prix, we're going to put this as a view on demand after the live stream for guys who are a little bit further away, or maybe those of you who've been watching for quite a long time will be enjoying it. And there's going to be live Periscope. Periscope guy has just been told him we're going to have Periscope and Facebook Live and all sorts of magic social media-y things. But go on at Nismo at Periscope. And yeah, this is why Chio is really late, because the Forum Engineering GT500 car is pulling up onto the grid. The Calsonic car has come to the grid, and Chio hasn't put his helmet on at that point. So he's going to be a little bit late. And it was, we said he probably should go, but he was quite happy. And the Gainer Tanax car now coming to the grid as well. Now, as the cars grid up, I'll tell you that, and I'll talk through some of the cars in this Nismo Grand Prix session. There's the number 23 Blancpain Endurance Championship car coming to the grid. Not quite sure who's at the wheel of that one today. We haven't got those driver lineups because they've been swapping it around a fair bit. Some of the Z cars now coming to the grid too, and I'm going to get down there and have a look at the field. So we'll probably be handing over just to the raw sound for a little while, but I'll be back for the start of the race. So looking forward to the Nismo Grand Prix.
そして今、皆様にお集まりいただいております。ご紹介していきましょう。まずは、ニスモ片桐隆夫 CEO、ニスモ松村元木元 CEO、松田重夫です。ジョー・パレッテ・スピーベイラス。柳田正隆選手、本山聡選手、星野和選手、ミハイル・ニスモアンバサダー、皆様にお越しいただきます。それではドライバーとして松田杉尾選手に安全運転宣言をしていただきたいと思います。それでは松田選手、よろしくお願いします。
シートベルトを着用します。2、道路標識に従います。3、制限速度を守ります。4、タイヤの点検をします。5、飲んだら乗りません。6、子供を守ります。7、運転に集中します。8、疲れたら休みます。9、ヘルメットを着用します。10、丁寧に人に優しい運転をします。
ありがとうございました。皆様も FIA アクションフォーロードセーフティーにぜひご参加ください。そして安全意識を持って交通事故を減らしていきましょう。それではこの後はフォトセッションとなります。事前撮影の時に会場の皆様と一緒にアクションフォーロードセーフティーのご紹介いただき撮影を行いたいと思います。私のブースにアクションフォーロードセーフティーのご紹介をください。皆様一回練習をしてみましょう。せーのでいきます。ではアクションフォーロードセーフティー。はい。それではアクションフォーロードセーフティー。はい、ありがとうございました。この後はメディアの方々のフォトセッションタイムとなります。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。ということで、
さあ、本日のメインイベント、ブラックスポーツプレゼンツニスモ GT2016 がまもなく開催ということになっています。そういったですね、このホームストレートでもたくさんのファンの皆様が足を運んでいるところです。ブラックスポーツ様より特別協賛をいただき、エキサイティングなバトルを皆様にお届けします。ニスモ GT2016 は今シーズン GT500、GT3、S タイで活躍をした車両の3カテゴリー混走によるエキシビションレースです。12周走行し、各カテゴリーの優勝を目指し、エキサイティングなバトルを皆様にお届けします。なお、GT500 クラスの4台に関しては、実際のレース同様、タイヤタッチャー、ドライバーチェンジを行うとともにチーム対抗のピットバック要素も実施されますので、各チームの威信のかかったまさに本番さながらのピットワークをご覧いただけることでしょう。さあ、もう今ピットウォークがですね始まって、たくさんのファンの方々本当に、今マシンの周りを取り囲んでいる中ですが、ありがとうございます。グリッドウォークはチケットをお持ちのお客様のみのご参加となっております。大変申し訳ございませんが、今年も販売となっております。当日販売のチケットはございません。毎年大人気で早くのうちに売り切れとなってしまいますので、来年はぜひお早めのご購入をお願いいたします。さあ、それではですね、今、コース上、グリッドウォークが行われていて、にぎわっているわけですが、ここで、スーパー GT 久木県総監督、田中俊和さんにいらしていただいてですね、マシーンのご紹介などをしていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いします。
いやー、本当にすごいファンの皆さんですね。
いやー、本当に今日はすごくいい天気でね、一日もう少し寒いっていう予報だったので、ちょっと心配をしてたんですが、皆さんの行いが多分良くて、ずっといい天気で少し暖かくてね、良かったなと思います。
そうですね。はい、ファンの皆様ももちろん最高の観戦日和というふうになっていますが、ドライバーの皆さんもご紹介してますよね。
そうですね。先ほどレジェンドのね方々が一足先にそこを終えましたけども、本当にニコニコでしたね。ドライバーも1年に1回はニスモフェスティバルで昔の作業に乗れるということで、本当にそれを楽しんで、お客様にもそれを見て楽しんでいただいて、今日も本当に天気に助けられていい走行ができた 今日、7時半ぐらいからドライバーミーティングで、最初に、ドライバー全員挨拶をしたんですが、ガチはいいけど、ほどほどにね、お願いをしたいので、言うこと聞いてくれるかどうかわからないですが、そういう話をしました。はい。
後ろに花道、
はい。
マシンが、
はい。
ポールポジションのする場所にとどまっているわけですが、ちょっとマシンの2016年、今シーズン戦ったマシンの特徴なんていうところをですね、お話ししていただけたらと思います。
はい。この車はですね、大きな流れで言うと、13年から14年にかけて、大きく技術規則が変わったんですね。14年、15年、16年、3年間、基本的には同じ規則で戦ってきたわけです。13年まで戦った車に比べるとですね、車の中心になるモールって言われているパーツが、ドイツの DTM と、共通規則になった関係で、共通の部品で戦うということで、そこが共通化されたということですね。それと、エンジンがですね、全メーカー、それぞれの独自開発ですけれども、2リッターの直噴のハードエンジンに変わっているということですね。従来の車に比べると、車の重さ、これもすごく軽くなっていて、今、1020キロっていうのがベースのウェイトになってますね。それ以前は1800キロでしたので、そこだけでも80キロで軽いということです。14年に規則改正がされて、大きなポイントが一つあるんですが、エンジンの、規則で、以前はですね、エアリストリクターっていう空気を取り入れる量をある程度コントロールして性能を調整するっていう制度だったんですが、はい、そうです。今はですね、燃料の流量、これをコントロールすることによって、ある程度出力を制限するという新しいコンセプトに変わって、自分からやっています。ですから、要はエンジンの効率ですよね。効率。
そういったレギュレーションによってのコントロール化という中での開発というのもね、とてもシリアスで大変なところはあると思うんですが、来季、ここで新型に変わるわけですよね。今シーズン、今回のレースが、実は2016年型のマシン、見納めの最後のレースということになるんですよね。
そうですね。この先ほど言った14年から14、15、16と、基本的に大きなレギュレーション改正なしに、3年間終えたわけですけども、日産勢としてはですね、14年、15年と、シリーズチャンピオン2年連続取って、今年も3連覇に挑んだんですが、残念ながらちょっとだけ届かなかった
ですね。
ただレース全体としては、8戦中5勝を挙げたということで、この3年間の規則に対しては、非常にうまく対応してくれたなと。これは技術陣もそうですし、ドライバーチームも、それと、タイヤメーカーもですね、日産の場合は3つのタイヤマニファクチャラーと一緒にやってますけれども、うまく対応してくれた、そういう意味では大成功の3年間でしたね。で、来年から少し技術規則が変わりまして、ただ13年から14年にかけた規模のレギュレーション改正ではなくてですね、基本的には今のレギュレーションの延長線上にある改正です。で、 てるまあ、空気の力で車体を路面に押し付ける力ですね。はい、空力の中の、まあ、ダウンフォースって言ってる、ところを、削減する、まあ、数字で言うと 25% 削減するというのが、はい、一番大きな技術的な、まあ、改正です。で、車で言うとですね、リアのディフューザーがついてますけども、空気上がってるんアップスイングって言って、床下からですね、床下から角度をつけて跳ね上げて、ダウンフォースを発生させてるんですが、まあ、ここの角度をもう少し規制をしてですね、ダウンフォースを減らすという、まあ、これ共通、3メーカー共通の角度でやるということで、ダウンフォースを下げるという、ことをやるんですが、まあ、大きな一つの狙いはですね、要は速すぎる。特にコーナーリングがですね、もう一昔前のフォーミュラカー並みに、スピードが速いということで、まあ、フォーミュラカーに比べたらやっぱり GT なので、まあ、車両重量も重いですよね。ですから、まあ、ドライバー、それと観客の皆さんの安全を最優先に考えると、まあ、技術陣はですね、きつい目標を立ててもですね、必ずそれをクリアしてくるので、少し、高い目標を掲げて、大幅に1回下げるというコンセプトで、まあ、これの中でまた技術陣が頑張って取り戻していくんですけども、そういうことで来年から新しい技術則が始まるということですね。
さあ、その最終戦のね、時にもですね、その新しい車両が、展示はされていたんですが、いよいよその新しい車両、で、まあ、結果的には納得のいくシーズンではあるけれども、チャンピオンという称号をね、奪還する年もあります。
その通りですね。まあ、日産ニスモの、活動はやっぱりね、勝利にこだわって、常に、まあ、勝つことに、まあ、チャレンジし続けるという、DNA でやっていますので、来年はですね、まあ、今年、取られた、チャンピオンシップを、また取り返しにね、行きたいと思うので、今開発陣がですね、目いっぱい開発をまだやって毎日やってますので、今週末はですね、開発のスタッフもこのニスモフェスティバルの運営で、誘導したりですね、そういうことしてますけれども、また明日にもですね、もう目いっぱい開発の方に戻って、ギリギリまで、開発を続けて、で、まあ、来年、日産勢 GT500、チームですね、それぞれのチームが、まず総監督としての目標は、これずっと言ってるんですが、すべての車が最終戦にチャンピオンシップの権利を持って帰るということですね。これをまず目指して、その中の1台がチャンピオンを取るということを、来年ももう一度、私自身も肝に銘じて、全チームと、まあ、目標を共有化して、チャレンジしたいなというふうに思うんで、ぜひ皆さんの応援よろしくお願いします。
さあ、ということで、チャンピオン奪還というね、頼もしい言葉を伺うことができました。ありがとうございました。田中俊和、三崎チーム総監督でありました。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
皆さん、大きな拍手をお願いいたします。さあ、ということで、この後いよいよスタートの瞬間を迎えるんですが、今回、ニスモフェスティバルでは、子どもたちが楽しめるイベントをいろいろと行っておりますが、その一つ、キッズお楽しみイベントとして、グリッドボードキッズをたくさんの、ね、お友達がしてくれています。今回のこのボールポジションの位置、そのお友達が来てくれています。ちょっと はどうですか。はい、なかなか難しいかなというところはありますが、でも楽しんでくださいね。はい、ありがとう。ゆうりちゃんでした。ありがとうございます。
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on air, ready for the Nismo Grand Prix 2016. And I'm joined here in the studio by a face some of you may find familiar. It's Super GT's regular pit lane commentator, Michael Crum. Michael, welcome.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, welcome to the Nismo Festival here.
So, now, Michael, you decided to take a step back from racing for this season, and you've been doing my job, basically. How have you been finding that?
Yeah, I still raced at the VLN, so people say, "Oh, you're not racing this year," but it's not true. I raced at the Nürburgring 24 Hour. People keep forgetting that. Myself keeps forgetting that. I work as an Nismo ambassador and at every Super GT race and watch the races from the outside. And part of my job is to interview the drivers during the race, or when they finish their first stint. And after the race, or after qualifying especially, is interesting. And I didn't really know how to approach that, because obviously I've always been on the other side of the microphone. And I found it really interesting by following all the action on the track and looking at the action from a driver's point of view. I come up with questions that dig a little bit deeper maybe into the drivers, because I can see, you know, when they make little mistakes or when they're really nervous. And
they must hate you.
Oh yeah, it was quite funny in the beginning. They fake like me maybe, or they try to like me, but you know, when Motoyama doesn't, one of our stars here, that's a very long-time teammate of mine and long-time friend, he doesn't let out much, and he always plays it cool. But when Gio, you know, for example, did the fastest time in Q1, and Motoyama then had to go into Q2 with the pressure of his teammates just showing that the car is the fastest, and then coming back in P2, you know, having made some little mistakes, that obviously, you know, usually people then don't ask him straight questions about these matters.
No, you do.
But then I decided, no, I think that could be interesting to really know what happened there. And so I came to ask pretty straight, strong questions, which actually got amazing answers out of these guys, and really good insight as well, to show really they are human as well. You know, he said, "Yeah, you're right. I was nervous. You know, he was so fast, and you know, I was a bit surprised by that, and you know, I made a little mistake, and that happens. And that just shows as well, you know, that they're all human. They're all trying their best, and no matter how long they're in the business."
Are there any drivers you really hate interviewing?
I can't really say names here. That wouldn't be right? No, I mean, what I don't like, I don't know if that's the same for you, but if I must be, if it's not really, can't really put it on the person, but if, I'm not going to say names or anything, but if somebody just put pole or did the fastest, or won the race, for example, and then is really not talking much and is not making a happy face. And that is a little bit tough to be on the other side of the to do the interview. I feel a little bit, what the hell, man? You just won the race, you know, it's super exciting.
Have you heard of Kimi Räikkönen?
Yeah, no, I know, I understand. And I'm personally, probably now some listeners that know me say, "Hey, dude, you're the same." And I probably forgot about that. I'm often myself like that, and sometimes you win, and you know, other things go through your head. You're already planning for the next race. You have a meeting after the interview for tire choices. You can't get home. You're thinking, can I make the train or not?
Or JP drove into you.
You know, yeah. There's a lot of stuff probably going on, but if that happens, it happens usually with similar people, then I don't really enjoy doing the interview.
Now, getting home, you mentioned the last train home. Actually, Nismo Festival is quite nicely timed. The Nismo Grand Prix means you can get away and get that last romance car, can't you? That back into Shinjuku.
Yes, here you can get away fine. It shouldn't be a problem today. But you know, race day is always a late finish, and then it's always difficult to get out here.
Now, do you miss the Super GT doing it full season, or are you quite happy being in the pits, not being in the car?
Yeah, that was a big issue, a big question this year. Many of my driver friends told me as well, "Oh, are you okay? How is it going to be?" And the first race I came to, I was really nervous, thinking, what am I going to feel? I want to be in the car or not? And I have to say, it's been really good because I never really had it. I had it once or twice in the first weekend where I thought, I want to be in the action. That's, I should be out there. When I saw the footage of the driving, close-ups and stuff, and I think, usually I'm out there doing that. And so I felt a bit like a few moments I want to be out there, I miss it, but actually it's gone quickly and I enjoy it very, very much from the outside. I can now, the first time, look at the whole race, and usually I only see half. Now I can see the whole race from the outside and all the cars, and I have a radio connection to all the cars, and it's really interesting. I can hear all the cars, it's amazing. Who is bitching about what, and who is shouting at who, and it's who's really nervous and anxious, who's really cool, who gets angry with his team manager. It's really interesting to see this, and I get really into the Nissan thing, and I want them to win, and I feel really, really happy when they're doing well, and I'm happy to see myself reacting to it like that, because it would have been kind of a waste of time of me being there and thinking every time, I should be in the car. It wouldn't be right.
But it doesn't look like Nissan has fully accepted your stepping back from driving, because I look at this listing of drivers in the program for this Nismo festival, and you've got the legend driver, the old retired guys, and there you are in the active drivers roster. So they want you back. Clearly.
I know I had some argument about it, guys. But then again, sure. Like I mentioned before, I raced at the Nürburgring. I do have a Nismo driver's contract, so. Fair enough.
So they might push you back in next year.
Yeah. So it's not. I'm not retired, officially or anything. That's fine. I'm happy to drive. Actually, I did some testing yesterday. Some serious testing, some development work in the morning for 2 hours, and I enjoyed that.
Oh, that was you in that car?
Yeah, no. I enjoy the work and to work with the engineers and stuff.
There's a nice looking black car down there. Have you ever done that yet?
Yeah, I've done a few.
Down in Garage 29, the 2017 car.
But it doesn't mean I don't like to race or something. It's just that I don't really need to go back there. I am 46, so it's okay.
Now, speaking of 46, I said earlier on that I thought the S-Road Mola car was the car that was going to win this race.
Well, yeah, they should. They haven't won a race this year, so all the other guys have. 5 victories, and they've been so unlucky all the time, and it's a tire war out there. Let's not forget, this is one of the last championships in the world where you have a real tire war going on, and that is, you can speak against this, but the crazy thing is, it creates exciting racing, and hopefully we see this even if only 400 or 500 cars out there.
I think the GT3 cars though as well. They're
same thing.
The GT3 drivers are actually all spoiling for a fight with each other.
Yeah.
Jan's grumpy because he's just discovered that his car's on Michelins that he's never driven on before, and they're the hard compound, so they're not going to be very good. But he's on pole.
Yeah, he was complaining already about that to me before. That's true. So we're going to see what happens there. It's certainly going to be very interesting. I mean, it's supposed to be a fun race, but the moment the helmet's on and you are lined up on a grid, you do the warm-up lap. And between us drivers, I've taken part in this race many times. I can promise you the adrenaline level will be as high as before a normal Super GT race. They all want to win that race to prove inside Nissan we're the best Nissan car.
It's exactly that, isn't it? And I get the impression that amongst the drivers that because it's not for championship points, because it's meant to be just for fun race, they want to go at it and have at it.
Yeah, they do, but then again, they also know they get a big bollocking if they hit each other. So, at the time everybody has to secure their contracts for next year. We have seen in the past some crazy stunt moves. Who knows what's going to happen? But
I have been told that some of the contracts, not all, but some of the contracts for next year are signed. So it might be interesting to see which drivers are driving very aggressively.
Maybe we can see that on the body language of the cars. Actually, that's true. But what's going to be interesting is that you have the pole car, Ronnie and Sugio on Michelin tires. Then you have the Yokohama tire car with Daiki and Yanagida. And, they are a little bit similar, but the warm-up is might be very different. It's cold, there's no tire warmers. So the first lap will be very, very interesting how this is going to go. Because the tires are really cold and they're going to start it probably straight after one rolling lap. So the first laps are really difficult. And I think the Bridgestone, I don't know if JP I think starts, is probably the fastest on warm-up. And the Michelin, and maybe the Yokohama is the slowest. It's difficult. I'm not sure what compound they have at the moment, but you will see maybe the Yokohama, is my prediction, will be the fastest car after maybe a few laps.
But that'll be too late.
It might be too late for that short distance, right? Exactly. So it happened before. So we were the fastest, but it was too late, and then we were cheating in the pit lane and won the race. Because there's no officials to really control it. Let's hope they keep all the rules. But
there is a mandatory driver change halfway through this race for the GT500, but not for the GT3 cars. They just have to pass through the pits. And actually, it's a tyre war in the GT3 class as well. And I did discover that the BMAX Engineering Nissan Driver Development Program car is on the Super GT soft experimental tyre for this, but it's got a gearbox problem, so it might not make the start.
Yeah, that the Kazuki told me he had a problem with the gearbox, so he's not very confident to make the start. He told me, but I really do hope they do. That would be a shame if they wouldn't be in the race, wouldn't it?
See, now, if you were in this GT1 car that's sitting here and hasn't really done much today, it's just been out for a few runs in the circuit safari, don't you fancy getting out there in that and just sort of upsetting everybody and just...
No, I did actually. After we won the World Championship with Lukas Luhr in 2011 in the GT1 car, we came back to the festival, and in those days we were quite faster than the GT3 cars. The GT3 cars have done a huge development step. They're now a little bit faster.
Oh, really?
And they're a little bit faster than the GT1 car. Maybe not on the day or on one lap, but very close. But in those days we were quite faster. In fact, we were only 3 or 4 seconds off the 500 cars.
Okay.
And they didn't expect that here in Japan for the festival. So they allowed us also to not do a pit stop. And I easily won the race. It was very funny because we didn't do the pit stop and the distance is short, but the car was much faster than it was anticipated. So you're right. That car should be in there actually.
Well, as you can see on the screens, JP Oliveira's getting his helmet on, and
JP getting his helmet on.
Yeah, and it's JP and Ronnie, both of the starting drivers.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
So that will be quite an interesting start to see if those two can manage to stay away from each other. They have done all year, but now it's different.
Oh, let's not forget, these cars have, way over 600 horsepower. They go down the straight with over 300 kilometer power. They have to shift down to first gear from sixth in turn one. There's no tire warmers. It's ambient. It's 7 degrees now, air temperature. It is really, really cold, and the tires will take 2 or 3 laps, and that's where we're going to see the action. We're going to see who's making turn one or not. I mean, we have no idea. The guys have no idea where they're going to hit the brakes. It's carbon brakes. They're not even warm, and when the carbon brake even is warm, and it's so easy to lock up the fronts. So they're gonna. My prediction is they're gonna really spread out. You will not see a close, tight start out of just fear of nobody knowing where to brake.
I think because
that's my prediction. But if they come really close, then I worry.
I think because of that, actually, particularly with the back of the field we can see here with the GT3 cars, the fourth sort of group of cars in this, in the Super Type-Q Z cars, and actually, because they're so much lighter, so much easier, smaller car, I actually think they'll be able to get their tyres in quite a lot quicker, and they could get right onto the back of the GT3.
Absolutely,
and mix it up.
It's a very good point you mentioned here. I haven't even thought about that, because usually in the races, the GT300 cars start with a really big distance. And you're absolutely right. Every time we go out of the pits in a 500 car, the 300s are much faster than us. Exactly. And the Super Type-Q as well. You're absolutely right. They have ABS, they have traction control, and the tires warm up in generally faster. And because the car is safer and slower. So, yes, good point. Because today, I'm sure they won't keep any distance. Exactly. And we might see a 300 car overtaking a 500 car. That's absolutely possible.
Which would be quite funny.
That would be super interesting. All right, now you're making me excited again.
Exactly. And we've got all the fans at home telling us what they're talking about. There's Carlitos Magno says you're going to be driving the Zanavi Nismo car again from 2003 for some reason.
Next year? No, they don't use that anymore. It's 2017.
Yeah,
Next
exactly.
year.
Exactly. Are you going to drive for Mercedes? I don't think you have a super license.
No. Well, they're doing GT3 too, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm not. I will, I'm with Nissan since so many years, 17 years, and in one way or another, we will do some work together.
Exactly. So it's interesting because all the Nissan drivers right now, it's quite funny because I know some of them have now been told the plans for 2017 and what they're all doing, but not all of them have. So some are still asking, what am I doing next year? Others have been signed and sealed the contracts, and it is super interesting to see.
It is tight. There's a question, will there be a close fight? We certainly hope so. Well, make no mistakes, the guys out there, they will give everything, okay? So they don't want to crash into each other, of course, in front of their bosses here, all there, and they're gonna go really, really close. They do the max they can, but like I said, there might be a difference with the warm up of the tires, and let's see what happens. But I can promise you that the guys are trying everything. Nobody's going to slow down on purpose, that's for sure.
Now, one question that's just come in. In your long career with Nissan and Nismo, what's your favourite car from that period that you've raced? Which one will you take home? This is the absolute favourite you've had?
It's a good question. For me, the nicest car to drive was the GT1 car. That was developed over 3 years. It's not because we won the championship and many races. It was a close fight with the others. But the car was just... And Jan told me the same. He drove it this morning, and we agreed. We talked a long time about that GT1 car, and the restriction was less than GT3. In GT3, you have to take the base, but the Nismo engineers could, freely do the diff and everything, the suspension. It was slider. We could find a really, really nice balance, and it has no traction control, no ABS, but carbon brakes. It really stops hard. Driver's skill is necessary to not lock up or don't spin.
It's not too late for you to get down there and nick it and just go out.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's pure pleasure to drive. I drove it yesterday, quite a long time.
I was watching.
Longer than I was supposed to.
That's
probably.
what Jan said as well.
I ran out of fuel. I had to refuel it. For me, that's the biggest pleasure car, really, I've driven.
There's more coming in. There's lots of people talking about this. How many classes are there in the series? This isn't a series if you're watching at home. This is a one-off race, end of season race just for Nissan. So now there's 3 groups of cars. There's the GT500s from Super GT, the GT300s, which you can see on the screen, and it does look like that B-Max car is still in trouble. And there's the GT4-ish cars, which are the Z cars from Super Type Q. They're not exactly GT4 because they're not homologated as such, because they're very similar to the GT4s you'll see in the Dubai 24 Hours later, in the new year. Now, all eyes are on the grid on the GT3 car from B-Max Engineering. This is the car that very nearly won the GT300 championship this year, and they are struggling to get the gearbox to work. There was some sort of error tone that the drivers are hearing on their lap from the pits. So while all the others wait a little bit, so they might delay it a little bit because we're not on a Bernie Eccleston schedule, so to speak, on a Formula 1 schedule. They may just wait a little bit so the B-Max car can get fixed and get into the race.
All right, there's some questions. Sorry, which GT1 car? That's the Nissan GT-R GT1 car that in 2011 competed in the FIA GT1 World Championship. It's a Nissan GT-R.
It was built by JRM in Daventry, and they've still got a couple of them there actually.
Yeah, they do.
They've got your championship car is still sitting there doing nothing.
And there's a hard question. Here, look at that. Stronger GT500 pairing of current drivers. You're asking. You're asking me hard questions.
Yeah, that is a good question. Go on. You've got to answer that one.
You put me on a bad spot here.
Yeah.
It's good that it's in English, huh? But the drivers are in the car. They're not listening, right? That's not recorded, is it?
Yeah, it's recorded. It was going up.
Oh, really?
We're going to be playing this live. This is going to be on View on Demand. So.
All right, okay. I first of all, I start off easy. I'm 24 car you see now. Who's in the car? Is it Daiki?
I think Daiki's starting, yeah.
So we've seen Daiki perform. I don't know, the guys of you have seen the racing, what he pulled off in Sugo this year. He was holding 5 or 6 Toyotas behind him.
Yeah, that was amazing.
It was crazy. I've never seen something like this, how he managed this. And that was just what he pulled off there mentally and using his brains to do this. And so then a red flag stopped the race.
Exactly.
And everybody said, he wouldn't have won it without red flag. So I asked him after, and he was so cool. He said, what do you think? Of course I would have won it.
It was going to be close.
So for me, at the moment, we have, Daiki for sure.
So Daiki's your first driver.
Yeah, and then it's you put me on a tough spot. Not because I don't want to say, because it's really difficult to tell.
You can pick from GT300 because you can promote those. You can promote those guys.
Yeah. I am a big promoter of the 300 guys, but at the moment I have to stay fair enough to also the record, and I would I don't know, go mad and put Daiki and Ronnie.
Daiki and Ronnie, okay, that'd be interesting. And third driver for Suzuka?
Yeah, come on, it's enough now. Anyway, answer the question. You don't have to follow up here, okay?
And actually, there's not too many. How does one become a driver for such cars? You win the GT Academy, apparently.
Yeah, it looks like it, absolutely.
The commentary lineup's looking pretty young in the Japanese booth.
They're all the legends.
Yeah, but behind them, the new legends, next generation.
Yeah.
Making us all feel a bit old. Even Jan was saying he felt old because of all the kids running around doing really cool stuff. So there's a suggestion saying Yu, Chio and Bunkum for Blancpain. Would you like to see that next year?
Oh yeah, that's interesting.
No, that wasn't a no, was it? That's a
yeah. We have to see, what Nissan's doing on that area with the championship and everything. It's a lot of shuffling around and rethinking. So decisions have not been really made fully. Or not that I know of.
Some have.
They probably have.
Some have. I know some have, and I know some haven't.
So, yeah, but good driver choice. I like that. Chio, Bunkum, they're really, really, really super great drivers.
Robert Henderson's reminding you of Wakisaka.
Oh, I had a little bit of a scruffle with him, but now we're pretty good friends.
Here's a question that's been coming up. Actually, I'm not going to ask you that question. I'm going to ask you a different question. Non-racing cars, which Nismo car are you taking home? Which is the Nismo car you want? Of all the Nismo cars ever, which one do you want to have in your garage? You might even have it in your garage.
I do.
What is it?
It's the Enattack package that I did the record with, 708.
You still got that car? Oh, because there was a story about this.
And I put the number plate.
Yes.
I put 708. That car, we've put so much effort in that car.
Did it take a little bit of effort for you to get that car, if I remember?
It also took a lot of effort for me to get it, not only to do the lap time, but no, I love that car. I mean, that for me is... But this is that car, it has too much power, of course. It's 600 horsepower and all that. And the way you got it is exactly how you can do the lap time. And I know that on YouTube people say, they use different tires and blah, blah, blah. You know how they do this testing. I promise you, the car is just like that. And you can go out on the track. And if you have the balls to do it, you can do that lap time. And that is the whole story behind the Nismo road cars. Comes from that. The balance between the power and the grip of this car relates to even the Juke, the March, the Note, the X-Trail that I drove this morning. But this is the ultimate, the fastest of the whole lineup.
Micro Cup, do you fancy it? Micro Cup.
Yeah, absolutely. I would
Every
totally.
driver wants to do the Micro
totally,
Cup.
Totally,
it looks awesome.
Totally. I mean, it's not about how fast the car is. It's about the balance of the car, and this is so important to ensure driving fun and driving pleasure. You need to get that over. To say you can make a GT-R and put 1,000 horsepower in, right? We've seen that a lot. That's fun on a straight line, but then next thing is, you can't stop anymore. It becomes really dangerous, and the cornering in relation to the straight becomes really weird, and it becomes dangerous, and then the fun stops. And also, if you do a time attack at the ring, if you put more power in, it upsets the whole balance, for example. So this is a really interesting game there. Yeah, but that's definitely my favorite car.
Yeah. Sean Toole's winding you up now. He said, didn't the Viper ACR do a 701?
Who?
Sean Toole said, didn't the Viper ACR do a 701?
Yeah, it's.
He owns a Viper.
Yeah. There's lots of fast cars out there. I mean, the Porsche did 658. We know also what kind of tires they're on and so on and stuff. It's always difficult to compare with these time attacks, but I'm not saying, there's other fast cars out there.
Exactly.
But, can you put a passenger in the car and do a 716 and on used tires? That's, for example, what the GT-R is all about. That car, you can control, you can go in, you can 708, okay, so maybe a one-off, but you can constantly do 716, on old tires and with a passenger car. We've done that on passenger laps all the time. I mean, that's what I really like about it. And you're never in danger or anything. The car is really, and people who've driven the GT-R know that, how stable the car really is.
It's a well-sorted car. So clearly, the GT-R, it makes so many good race cars. We're coming up to the start, though, of the Nismo Grand Prix. And they're just running through the grid at the moment. We'll go down through the grid once the cars get off the line for the formation lap.
Well, let's see if the number 3 car gets off the line.
That was the delay, was the work going on the number 3 car. And
I can see him now. I can see him standing on the grid here.
And I think these ST3 specifications, 1 minute to the start of the formation lap, I think these ST3 cars are actually going to be quite competitive against the GT3s at least, and I think the GT3s, as you say, might spoil the day of the 500s. Maybe not into turn 1, but maybe in sector 2 they might make a bit of an inroad.
Yeah. If the 500s keep ahead until sector 3, it's done. But I see the first 2 corners, and there's a possibility that the 4-500s just miss turn 1, or take it so easy that the 300s just dive bomb them. So I hope that's one of those, but obviously I don't hope there's any damage. So the problem is if you lose one car, then it's not nice. We want to keep them all battling, running wide a little bit and stuff.
I want a GT3 car to win. I'm gonna say that now.
I can tell you're totally
I'm
pushing for the 300s here.
Pink Zilla would be the one. Pink Zilla would absolutely be the one. Well, on pole position in this race, we have Ronnie Quintarelli starting in the MOTUL Overtake GT-R. Number 1 car at second position is the Forum Engineering Advan GT-R, followed up by the Calsonic Impul car.
Right, off they go.
No, actually, and then in third position is the S-Road Mola Craft Sports car, and that's the GT500 rounded out. Then you can see, now the grid order for the GT300 is a little bit of a mystery how they've worked that out, as you have the Liquid Moly car, the Australian 2014 specification Australian Bathurst car, driven by Jan Mardenborough on Michelin tyres on pole position as GT3 cars, but those are hard compound tyres. So the second place car, which is the Blancpain Endurance Series car, and I forget who's starting that car, but that's in third in the GT3 class. Then you've got the Chinese GT Championship car, from the Godzilla car written on the bonnet in the third position in that class. Following up that, you've then got the GT300 cars in class order, and then at the back of that, you've got the Super Taikyu GT3 cars in their championship class order, and at the back of that field, you have the Z cars, which are completely
so my guess would be they were trying to slot in the Australian car or the Chinese car or the Blancpain car by estimating maybe the testing times they've done this morning or yesterday during test runs, and say, okay, that's maybe the area where this car should start to not cause too much mayhem.
Exactly.
So I guess that's what they calculated to. I'm sure there was thought behind the order of putting these cars in.
And we do have all of those GT300 cars that you've seen all season racing on Nismo TV. Click subscribe and follow us and make all the comments if you like all of the stuff that we're doing, because we're hoping to do a lot more of it next year. So we do have the Gainer car, we have Pink Zilla, the Dijon Racing GT-R, we have Bumblebee, the run-up group and does GT-R, and then we've got Pink Zilla's sister. Takaboshi is in the Blancpain car, I've just been told, so he's starting the Blancpain car. I'm not sure of the other driver lineups in the GT300 cars, because we haven't been given a full list of that, and they were chopping and changing them even coming into this race, and you see the GT500 trying desperately to get some heat into that, and Ronnie really going for it.
I can imagine that. I'm not really well, the lights are off. I'm not really sure if the drivers maybe been complaining about the temperatures and maybe asked to have 2 warm-up laps. There's still a possibility of this. As you might remember, we've seen this at the Super GT Racing, where they have the police cars running in front in order to give an extra warm-up lap. That's been down to having no tire warmers and for safety reasons, so that they don't have an accident and lose half the field.
You should have found us a Nismo GT-R police car. There is one, because we've seen it.
Yeah,
we've seen it in Super GT this year.
But I'm a fan now since this year, so I'm outside. So I hope they don't have a second warm-up lap, to be quite honest.
Jan's quite clearly wanting to get into it. Look, he was right onto the back of Chio just on that last corner.
So let's see if they actually start the race on that lap.
Well, it happened, I think, in one of the races, the first race at Motegi, round 3, obviously, at the penultimate race of the season, round 3. There were 2 warm-up laps there, but it didn't look like the message got to all of the drivers. Now, let's see what the pace car does.
Let's
it
see
looks
if
like
he
2
pulled
warm-up
in,
laps
but
to
it
me.
looks like to me that... No,
he's
going in. That's good.
And as the message gone, right, they're all on the cold tyres.
Okay. Now they don't want to pick up the speed early, because that means higher speed at turn 1, more trouble to brake. So they're going to wait as long as they can. Ronnie's going to wait as long as he can before he puts the power down, because in Japanese regulations you're not allowed to overtake before.
That was the tease. Oh, we've got the beam
before the line. You cannot overtake before the line.
So the lights.
Now he gone. Ronnie's gone. Ronnie's gone.
2016 Nismo Grand Prix started. The green lights have waved, and into the pits comes. Oh no, that's not what we expected. It's the Spirits car from the Chinese GT.
So the 3 should be off.
So the 3 has started the race, and who gets into the lead? That was Ronnie, I think.
Yeah, but I think the number 12 got JP's. Yeah, the order is still the same, right?
I think it was. We didn't get that. Yeah, Ronnie got
the Yokohama car dropped to last in the 500 class.
That's what you predicted, actually,
yes.
Michael. You saw that coming.
The warm-up is the slowest. I know that because I raced that car many years. The tire is really, really good, but they're using quite a hard compound, so it's going to take always a little bit to warm up. You can see Daiki not trying to cause any trouble at the front, but having to let them go.
And that's the Michelin tires there on the Blancpain car driven by Jan, not the Blancpain car, the Australian GT car driven by Jan Mardenborough is suffering because he's on those hard Michelins and has already dropped 2 positions.
Yeah, but once they warm up, they should be pretty good.
Once they've warmed up, but maybe it's too late, as we've seen, because taking the lead of the GT3 cars we're looking at is the Blancpain Endurance Series car driven by Takaboshi-san, but closing down on him is, I think it's Daiki in the B-Max car, isn't it?
No, Daiki is in the 500 car, in the 24 car. That should be Kazuki Hoshino.
We'll find out.
With the gearbox problems.
With the gearbox problems solved, yeah.
Obviously
it's
solved.
working.
Yeah, it's working, obviously.
And now Pink Zilla is coming after Mardenborough, as is the Gainer car and Bumblebee.
There's some action there. Well, let's see the distances on the 500.
Yeah, the 500s have got away quite nicely, actually.
Yeah, the warm-up has been quicker than I thought.
Red car leads, blue car
seconds. You can see the British warm-up is pretty good.
Ronnie's still warming his tyres going down the straight. In fact, lots of the cars.
But Daiki has already lost a lot of ground, so with the...
Look at the train, that's like a NASCAR race, isn't it? The GT3 car's coming in a big lump with Jan Mardenborough leading them, Pink Zilla and the Gainer car all going to have a run into the first corner. Are they all going to get around with that sort of...
Yeah.
And the Gainer car gets through underneath Jan. Will Pink Zilla manage it as well? Has a look, decides not to.
Maybe.
And Bumblebee's now on Pink Zilla's tail. And the Z Cup is still going on at the back of this, but they're not really threatening the GTRs. Look at this, it's great racing. It's like
it is great racing.
Stock car racing with Nissan GT-R.
They should do 20 laps, man.
Yeah, I know. It's a shame the race isn't so long. But don't forget, the GT3 cars don't have to do a driver change, whereas the GT500s do.
No, they might win. They might win.
There is a chance of an unexpected result. Pink Zilla now getting past Jan Mardenborough's Australian specification car, and Bumblebee is now trying to do the same.
Oh, Jan must be gutted.
Yeah, he's not happy about that. Look at that, 3 wide though.
Well, he has not given up for sure. I think the warm-up will take a little bit longer on that.
That is all of the GT3 cars all together trying to race. Now, it looks a little bit like the B-Max engineering car is losing time because he dropped back a long way from the other 2 cars. You can't see the Blancpain Endurance Series car. It's gone. Takaboshi is gone. Whereas all the rest of the GT3 cars are together in a lump.
JP is keeping the same distance, but Ronnie is really pushing hard.
Chio in 3rd position, long way back now. And
Daiki's struggling to come back. So yeah, it's a tire war there, but you can see JP hanging in there, wanting to prove a point.
Well, look at this GT3
but here,
this is amazing.
Yeah, this is much closer.
With the driver change coming up in the GT500 car, as the Gainer car now has a run on the B-Max engineering car past the start-finish straight, and I think the Gainer car's got that one done, and I suspect that isn't an entirely healthy B-Max engineering run car. Pink Zilla now is getting into the toe and trying to do the same thing, but look, Jan Mardenborough's moving back up through, so I think his Michelin tyres are coming back up to temperature.
You will see the warm-up will change.
And he's gone around the outside. No, we didn't see this happen, but for some reason, I'm pretty sure, that's the Blancpain Endurance Series car that's gone back in.
Yeah, no, that's the fight for the lead. I believe.
Yeah, they're fighting
right?
for the lead. I thought
This
the
is-
Blancpain car was course. So
no, it's
clearly-
not. They're fighting for the lead.
Yeah, there's clearly was
That's-
something we didn't see on camera.
So now maybe you got your wish come true. If the 500 cars all lose positions in the pit stop to the
Exactly.
300 cars, you have them coming through the field,
With an
and maybe we're gonna have an incredible traffic jam in front of the line.
Team Motoyama there taking the lead of the group of Z cars from the Super Tight Q series. They look so much slower, but I mean they're having a great battle all the
It's a
time.
different category. You cannot really compare that.
But look
Still
at
racing.
the GT3 cars.
Yeah, here
three
it's
wide
free,
for the
right.
lead. Pink Zilla
And
was in the
behind
lead.
it-
We didn't see that. Going around the
man.
outside of the Blancpain car. Pink Zilla in the lead. The Blancpain up the inside. Takaboshi trying to hold on there.
Oh.
That's not going to last. So Pink Zilla takes the lead. The number 48 car from Dijon Racing leading the
first pit
GT3
stop.
car. And here comes
Motoyama.
Katsuhashi Chiyo.
Chiyo, yeah.
Chiyo is in the S-Road Motor car in for his driver change. Now let's see how much time he's going to lose in the pits and whether it means the GT3 cars will get back in front. I'm pretty sure they will actually. So no tyre change. No, tyre is a tyre change.
No tyre change. I think.
Well, there was an air gun on the right rear.
Come on, now we need the 300s to come already. I see the lights.
No, there's definitely air guns going there, Michael.
Really? Maybe they just take them on.
Oh, they're taking the tyres off and putting them back on again.
Now the 300.
So the 300's gone back in. So this is a race now.
This is a race on now.
The race is really on. GT300 cars. The rules are now clearly that you have to take the tyres off and put them back on again. So and he's stalled. Chiyo is stalled in the pit lane. And again. And the GT300 battle is going like crazy
he
right
must have
now.
he must have seen the 300 cars going by and and freaked out.
So we now know that this is a GT300, GT3 and Super Tight Q ST GT3 battle for the lead and win of the Nismo Grand Prix. The GT500.
How many laps are left? We should know that. That would be.
We haven't looked. Let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
And it's just dawned on me. Of course, the Z cars don't have to pit at all.
No, but the 300 as well, right?
The 300s
they drive
they have to
through.
do a drive-through.
Ah, right.
But look at the speed differential as the 500s have caught up the back of, and actually the blue car is catching the red car without a doubt.
JP is catching now.
As you said, there was going to be action between these two.
So that's coming
And now
closer.
Pink Zilla has lost the lead to the Blancpain in Takaboshi in the Blancpain car, and on the tail is the BMAX engineering car.
Kazuki Yoshino is on it.
Shino everybody's in the fight for this one, and driver change coming up now. They're going to take JP out of the car.
JP out, Yasuda in.
Possibly wise with JP and Ronnie in such close contention.
But also, let's see if the 24 car, because of the mishap at the pit stop of the 46 car, if maybe
that's going to
Daiki can move ahead of them or not.
Well, these other guys can still make their pit stops. They can still make errors too.
Oh, look how close now it's becoming a fight there as well.
Yeah, don't bring him in yet.
They might pit in together now.
It is, of course, these two drivers, and it's side by side past the pits for the lead, Pink Zilla and BMAX Engineering, I think that was. Because through the pits, yes, indeed, it's Takaboshi making his drive through, as is Jan Mardenborough, who's really not that far behind.
Wow.
So let's see how they feed back out, and will the two leading cars, the red car and the blue car, the MOTUL Autotech and the Calsonic, they're not pitting this lap by the look of it. No, they're not. They're coming through, so we've still got a battle on track for the lead.
Jan being very shrewd on his speed limiter there, releasing it once or twice. I think he kind of closed the gap.
It didn't look like he was. It looked like the crew was expecting JP to come in.
No, these guys, they want to battle it out.
They want to have the fight between themselves.
They're not interested in pitting too much.
We knew there was going to be, and they're catching. They've got the gap between Jan
and
this is the two cars that have made in the GT300. I'm going to call it.
So 500
made their stop. I know he's turned in on him.
Oh, that's close. Oh. But you see, these guys are taking the risk.
The driver's red mist has come down there. JP does not want the last run in this car to be behind Ronnie. He cannot accept
the race is on here.
Now, will they stop this time? But I don't think they're just going to stay out.
Well, they have to stop now, I guess. I mean...
I don't think they care if they get disqualified. I think they just want to race this one out. This is for honour.
That could well be. Oh, look at that. JP, the usual latest breaker out there,
I'd be surprised if either of these two cars comes back looking pristine.
This is a good battle.
This is a battle that has gone on for what, 3 or 4 years?
Many years.
Yeah, this is about. And the BMAX Engineering GT3 car
Hoshino having his drive through
is still leading. There goes the BMAX car. So it's going to be a little bit confusing as to where the positions are.
Yes.
And JP has got to run on Ronnie.
He's coming in now.
He's pitting.
But But how close was he now? He had a run on him.
He had a run on him. I'm surprised.
Oh, look, he's flying into the pits. I mean,
That
make no
wasn't
mistake.
the bit, it
Make
was
no
almost-
mistake. That is all out there. All out there. Well, let's see. Hopefully that goes smooth.
So we're still expecting pit stops from the race leader, the MOTUL GT-R for pit and driver change. We're also expecting the Forum Engineering
Correct.
car into the pits and still some drive-through from the GT3s. And it's going to be interesting to see where those Z cars stack up on that, because they were only just losing the lead lap to the GT500s when the 500 started stopping, and they don't have to do the drive-through. I don't think they're quite quick enough to beat the GT3s, but they
No,
certainly
we've
going to
seen,
upset the apple.
but we've. Yeah, let's see how that plays out.
That was a slow getaway there.
Yeah, but he didn't stall at least.
Yeah, Chio's going to be living that one. No, that wasn't Chio, of course. Chio
No,
got
that's
out.
Yasuda.
Yasuda's
No.
going to be embarrassed.
So let's see what's going on there.
Well, the Z cars are having a formation race of their own in a bunch, three wide past the pits. We didn't get to see that on camera. There they are in the background. That is their own little private battle. 3 of those cars from the same team, from Super Taikyu, and there is the blue car. And into the pits now comes the Gainer car with Pink Zilla. So the Gainer car was leading that class with Pink Zilla in second.
So we
And Pink Zilla ain't slowing down.
just past the straight, the 46 car has come by with Motoyama probably at the wheel, and you've seen them stall in the pits right
Yes,
there.
that's right, yeah.
And the distance to JP is really, really big. JP already left the pits way before, so there's a huge difference there.
So we
So
are-
my guess is they will finish last in the 500 class fourth.
Oh, I think we might see the GT300s getting amongst them. because
But
they're
let's see when
rolling
Ronnie
through.
pits. This will be it. When Ronnie
Yeah.
pits and does the change, if JP Yasuda now can jump them or not, because it looks like the car is a little bit faster.
It does.
Yeah.
Forum Engineering guys looking like they're getting ready for a stop imminently.
Yes, he's probably coming in.
The race
now.
is so short with pit stops. It's baffling. Now, there's a battle there going on between the Gainer car and I think that was Jan Mardenborough's Australian GT
And
specification
Yasuda
car.
knows now he has to give everything from the outlet on to beat the number one car.
This is what David Coulthard would call the undercut.
Yes, this is the try of the undercut.
It could work.
Could well work.
And, well, the Forum Engineering car is trying to do the same thing but the other way around, and the pit crew is ready for the MOTUL team. And, well, no sign of that car into the pit lane quite yet. No, wait, that couldn't be MOTUL Why would they be waiting for a bit?
Who?
Oh, no, the MOTUL car is due in, yes, that's right. Oh, and there's damage. Yeah, is that a tyre failure or...
To the 46
the
car.
46 car has had
Okay,
contact,
that must
and
have-
there's fluid coming out of that.
Yeah, this is
There's
not good.
fluid.
Well,
He's blown it up. The 46 S-Road Mola GT-R has blown up somehow.
Yeah,
that is definitely fluid coming out of that car.
either failure or contact. We haven't seen it on the footage.
He's not going to stop though. The race isn't long enough to stop.
It's probably Motoyama.
In comes the number one.
So
MOTUL
now there we
car,
go. Yeah, it's showtime.
Followed by the Blue Zilla.
Number one car in now approaching the pits.
Well, the damage to the S-Road
There we go.
Mola car is right on the right front corner.
Yeah,
There's not really any fluids there, so it looks like something.
No,
like-
this is the carbon parts touching the tire that's causing the.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
not fluid. It's smoke. But I don't
That
think
looks
it's
like
very
it must have
safe.
been contact,
I don't
I
think
think,
it's
yeah.
very safe to continue.
And all 3-4 wide
Side
for the
by
GT3 going down the start finish.
Okay, now we have to watch out. Where's JP's car? Yes,
So, very
This is
routine
it now.
stop for MOTUL No, still waiting. Gentle getaway.
I still cannot see on the
So it does
straight
seem like
line.
The Z cars do
JP.
seem to have to do a drive through as well.
Now JP on the straight coming. But
Oh, he's got it.
this
He's
is
got
really
it.
close, but he got the lead. I think
Yeah, 'cause he's got the speed.
undercut done, yeah. Done.
Easy.
That should be the win taken.
Blue car has got the lead,
Yeah.
but where he's still behind the GT3 cars.
Are you really sure about
Yeah, because
that?
they went past quite a long time ago.
Then I would like to know how many laps there are.
Yeah, exactly.
that would be pretty.
The race is over when the flag waves. Now, in theory,
Well, don't forget they're like 10 seconds faster per lap. So
Exactly. Well,
they
in
should
theory,
just
there's-
eat them up.
there's 12 race laps plus 1, so they check a flag lap.
Ah, all right.
But the rules aren't being followed particularly closely in any race so far today, so we're going to see.
Why did they say +1? That's a strange regulation. Is that
So the Forum Engineering car, which would have been the leader, is coming in with its sister team car, basically from the
from the Super Taikyu, the
Super
champion
Taikyu,
car
Kondo
that won the
car.
championship?
Yeah, exactly. And they also won the big race, the long distance race, didn't they?
Correct.
And there goes the group.
You're right. So that's the main lead now, then, of the race
Yeah,
that
so-
we've just watched. The 300 cars, right?
Yeah, it'd be the BMAX engineering car, which hasn't done its
We have to
drive-through.
see where the next where JP comes. That will be the next.
And the
follower.
rest of the BMAX car hasn't done its drive-through yet.
Hasn't done it.
No, I don't think so. So he's on his own. The Tanax car, Pinkzilla, and the 23 car
They have done it.
have done their
Okay.
drive-through.
All right.
Bumblebee did his
Are
drive-through.
you good with this?
Yeah, these guys have all done it. So where's the first GT5 on?
JP.
There he is. That's a big gap.
So if you tell me now there's 3 laps left,
Yeah.
I can tell you they do it. If
it's
you
gonna
tell
be
me
quite
it's 2
close.
laps, I'm not so sure.
So the Ford
I'm
engineering
interested with
car is
Ford
by
engineering.
far in third.
But this, yeah,
No, the other two have gone. They've
yeah,
gone. So Kondo can't win this one.
no. I think he closed. Look, he closed the gap. Look how close
Yeah,
they are.
they are.
I mean, now he doesn't have the tire warm-up problem. I think they're using the same tires.
Exactly,
So
they're
you could
catching
see
up.
now that it will still the fight for P2 is still on here.
The last of the GT3.
So what I predicted was right with the tires, but there won't be maybe enough race time,
There might be enough
for
race
them
time.
to create the difference.
Now, here we've got on screen what I'm calling the GT4 battle, these Super Tycoon Z cars running around formation. They basically, every practice session they've been running together, and the
Retired.
X-Rose Molar is in with that damage, so I think
That makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
You don't want to have an accident
We
here.
didn't see any contact, but he could have had a little coming together with a GT300 car somewhere.
Could be, or it could have been another failure somewhere.
No, they're
some component.
calling that a day for S-Road Molar.
Yeah.
Sad end for that team, which was just unlucky all year,
No,
basically.
they had a really unlucky year all year, so that's not, well, that's kind of a typical ending. I
Yeah,
guess.
it's a typical ending for that team this year. What a shame.
Yeah, that's sad for Motoyama.
And he's looking at the front of the car, wondering how that damage happened.
Yeah.
What did you hit? And now look at the GT3 battle has rejoined, and now you've got the Z cars in the middle of all of that as well. Now, taking a punt at this, as yes, JP Oliveira is catching those GT300 cars
Very quickly,
who have
yeah?
Very
Very
quickly.
quickly.
So how much race lap have we got left? That lap counter is actually on the gantry, but where we're sitting, we can't see that.
We can't just see it now.
And we're 10 laps in.
So it's 2 laps left.
2 laps left, and there he is, working his way through the field. Can the blue car beat all the
I think
GT3s?
he
Now
can.
look at the
I
speed
think he can.
differential.
I think he needs one more lap.
Now Pinkzilla isn't the leader, or is no? I think the Gainer car is leading the race now. And
Maybe
this
one
is,
of the GT3 cars' tactic is maybe to pit in the last lap, so to not to go to the line to the pit
exactly
lane.
yeah. So you only get half by doing that. Of course, it's not against the rules. By doing that, you only get half the pit lane loss. from the
Yeah,
pit lane
you
limit
might
time.
get
So that is a big
disqualified. I'm not
advantage.
sure if that's in the regulations.
I'm not sure there are any
No,
regulations.
they're not. They are not, but there are gentlemen regulations here. So
Yeah, well, that's the end of the 46. The career for that car, actually. So it is the absolute end of the career for that. That will be a new.
okay, now
it's gone
okay,
past-
look at that.
Whoosh.
That's done, no?
Not yet.
Well,
no,
is
it's still
that
got
the-
more
is
to-
that
that's
the-
the BMAX car.
He hasn't pitted.
I think the BMAX car hasn't pitted. He might be doing what you say. And
What about him?
I can't remember seeing that one come past the pits either. So there's still 2 GT3 cars.
That might play to the last.
Now that's the one that has pitted. The Zero car. Pinkzilla has pitted.
Okay, so
and
but
JP will get them.
If you're right, he will get the leader this lap, and this might be the
This
last.
is the
we don't know.
penultimate lap.
Penultimate, okay.
I've got a lap counter. So
Right,
this is
right.
the start of lap
Ah,
12,
right.
I think.
Let me take a look quickly. Sorry, I'm
this
as
is-
excited as you guys know.
This is a baffling and bizarre race. The blue car has now got back past Pinkzilla, so he's now hunting down the Gainer car, not very far in front. There is the Gainer car coming up into and through Sector 2 here at FUJI Speedway. Taking the lead though, still in the lead is that BMAX engineering car that had that gearbox on it. And I think Michael is right, he's going to come in at the end of the race. Indeed, well, it's showing JP as the leader.
I think they were much faster. They lapped them almost already
you got
before the
the
pit
lap
stop.
on.
Yeah. So usually we lap the 300s in 7 laps, and that would happen before the pit stop. So they kind of lapped them. That's why we got confused looking out at the main straight all the
Yeah,
time.
maybe got the lap.
And they're lapped. So actually, it's unfortunately for us, it's already
I think the
the
timing
500.
screen's, I think the timing screen's wrong. Give him a penalty.
5 seconds.
This race is absolutely baffling, bizarre, and quite wonderful.
B-Max is leading the GT.
B-Max is leading the GT3 place. I still think he's leading the race, you know. Oh, and that's a checker flag, and JP Oliveira
Well,
wins.
yeah, well, their first win this season, and I think they deserve that one very, very
Exactly.
much. Especially in Fuji, JP, had in the 100R a tire failure while leading the race, just with 2 laps to go or something, and everyone here was crying for him. It was terrible to watch. I think he really, really deserved this. And you could have saw him fight in the first few laps, and that he really wanted that win. So well deserved for Hoshino.
And that car, as you say, hasn't had the results. And the MOTUL car really dominated the Super GT season. And second position for that car. And here you go, finishing up the order is the endless battle of the Z cars. I don't know which one won that. They're going to win that one.
But you could definitely see they were not holding back anything.
No, the Z cars were going for it.
And I'm sure JP was gutted in the radio shouting, "Give me one more lap." I mean,
exactly.
he wanted to have an actual go in turn 1 at Ronnie, right? You could see that, and the team called him in.
And so I think winning the GT, I'm calling it GT300, is the B-Max engineering car.
Yes.
Because that did have those super soft Super GT tyres on it.
Absolutely. So
a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, a bit. I would say so.
So it'll be very interesting to hear the driver comments at the end of this one.
The excuses, you mean?
I think we might be going down to find out some of those comments as well from some of the drivers. So
yeah, exactly. I agree again. Yeah, not only the tire failure at Fuji, like you write correctly at the comment here, the fire in Suzuka, that was also for the 12 car. Almost not a sure race win at 1,000 Ks, you can never say that, but they were really competitive and had a shot at winning that. And that would have put the 12 car in contention for the championship and would have had a completely different thing. So they did have really, really bad luck there, and I'm really happy to see them win today.
But didn't you used to drive the red car?
Yes, but now I did. And,
you went to Kondo, so.
But I drove the 24 car as well, and now I'm not driving, so I look at all the cars, and it's really exciting to see what's going on with the tires, with the drivers, and what they're battling all with, the troubles, and it's they're all fighting so hard all year. And when you're a driver yourself, you never see any of this. You're just in your little box, in your little world, and just do your job for your car for that day, and you don't really look out of the window too much.
It's the interesting thing with the blue car taking the victory there. It's I guess a fitting end for the career of these 4 Nissan GT-R GT500s. They will be replaced by a new machine next year, also a GT-R GT500,
Correct.
but it's the 2017 model year, and it's all new monocoques as far as I understand for those old cars. So these cars are just going to be pushed off into the museum. Sloth Boner seems to think his Civic could beat all of these cars. Bring it on.
Yeah, bring it on.
Calsonic asks, why do they put a face mask on the GT500 cars? That's a bunch of cooling fans they put on the cars to cool the engine down, so it's just a standard practice they all do. And
yeah, you can see that in F1 as well. When they come in, they put it immediately in cooling fans.
Now we're going to see if we can get some comments in English on the audio coming in, which I'm not sure if JP is going to speak Japanese or English. He's alternates between the two, doesn't he?
Yeah, now his Japanese has become pretty good, so yeah, let's see.
We never quite know which language he's going to speak. So the first comments are going to be in Japanese. You speak Japanese, so you can translate for us.
I could, but I can't hear. I can't hear him. You can hear it.
So he's just waiting to hear what is happening.
That's not really good sound quality you're dealing with. Let's see if I can understand, JB.
I mean, we've got that feed, haven't we?
He speaks Japanese, so it's a little bit slow still. But it's good that he's trying. It's impressive. No, he's really happy. He said thank you to all the fans. It's been a tough year, and he's really happy to win that one. And you could really see they were both on it. And Ronnie tried to bring that victory home. I mean, the number one car as well has had a tough end of the season.
It really has, actually.
And they, I mean, I promise you, the number one car wanted to win that as badly. And so what I like about this, these guys is they were not holding back. You could see damage on the 46 car.
Exactly.
I mean, none of these guys were like, driving around for fun here. I mean, they were just giving it all.
See, maybe next year in the Nismo Festival, you might be promoted to a legend status.
I hope not. Yeah, that I heard that one of my former teammates said, I've been invited to the dinner with the legends. Don't give me a few more years, please.
See, they might.
No, I mean,
I
don't know. I admire these guys. We look at them, and what we don't know is because we don't have access to the footage. But a few years ago, I saw on at the Nismo Festival, they played some footage in the background in the driver's room of the guys we just saw on TV now, Hoshino and Hasemi. And they raced in these Group C cars on the old track here in Fuji. And the layout was different. The last corner was like flat out. And they were doing 380 km per hour down the straight here. And now
into a banked corner.
Yeah, well, that was before that, but after so they had a huge braking there like now. And not only were doing 380 km per hour, I had brake disc failures and stuff. And it was super dangerous. They were like wheel banging at that speed. I could have never imagined that. And when I saw that footage, it completely changed my view of the legends. I mean, they really are legends. I mean, what they've pulled off when you look at this old footage, which is difficult to get. I went after on YouTube as well, especially to look for that stuff they've done, and you can find a little bit of it, mostly accidents. But there's been some great stuff going on where you cannot even imagine today. At 380, driving into each other, like so aggressively going for the win, so desperately. And yes, the GT500 car is doing 310 down the straight or something, but
and the new
380,
one's going to be quicker, but 380, that's and wheel banging.
Yeah, and wheel banging. Yeah, it's not like just driving alone, keeping some safe distance. No. I was really blown away looking at this, and I went immediately to talk to Hasemi about it. And of course, he felt really flattered that a young person was interested in that stuff, and the stories they have to tell. They're really, really incredible. It's amazing. These guys.
It's going to be interesting to see what Jan and Chio and the younger generation of Nismo drivers now say about, and even Johnny from Mexico, who's on a container ship somewhere at the moment, say about you as the legend.
Yeah. They're already treating me like a grandfather, so that's fine. But Jan was pretty impressed when I told him the story about what I just told you now. Of course, he's a pure racer. He just loved it, all that, and he was eager to drive that Group C car. And he drove it, I think, this morning. And there's something wrong with the boost, and he said suddenly the boost came to 3 bars, and I just kicked me in the back, and I just had to pit. It was just bad. It was just. So these cars were monsters.
We've actually got that on video.
Really?
Yeah, we got the onboard
cool.
for that. Yeah, so
we were looking forward to that the whole weekend. I said, you're really courageous, that's to drive that car.
Well, Michael, thanks for joining us. We're going to wrap up the Nismo Grand Prix for now, because the reason I think you probably got, because people keep on coming up here and they're nearly missing their appointments, because the grand finale of the Nismo Festival is being set up right now.
Yeah.
And I believe you might have to drive something in the grand finale.
I don't think so.
No, I don't really know, but I think you have to be part of it, don't you?
I have to be part of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I have to get down there and. I'm part of the event, so I remember that from my schedule. So I need to get going.
To be down there.
But anyway, nice to see all you guys' comments and stuff.
It's great to have you up here, and hopefully next year we'll have you maybe for some Super GT events with us as well.
Yeah, it's a shame that I speak in Japanese, do the interviews. I'd be happy to do the interviews in Japanese and translate them directly afterwards. You guys have to set this up.
Exactly.
I'd be happy to do all that in the pit lane.
What's wrong with
What's wrong
with my translations?
Well,
It's non-existent.
most of the Japanese drivers they don't speak too well English. That's the thing. And we should. I keep saying we should do it simultaneously. I know you guys in Europe want to see more of it, and it is one of the best racing in the world out there. And it's a shame not to follow it and not to have the comments as well of the guys coming out of the car that you can directly understand. So we are working on this, and you too, you guys, and hopefully we get more good stuff for you guys next year. That would be great.
Well, thanks a lot, Michael, and
welcome.
we hope to have you back next year. Michael's just sitting here, just reading your comments. He wants to read your comments and carry on doing.
Yeah,
I'm happy for you guys. You guys want to talk to him.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, it's over, guys. Sorry, not for me. I have to go and say hello to the fans.
So,
okay, thank you, guys. I'm gonna go down there and hang out there for the finale.
Good to see you, Michael.
So I hope I see you guys all next year. Bye.
So there's more Nismo Fest coming up on this stream any moment, so it's not over yet. That was the Nismo Grand Prix. We saw that fantastic race. That was actually really good stuff there. And as the sun begins to set over Mount Fuji, there is still what we call the finale, and that means some of these cars are back on track. One last blast for the GT500s, and one first blast for something else coming up after this short break.
GT-R24 号車の優勝となりました。さて、クラフトスポーツプレゼンツニスモ GP2016 いかがだったでしょうか。さあ、この後なんですけども、いよいよですね、最後のプログラム、セレモニー&フィナーレということになっていきます。毎年恒例のですね、フィナーレ、ぜひともね、皆さんこれ、グランドスタンドでご覧ください。ちょうど我々の放送席のですね、目の前に、いらっしゃるお客様もたくさんまだいらっしゃるんですけど、今ちょうど1コーナーの方に行くと、日産応援団の皆さんがですね、いっぱい集ってらっしゃるじゃないですか。あの辺りに、フィナーレのその車両が並びますので、もしよかったらみんなで一緒に一塊になりませんか。バラバラになってるんじゃなくて、ご面倒ですけどね、じゃあ一緒になって、日産ゴールやってみたいっていうね、そんな方々はぜひね、日産応援団がフラッグの近く、あの辺まで移動していただいて、みんなで一つになって最後フィナーレを盛り上げていきましょう。そしてエキサイティングエリアにいらっしゃる皆さんもね、この後マシンが出ていきますと、もうあとはピットロードで見るものなくなりますので、もしよかったらその後スタンドにですねご移動いただいて一緒にフィナーレをご覧ください。さあ、日産応援団の皆さんはもうすでにスタンバイ準備 OK という感じですね。今日も各セクションでですね、旗を振っていただきました。ニスモ GP で今散々振ったんで、ちょっと今休憩中という感じでしょうか。はい、この後マシンが登 場していきますと、若者日産フラッグが、そして各チームのフラッグがですね、マシンの前で振られます。今年は日産応援団が1996年のルマンで結成されまして20周年という節目の年です。そして今年はこのニスモフェスティバルサポーテッドバイモチュールの中でですね、日産応援団のその20周年を記念する、ブースも設けられました。皆さん訪れていただけましたでしょうかね。そうそのブースには、来年に向けて応援をやりましょうというフラッグで、応援メッセージが飛びコーナーにありました。それも運営応援団の皆さんが自らやっていただいたということです。本当に感謝しております。いやたくさん集まりましたね。日産応援団の皆さん、各チームのフラッグが揃っております。そしてマシンを迎え入れる、そんな準備が整ったということで、フラッグがだんだん立ち出しましたけども、今年で20周年という、そんな節目を迎えているわけでありますけども、今日もね、日置さん、竹本さんはじめ、いろんな方々に、この放送の中でもですね、ご紹介をいただきましたけども、やはり、フラッグを振って応援するという文化は、実際に1996年に結成された日産応援団が作ってきた文化と言われています。私も99年の、ルマン富士戦記、この映像をですね、このイベントの前にもう一度見直しましたけど、結成から3年後、富士スピードウェイのストレートの1コーナーエリプトグルでですね、もう本当にたくさんの日産の旗が入れている姿、もうスタートから最後までですね、振られている姿を見ることができました。こういった巨大な旗を振るという、そして応援の気持ちをチームに送るというですね、そんな応援のスタイルがですね、一つの形になっていきました。それがメーカーの応援団、その波及というんですけど、今や仲間のこれはスーパー GT をはじめ、そのチームの中でですね、なくてはならないチームのですね、実は日産からスタートし、そしてさらにニスモヒストリーがその応援団とのコミュニケーションを取ったり、97年からそういう上でシーズンのイベントをですね、開催することができましたが、やはり元祖は全て日産にあると初めても画面からありました。さあ、そんなニスモフェスティバルにご来場いただいた皆さん、
So here we are, it is the grand finale of the 2016 Nismo Festival. And we're seeing the last blast for some of these cars, the GT500 cars, the Nissan GT-R GT500 model year 2016, well actually it's model year 2014, really, signing off for the final time with this one last blast round FUJI Speedway. Non-competitive, not a competition run. The GT3 cars that you're seeing on screen, like Bumblebee there and Pinkzilla, they'll be back in Super GT next year. I think all of those cars have qualified in as, and they don't have to do the pre-qualifying, and they're going to be able to compete in every single race, including Sugo, because they've competed every single race the previous seasons. The BMAX engineering car certainly has qualified in, but from its championship qualifying position. But there go the GT500s. This is really their last run from this point on now. They're just historic cars. They'll probably be converted for two-seat passenger rides. These cars are not going to be used ever again in anger. So this is the final run for these cars. Coming past the pits now, then, I can see the cars, and they're all going to line up one by one in front of the grandstand. So first, it's the orange GT-R, which we haven't really spoken about. We've got some pictures that are going to go up on social media of that. Behind that, it's the 2-3. Not 23, it's 2-3 car, as we discussed this morning. The Blancpain Endurance Series cars. Then there's the Makers Racing Super Taikyu car, STX class, orange and white car. Behind that is Bluezilla, the number 3 car, sister of Pinkzilla. But behind the Bluezilla is Bumblebee, the Does Run-Up 360 car from Super GT Championship. And forming up on the grid 2x2 to sign off their racing career are those GT500 cars. The last time. And this run will be the end of an era for those cars. And for others, Jan Mardenborough lighting up his Michelins on the starting grid. You just heard that in the background. I'm not sure he's really allowed to do that, but he's doing it anyway. But look, here it is, for the first time running in public, the start of the new era, the Nissan GT-R GT500 model year 2017. It has never been run in public before. This is its first showing. Gareth from Nismo is coming to join us to tell us not only about this Nismo finale, but this absolutely stunning looking black car. Gareth, welcome back.
Cheers, Sam. Thank you very much. Hello.
Look amazing.
It looks absolutely stunning. So when we saw the first official photographs of that come through just a few weeks ago, even I had to call everyone round in the office and say, just look at this amazing machine. Looks absolutely stunning. Looks extremely aggressive. I think in the matte black as well. It almost, looks kind of angry almost, but just with the new regulations and changes coming in, obviously the kind of shorter front overhang and rear overhang and everything as well, but the amount of detail, the aero detail on that car is just phenomenal, and the biggest, craziest wing I think I've ever seen on a car.
And it's fantastic to see, but seeing all these Super GT cars, actually I love seeing all these different cars from different series together. There's Pink Zilla, one of the popular cars from the Super GT Championship. I'm hoping they're going to keep that livery for next year. They've had it for a while, and it's a pretty good livery, and it's becoming a bit iconic with the European fans. But it's going to be interesting to see. Are they going to? They've signed off the model year 2014, I think we have to call it, GT500 car.
Yep.
In really lovely style, but following it up, that 2017 car, it just looks awesome. And we've got, I can announce now, some special video footage of that coming out on Nismo TV in the coming days. I don't know the exact date it's going to be released. I don't think you do either.
No.
It will be released. We've actually got onboard footage from that car.
We have indeed.
And I was allowed a little bit of special access late last night to give a little bit of a walkover of the technical elements of that car. Couldn't give you all the secrets and details because that is still a car in development, a work in progress. It is still a big secret. It's not a public car currently. But look at these fans. These fans have been waving their flags all day long and at every single Super GT race.
This is what it's all about, absolutely. So on those liveries, the Pink Zilla car, I think it's a fantastic livery. You can argue lots of liveries these days aren't that exciting. That one absolutely does stand out. On the 2017 GT500 GT-R, of course, a livery on that is yet to be announced. So it's obviously just running in its matte black testing livery, which is a bit of a tradition. We'll have to wait and see what that will be. Obviously, it'll be the Nismo team running it, so we can expect some kind of Nismo colours in there. So be exciting to see exactly what that looks like. The variety in these GT300 cars is superb. Really is absolutely excellent, and I think quite different to what we see certainly in Europe in the racing that we see there. And of course, it's just part of the joy of coming over to Japan, the home of Nissan and Nismo, and seeing all these race cars. It's fantastic.
And now for the last time in anger, first up, the number 24 Forum Engineering car, the 2014 specification Nissan GT-R GT500 pulling up on the grid. In the background you can hear the famous Super GT shouty man. This is a man who, when he shouts the name of a particular driver, it's considered good luck. Turns up at a few races and you hear him shouting at the top of his voice the names of his favourite driver. You might hear that in the background. So if you wonder who Shouty Man is, that is. But look at those flags go. Now, you as a Nismo employee, that's got to be pretty emotional to see that.
It is emotional. It is amazing. I mean, my first time a few years ago, coming over to Japan and seeing this, seeing those loyal fans then actually make the trip over to Europe and supporting us at Le Mans. I've never seen anything like that anywhere else in the world in terms of racing. So that's why in Japan, the Nismo supporters are known as the most loyal, the most passionate, sometimes a little bit the most crazy crazy as well. But you can just see there, the kind of outpouring of support and emotion and passion from those fans. And I can tell you, it does mean a huge amount to the team, to the drivers. But as an employee of Nissan and everyone on the Nissan Motorsport team and the wider Nissan company, it's a phenomenal thing to see all these people have so much support for everything that we do.
A comment just came in on the chat. It's disappeared off the top, unfortunately. I couldn't see who it was. But he said you need some historic GT500s in the... that's the best hat here, though. The historic GT500s in the US. These cars almost never leave Japan, which I think is a real shame. There has been a GT500 at Goodwood, I think, once or twice.
That was... I'm trying to remember exactly what year that was. That's probably going back to about 2006. I think, and there is the 2017 GT500 car. So, talking about the past there, but there is the future.
It's the future of Super GT, and indeed. I wonder if it's going to stop because they don't want people to have too close a look at it. I know that, and no, it is stopping there on the grid, and the photographers are being allowed to do it, and you can hear it revving up there.
It is. We were told it wouldn't do a complete full lap. It was an out lap and then round to the grid. So we have tried to put a camera in that. So hopefully we will be getting some footage of that. So obviously as soon as we can, after the festival, get the camera out and get the footage, keep an eye out for that coming on to Nismo TV sometime soon.
And we've recorded a special model year 2017 GT500 bit for Nismo TV, so that will be going out at some point in future, so we'll see.
Indeed.
It does look awesome, and this is what's going on right now is the reason the number 24 Kondo racing car is sitting there on sort of pride of place amongst those GT500 cars is that it won the Super Taikyu Championship this year. Now, if you haven't followed Super Taikyu, it's a bit like the VLN series in the US. Or in Germany.
Germany. Even I know that one. It's been a long day, I know.
It has been a long day. The Super Taikyu series, and it's won some really prestigious racing. But Kondo, who run that car, have had some great wins in GT500 as well this year. So it's been a really good season for that car. But the reason the 24 is on sort of pride of place is it is a championship winner, and it's going to get a little bit of a reward for that. Jan Mardenborough there taking life very seriously, as usual.
As he does in Jan's own style. But no, it was great to have him on here earlier as well, talking about his season of racing over here. Obviously had a fantastic season in GT300 and Japan F3 as well. Just recently picked up the BRDC award, so the British Racing Driver Club Award, the Seaman Trophy, which is awarded to the highest ranked, so gold star rated driver that accumulates the most points driving abroad but outside of Formula 1. So strip out any British drivers in Formula 1 and then look at the gold rated drivers, and Jan won that award for being the best driver.
Jan is fast becoming quite a big name. There's the media waving at us. Not this bit of the media, we haven't got on camera. Actually, one of the photographers I worked with was in that.
But that was great hearing with Jan and Chio-san as well. Both those guys are sharing their experiences. Obviously Chio-san knows the GT3 cars very well with his exploits in Australia, in Bathurst as well. But then interesting to see Jan actually driving that car in the Nismo
that was
GP.
Interesting, wasn't it? It was very interesting to see him drive that, and I wonder if that's a hint of next year. As Jan already announced, he knows what's happening next year. He cannot tell us.
He does. I think he's.
Oh, you do now. I can tell from that laugh. You know what's happening as well now.
We're all sworn to secrecy.
So there is news. We just don't know what that news is, but. I hope, my personal hope, is it'll involve that black car with 230 written on the side of it. That would be very nice for Jan. And for us on Nismo TV, because and for GT Academy as well, for a driver who come up from playing a PlayStation, essentially to this level.
Well,
it
shows what's possible. It shows what's capable, and obviously the festival here today. I know we keep saying, the primary objective is a thank you to the fans, but we also put a lot of activities on for children and young people, because they really are the kind of future supporters. But we want to get them interested in motorsport as well. And I know it's a question we get asked often on the channel of, what's the best way to get either involved in racing or get involved in a team. Well, I think the best advice we could give you in terms of racing is get hold of a PlayStation.
Yeah,
get yourself a copy of Gran Turismo
and that's not just
get playing.
And that's not just because you're on Nismo TV that you're hearing that. Actually, That didn't exist when I was around. I was playing Jeff Crammond's Microprose Grand Prix, not Grand Prix 2, GP, the first one.
Yeah.
And I had Nigel Mansell Grand Prix before that. So there was no GT Academy. So I never got the opportunity to do it. I would have been all over that.
Me too. I love my racing games as well, but GT Academy didn't exist. So off to university I went and got myself a job with a car company instead. That's as close as I could get to
but you
get involved in the
do now
racing.
have a racing license, don't you, Gareth?
I may have a novice racing license, yes, but yeah, like many people, don't really have the budget to then kind of go racing. So obviously for me, that GT Academy route isn't available as I work on the program. But.
Well, I've been told that you can work for Nissan and still enter GT Academy, but you won't get preferential treatment. If anything, it's the opposite.
I pretty much don't think I could enter GT Academy. But no, this is fantastic to see, getting the fans of the future involved, and you'll have seen all the way through the day, kind of partnering with whether it's the race queens or the kind of flag waving on the countdown boards and things like that. So this is for me kind of really nice to see.
It wasn't just like the little flag, the checkered flag at the end of each session, each race was waved by the kids as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think motorsport needs more of that, and obviously on a festival occasion like today, that's something that we have control of, that we're able to do. So that's great to see.
Well, the last thing to happen, as you can see on the screen, is there's a photo shoot going on, of course, for this champion car with the GT 500s around it. It's sort of the celebration of the victory of that Kondo racing car in Super Taikyu.
So I think we'll get the flower presentation. The bouquet's being handed over to this winning team here. So by the youngsters out there, and of course lined up in the back, you can see all the drivers, all the kind of key team members lined up alongside each of their cars, and we have executives there from Nismo as well. So the CEO I can see there, the chief operating officer, and the guys that head up the racing side of things are out there as well. And of course the legend drivers. So I can see you pointing there, Sam, at the gentleman with the hat and the glasses. I did have a bet with Rabin, who's running all our Periscope activity this weekend, to see if he could find that gentleman and borrow, shall we say, his hat and his shades and have a bit of a selfie. So we'll have to catch up with him later and see how successful he was.
I know what, if I'm back at Nismo Festival next year, and I hope to be actually, I will be wearing that get-up, no doubt. So Tomonobu Fuji and the rest of the team, Masahiko Kondo, massive celebrity in Japan.
Yeah,
Kondo-san, pop star. He's a pop star. He's not just a team owner in this and race driver. He's actually a pop star.
Has his own band. Everything. I remember a couple of years ago on the stage event area, his band got out there and played a few songs for all the fans as well. So, yeah, talented guy.
He's a very, very big. He's looking a bit emotional there, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
We saw him in tears earlier in the season in Super GT. Now, if you're watching this on Nismo TV for the first time, you keep on hearing us refer to Super GT. Well, it is a GT championship from Japan, which is rather super. It's called Super GT. You can watch every race pretty much, with the exception, I think, of two from the last 3 years in full here on Nismo TV. So hit subscribe and just that's your Christmas sorted. Yeah. Christmas TV viewing, work your way through the Super GT. I think Sugo last year, Sugo 2015 was a highlight with the crazy things that happened in the middle of the race. If you haven't watched them, I'm going to tell you. I don't want to spoil it, but some of the stuff we've seen on Nismo TV is amazing.
There's been some phenomenal racing on there. To give you an idea of the level of performance, the GT 500 class, you got a drive in the 2013 car earlier, which isn't as quick as what the cars are currently.
And that is astonishing.
Well, there you go. So your reaction, your face absolutely says it all, as to kind of just the level of performance and the speed on these cars. I mean, the level of development that goes into them truly is phenomenal. They are kind of works of art, of engineering excellence as well. So the speeds that they reach, I heard Michael Crum talking there about the speeds that they get down Fuji straight. It is incredible. So
and they're
really great racing.
And down the straight of Fuji next year, the model year 2017 car is going to be quicker down the straight than the cars are in 2016, and quicker than they've ever gone down that straight. So they'll probably be quicker than the LMP1 cars down the straight. Because if you want to get a gauge of how fast these current GT500 cars are, well, if you entered them in the World Endurance Championship race here 2 years ago, they'd have out-qualified the Audis.
Indeed, and you know, with tip of the cap to Audi and all their performances and everything they've done in WEC and in endurance racing. You know, they've done absolutely phenomenally well, and sad to see them leave that category for next year. And I understand that there has been talk that if you know, privateers have the means, Audi are open to people running those cars for them, but even they say, you know, the level of performance of those versus a Formula One car. So take you know, their wet cars, Formula One car, and then look at a Super GT car. These are seriously quick pieces of kit.
I mean, one of the things I keep on thinking back, and it's like we were one of those experiences in your life, and you're trying to think back and make sure you remember it all. And I'm trying to think back to those 2 laps.
Yeah.
And the weirdest things stick out to me. Yeah, the car was quick, it accelerated. We talked all about that, and there's a video dedicated to that that's coming up on Nismo TV. The big thing that I remember, you sometimes remember the strangest thing, you get a spectacular view of Mount Fuji coming out of some of those corners. I remember looking out the corner and thought, that's a great view of Mount Fuji. Oh, this is quick.
Yeah, I imagine you know, the guys can probably get distracted when they're out there. It's you know, a dominating
stunning
presence on the skyline, that's for sure. But, I was fortunate last time I was here to be actually taken out on the circuit in the car that obviously dear to Michael Crum's heart, and I heard him talking about that earlier. The GT1 car was actually taken out by Chio-san, and unlike today, which is glorious sunshine and bone dry, it was soaking wet. So breaking into turn 1 and then again turn 2. It's fair to say that Chio-san was sawing away at the steering wheel, so that was a memorable experience for me, and great to hear Michael talking about that, obviously the development that went into that car from winning that championship, and then as he was saying, Jan getting to experience that car and really saying, you know, in terms of handling and everything, that was you know, really awesome car that the drivers absolutely love to have the opportunity to get in and drive.
Now, what's going on the track right now, if you wonder, that Race Queen there is holding the Prix for Italy sign. Ronnie Quintarelli's home area, and I forget the name of the area in Italy, was rather devastated by an earthquake earlier this year. Well, a lot of the guys in the Super GT paddock and the teams and people have been out raising money. We heard Chio was selling off a crash helmet for charity, and they've all tried to do things to raise money for Nissan Nissan Italy rather, to get some rescue and support vehicles for the people in that area of Italy, and that's what's in that little envelope. It's the support money that they've raised for that charity for Ronnie's home area. So that's why he's being presented with that. So
which is a very nice touch. I mean, Ronnie's been racing over here in Japan for a number of years now, and Japan obviously no strangers to earthquakes themselves, so they know how devastating the impacts can be. So I think that was a tough time for Ronnie being over here and thinking about family and friends back in Italy with the earthquake that hit earlier this year. So yeah, very nice touch from all his co-drivers and team friends to make a donation.
So Ronnie's speaking in Italian, so in Japanese, not Italian, so we can't really find out what he's saying, but we'll get some coverage of that. It's quite a solemn moment, as you can see though, from his teammate there in the background, just head hung and taking it quite solemnly, because it's a very important thing, I think, for these drivers to have done that as well. It's quite a, because it's a personal thing to Ronnie, and it's been a personal thing for the teams. It's not a publicity thing, this at all.
No, absolutely not. No, this is very very heartfelt. I think you can see the expression on Ronnie's face there, and as you say, Matsuda-san in the background there with his head bowed as well. So yeah, I think, you know, they kind of gathered around and supported him during that time. So this is a big thank you from Ronnie to all his friends and colleagues and everyone that's kind of made a contribution.
Well, he's thanking the fans as well, because I think a lot of the fans have contributed to this as well.
Well, this is it, because with all the drivers and teams made donations of things that people can bid on in order to kind of generate some fundraising, some money for that. So these fans would be, you know, pledging money or putting their hand in their pocket to buy some of these items that these drivers have donated. So yeah, a heartfelt thank you from Ronnie there to the fans and everyone that's supported him and obviously his friends and family and fellow countrymen of Italy.
Now, some of the questions coming in on the chat, it's all good. We love your questions. Someone else, is there any plans for a Nissan Nismo Leaf? Well, I already know the answer to that one better than anybody. Yes, there is. I used to drive it.
Well, in Japan, you can buy a Nismo performance package to go on your Leaf, but I think the cars you're referring to are the race cars that Nismo built, so the Nismo Leaf RC. There are a few of those in existence. They have featured at Nismo Nismo Festival previously. They have also made various appearances in different markets around the world, and again showing not only the capability of Nissan in terms of electric vehicles, but also whilst that gives certain environmental benefits and in terms of like cost running benefits, electric power also has a performance element to it as well. And in the hands of the Nismo engineers, they've kind of really shown off their skills and shown what they can do with a fully electric car.
Well, I can tell you, it's really quick. And actually, I was told this, and now I know it happened once in Japan. I don't know if it ever happened anywhere else. You could buy one. You could.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yes, I was never given the price, but I was told that if Nismo approved of you as an individual and what your plans were with the car, they would permit certain people to buy one.
That sounds a bit like a Duke car. So
and I was told that I was allowed to buy one.
Oh, really? There you go. Yeah, a bit like the Duke R. So if you're a sheikh in the Middle East and have deep pockets, then maybe you too could own a Duke R or a Nismo Leaf RC.
Well, this is just a few highlights of the history of Nismo in motor racing, and one man in particular by the look of it actually. And you can see this is a message from Kondo-san to the fans and everybody really about the history of Nismo.
It's a young Motoyama-san there.
Indeed, yeah, look at them all. And all these young guys. There you go, back in the days at Le Mans.
91, the Pennzoil car that we were talking about earlier with Jan's favourite car on Gran Turismo.
There briefly was the Le Mans car that we didn't see on track today.
No.
There's a Nungavi team from 2003 that will be.
So yeah,
that's the one I was out in earlier.
So that was it. Richard Lyons, you were saying in terms of Super GT cars being seen abroad, it was a championship-winning Super GT Z of Richard Lyons that was brought over to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and then I think actually managed to pick up one of the class wins on the Goodwood Festival that weekend, actually. So, one of the rare outings of Super GT cars abroad.
Look at Michael, look how young Michael Crum looks. That photo must be Victorian. So this is a little bit of appreciation, I think, of various legend drivers in the history of Nissan.
And as he was saying, he's driven the 23 car, the Nismo car before, and there he was in Nismo colours.
The Zonda S has asked for a Nissan Leaf Nismo RC giveaway.
Well, we'll see if we can steal one and then give it away, shall we?
If we steal one, I'm keeping it.
Oh, right, okay. Well, there's your answer. You'll have to fight Sam for it. How good was it having Michael
that
here?
Was amazing
earlier,
having Michael.
Just being able to share his insight of all his years of racing over here in Japan in Super GT, as I say, from the different teams, and his role now as ambassador. Obviously being here, being able to interview all the drivers pre and post race, as well as all his development driving work, and mentioning the GT-R. N-Attack car where he set the record around the Nürburgring as well. So there's a man who's very synonymous with Nissan, been with us for many years, and has many experiences that he can share with the fans.
So a question that's just come in off the chat room. Does Nismo do a performance pack for patrols? I think it does, doesn't it? There is a Nismo patrol. There
is. If you happen to live in the Middle East, you would be able to purchase a patrol Nismo.
There you go. So you move to the desert.
Yeah.
And there's Sugo Matsuda. So this is all the drivers and some of the old elder statesman's drivers. But I don't know, Matsuda-san shouldn't really be in this. He's not retired.
No, I think this is a selection of thank yous from the drivers. Obviously, was champion in the previous 2 years. Obviously, along with Ronnie, was trying for an unprecedented 3 championships in a row. Whilst, of course, GT-R won 5 out of the 8 rounds in Super GT this year. Unfortunately, it wasn't always the same GT-R that was getting the win. So they just missed out on that.
It was an interesting season at the beginning of the season for the MOTUL car this year, with Ronnie at the wheel, as Ronnie talking to us, and it looked at the first half of the season like nobody could touch the MOTUL car, but it all just started to go wrong halfway through the year, didn't it?
After the first 2 rounds of the year, it was looking very, very good indeed. But that's racing.
Yeah.
There's no surefire guarantees.
So it's going to be interesting. People are asking for rally Nismos.
Rally, we had a bit of rally on there earlier, so maybe this is if this is what people want to see, maybe we shall have to go and take a look.
To be honest, Gareth, you're asking a Welshman and me about where we'd like to see Nismos in rallying. Well, for those who don't know, I used to co-drive in a Nismo F2 car back in the day, and Gareth's from Wales, so we clearly both want rallying Nismos, yes.
Well, we managed to get some GT-Rs to a beach in West Wales this year.
That was pretty cool,
for
wasn't
filming
it?
of GT Academy.
That was the day I refused to turn up because I lied about my whereabouts in the world.
Yeah, so you missed out.
Well, I thought Wales in October might be a bit sort of rainy and Welsh.
You have little faith, you know. You were amongst the few that were a bit concerned about filming in Wales in October, but no, we were blessed with some very good weather down on the beach there in Pendine, where they used to set the British land speed records and world land speed records, in fact. So 7 miles of straight flat beach, so a West Wales equivalent of the Bonneville salt flats, if you will. And yeah, we took all of this year's GT Academy competitors down there and put them in a head-to-head race-off down the beach to see how they could perform and handle a car on tricky changing traction conditions.
And it wasn't that easy. There is a great, beautiful video actually on Nismo TV of that, so tune in for that. I think Gareth might appear in that somewhere, maybe in the background trying to duck out of the camera, but we've got him full on. There's some comments coming in, just about Super GT comments for obvious reasons, because that's what we're looking at in front of us. Jensen Button tested an NSX, Honda NSX, last week in Japan. I think the test was at Motegi.
Yeah.
Will he be racing Super GT next year? Well, the answer, if you'd asked me about 2 weeks ago, was yes, he was. He will be racing Super GT next year. However, a man called Rosberg may have thrown a spanner in the works of that announcement, because it may end up, that may see lots of things shift around, and it may mean Jensen Button has to end up driving in a McLaren again next year. But none of those things are anything to do with Nissan, and what's far more important is who's driving the Nissans in GT500 next year. Will Jensen Button be driving for Nissan next year, Gareth?
We're all motorsport fans, so, you know, and as I keep saying, we're a broad church, so, you know, we're as fascinated as anyone in terms of what's happening in Formula One at the moment. So it's obviously, you know, the pinnacle of Formula racing, and you know, Rosberg's decision is, you know, throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, if you like, in terms of what's going to happen there. This is the time of year when all drivers are wondering what seats are available, what they're going to be driving.
Drivers are wondering.
Yeah,
so
indeed,
I'm going to ask you a question, and I know Mike's in the room and listening in, so you're under pressure now, Gareth. So, and this is a driver question, and you have to answer honestly.
Yeah.
Will Jensen Button be driving in Super GT in a Nissan next year?
Maybe, who knows?
No, he won't say no. I think I know the answer to that one. No, he won't.
No. I think Jensen's going to stay loyal to Honda, and who can blame him? I think there's a few opportunities available to him next year. So
I think Nissan's got plenty enough good drivers. He's got too many good drivers, if anything.
Indeed, but I think he can see him popping up in a few different places next year. Whereas we know our drivers, we know where they want to be. They want to be here in Japan driving Super GT. We're talking about the performance and the speed of these cars. There's nothing else kind of quite like it. So we'll have to kind of wait and see on that one. Early next year we'll make announcements on exactly which drivers are driving which cars next year.
And that, I think, is probably going to be live streamed on Nismo TV in some capacity. I'm not quite sure of the details of that yet. It's about February time, isn't it?
Yeah, we will look to do that. We'll look to make an announcement at Nissan Global Headquarters in Yokohama. So in the gallery area there, we always make the announcement there each year. So it is live streamed. We'll look to get that live stream as well, so we can share that with everyone viewing today.
Now, what's going on right now, in case you're wondering, on the main screen, the chaps with the flags. Now, these are the chaps with the flags who go to every Super GT race with these flags and wave them up and down every single time a Nissan goes past the pits. And they do it in the Suzuka 6 hours. This is a 1,000 kilometre, the 6 hours race. That's pretty impressive that they do that. Well, these guys holding the flags, these are the guys who wave those flags at every single race. They travel to every single Super GT race, and they've actually travelled to Le Mans. Some of them have travelled to Le Mans in the past, and I think they were even there this year, Julian Chris Hoy. And
they were. I was about to say, over the last couple of years, they've made the trip over to Le Mans as well.
And they do the same thing for 24 hours, and they actually do. It's amazing. Well, this is an official thank you from Nismo to those flag-waving guys. And for them, it's a great honour, because rather than being behind the barrier waving the flags, they've been invited down with the champion car and the 2017 year car. And it's a great thank you. And you can see it's quite emotional for the guy chatting there.
Well, it's the 19th time that we've run the Nismo Festival, but it's actually the 20th anniversary of the Nismo Supporters Club. So, as a thank you to them, as this whole festival is a thank you to the fans and to those most dedicated and hardcore fans in particular. Obviously, this is a moment for them on their 20th anniversary, for them to come and speak to the kind of wider audience as well. And it's a great honour to have them here with us. As I say, the Nismo fans, certainly in Japan, are the most kind of dedicated, the most passionate, a little bit kind of crazy at times, but absolutely, with their flag waving, they will do it as a wave. As each Nismo car goes by, they will raise and lower their flags in a wave. And it was a great experience for me to come over to Japan a few years ago and get to see them do this at Nismo Festival, but then to have seen them come over to Europe at Le Mans for the last couple of years and do that, and they have manned those flags for 24 hours
it's
of the whole race. The dedication is unbelievable.
Even behind the safety car, they were still doing it. I could not believe it when I saw that. And it's these actual times, a couple of these guys actually recognised, because they were, I think we did a clip or something with that from a while ago on the live coverage of Le Mans 24 Hours when we did it a couple of years, or 2 or 3 years ago. And we did an interview with these guys, and they're so enthusiastic.
They are, absolutely. They're legends and heroes, all of them.
And I think that's one of the great things I've seen about this Nismo Festival. It is about getting the fans involved. And even looking, the cars haven't finished their, they've finished, they've parked up in front of the stands, the drivers are all out there, and they've been standing out there, and it's really quite cold out there now.
It's starting to get chilly. I mean, it's we've been blessed with sunshine during the day, but it's clear skies. So first thing this morning, it was minus a few degrees centigrade, and temperatures are dropping again now. So it really is kind of quite chilly out there. You can see some of the team members and executives in quite warm-looking jumpers, but as we can see, just how dedicated the supporters are out there. Just a t-shirt on,
bare hands and metal poles. I think some of them might be using my strategy of the sort of super duper Japanese sort of, I forget what you call them, but the sort of Thermatech.
I think they've got a few little tricks out there to help them, but you can see this really means a lot to them. You see a bit of emotion there as well, but enjoying their moment, and rightly so. As I say, the 20th anniversary of the Nismo Supporters Club here in Japan.
Well, we've just had a question come in off the chat. AE86 Watanabe's, I think AE86 is a Toyota, so he said, if we had to pick a car and it can't be a Nissan, what would it be?
If we had to pick it for what?
I don't know. Just any car. Doesn't have to be a Nissan.
Well, surely, I mean, we all like fast cars, and there's no faster car than a hire car. So how about we just go for a hire car?
I would probably choose. It's a difficult one, this actually. Really tough one. But I'd probably have to go for an old Chaparral or something like that. On the old Can-Am cars.
Lost me. I'm not that old, Sam. Not that old.
Or the Mark II Escort.
Mark II Escort, nice.
Yeah. Rally,
nice.
Of course.
Very good.
Rally car.
Very good. So just the pictures we're seeing on screen there. So that is Katagiri-san, who's CEO and president of Nismo, just saying a few words there to the head of the Supporters Club.
It's a formal thank you from Nismo to the head of Supporters Club. That's amazing, and no wonder the chap's crying.
Yeah, I think it's a very kind of a heartfelt thanks and a deep honour there, as you can see.
And that is absolutely, he's very happy about that. Oh, and he gets an extra little, he gets a DVD. You always get an extra trophy here in Japan, don't you? You always get the little extra.
Always a little bit extra, yeah.
There you go, it's a little certificate of appreciation from Nismo.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't think many car manufacturers would actually go to such an effort to thank the fans in such a...
Well, we're blessed to have this support, so it's an honour really to be able to kind of put on this event. So obviously every single employee from Nismo in Japan has a role to play in the festival. So the head office has been quiet for the last couple of days, whilst everyone, if you hear from all the kind of backroom and administration staff, as you can see, they're right up to the president, everyone involved in the race team, and the engineers and mechanics and everything. Everyone has a role to play, and it really is dedicated for after receiving a year's worth of support. It's just one day out of the year to give something back and say thank you to everyone.
Plus, red Nismo number 2 free trousers.
That is dedication. So go, as you can see there, I think the pronunciation of 5 in Japanese is go, and then the reason for 2-3 is because in Japanese numbers 2 is ni and 3 is san. So we often see, and you sometimes see it on social media, 5-2-3 is go Nissan.
That's clever. I did not know that. Well, there you go. That is something we have learned. Ada Dozimov has asked a question and reminded me to ask you both a question, actually. And I'm sure I'm not going to get an answer to this either. But it's coming just in on the chat. Has there ever been anything about a Nissan TCR car? TCR is a form of touring car racing. And has there ever been anything about a Nissan TCR car? And I'm looking at the facial reactions, and I would not want to play poker with Mike Carcamo right now.
You're getting nothing back there.
I'm going to look at you, Gareth.
Nothing back. In terms of touring car, the only thing I could talk about is the Primera BTCC touring car of years gone by. So in terms of future, of course there was a brief appearance of the Infiniti touring car, but no, that Primera touring car, in particular driven by Anthony Reid at Goodwood Festival of Speed, he is a dedicated, passionate man, and I'm trying to remember exactly what year it was now. It must have been 2004, 2005. He was up against Justin Law in a Le Mans Jaguar, duking it out over the weekend, trying to get the overall win at Goodwood Festival of Speed. We were actually sent off on a special mission to Castle Combe that weekend, where there was a touring car weekend, to go and get a new set of tyres for him. We took tyre warmers down to the start line and did a full tyre change on the start line, which is why that's now banned at Goodwood, by the way. Before he then set up the hill, grazing the flint wall as he went, chasing like a madman after Justin Law in his Jaguar. And he did manage to beat Justin's time, but then because Justin had set the faster time earlier, he then went afterwards and then again just pipped Anthony. So, but a Primera touring car, only just being pipped by a Jaguar Le Mans car, was a fascinating sight to see at Goodwood.
And that was one of the cars Jan actually listed as one of the cars he'd like to own and would like to see at the Nismo Festival in future. And I know they're still running and around because there are quite a few of them about. And
I think Derek Palmer's still running that. I think his son still drives it in some of the European touring car events.
There are still some around. Now, as the final declaration of Nismo Festival 2016 is being given by the head of Nismo, we will do a few more questions because it's in Japanese, so we can't really follow what's being discussed too much. So the last question, it comes back on the TCR question because they're all asking about it now. If Nissan were to build a TCR car, what would be the perfect base model?
Well,
it's a hypothetical.
Out of the current range, well, I mean, we have look at in supercars with the Altima supercar out there, so that may be one, or Sentra. We've just launched their Sentra Nismo in the States, so maybe they, could be donor cars, but who knows? I won't be party to that necessarily, but tell you what, if someone builds it, if we go racing with it, do our best, we'll make sure that Nismo TV follows wherever it'll be. We'll get it on Nismo TV. We'll get it on all of Nismo's social channels. Absolutely, for sure.
So this final declaration, we can't have a final declaration from the head of Nismo, but I wonder, could we get, and this isn't planned, a final declaration for Nismo Festival 2016 from the next best thing, Mike Carcamo, the head of Nismo Global Motor Racing?
Yeah, I think so.
And I think that would be the fitting end for
So
coverage
for our
year.
Japanese audience, we have Katagiri-san, CEO and President of Nismo. For our global audience, I'll hand over to Mike Carcamo, Global Motorsport Director.
And that's the correct title. So, Mike, over to you.
Hello, Sam.
So it's been a great day. I mean, I've loved every minute of it. This is your first Nismo Festival as well.
Yes, this is my first, and I can't even say that. I'm almost speechless in terms of a full day of everything. I mean, just so much stuff going on today.
It's been absolutely sensational, and the fans have been a major part in it for the Japanese, and they put on this event for the fans to thank the fans. And what I think, I mean, you've said it to me repeatedly over the last few days and in recent weeks, that for you, the fans, and the fans, particularly the guys online and on the chat and on the social media, have been a massive part of your role this year. Your first full year in your current job, and they've been a big thing for you.
Absolutely, I can't say enough about all of the people joining. I mean, I don't even know what time it is where these people are looking at. But it's amazing. They're always there. They make Nismo TV a reality. I mean, we produce this for them because obviously in Japan they have their own coverage, but this is for the rest of the world and for everyone to join, to subscribe, to comment, to interact with us. That's what it's about. It's been a great day, and although I have not been on air all day, I've been listening to the comments and reading it, and I would say I laughed as much as any other day around here. It's been fantastic. Me personally, it's been brilliant to be out here and watch these amazing cars, frankly, to go and do some stuff that I never thought I'd ever do. Yeah, that Circuit Safari, I think, if it has not been the biggest hit, it's going to be. Was the first time I've experienced something like that, and it was amazing. As we said, I think until you actually see a GT500 car go by, you can't appreciate the speed differential between what it's capable of and everything else on track. Extraordinary cars. Very, 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 very fun to watch.
And it's been an extraordinary event, and I think I'd leave, because I think we'll be wrapping up the package now. I think that was the final message of the event, so I think it would all be right and good to leave the final word for Nismo Festival 2016 to you, Mike, but perhaps looking forward to 2017.
Thank you, Sam, and again, thanks to everyone in the production team on Nismo TV. It's been an amazing experience. But again, to the fans and everyone watching and chatting, please continue to follow up. Keep watching, look at the old videos, tell us what you want, tell us what 2017 should be like. We're excited, as Gareth mentioned, we'll be having our 2017 kickoff early next year at GHQ. If you're in Yokohama, please stop by for that. But again, you can always reach us on all of the social channels that we have and leave comments and messages for us on Nismo TV. We're excited to have you there for next year as well. Thanks.